Chapter 1. Meet Company I. Dusk was approaching when the French locomotive, whistling shrilly to announce its arrival, wheezed into the station, hidden sedately among the green-clad mountains along the French-Belgian border. The little mustached Frenchman who had jolted and jostled us across the whole of France jumped from his dominating perch in the engine and ran beside the train to join a cohort in chattering and gesticulating wildly. It was not too dark to read the faded black and white sign hanging above the station platform. Longuillon. I gathered my equipment and stepped from the train. Already, hundreds of men in olive-drab uniforms, loaded with the variety of equipment and weapons that characterizes the American soldier, were disentangling themselves from the freight cars. I decided that the little engineer must have thought we had not played fair with his 48 cars. There was not a car in my section of the train which did not disgorge at least 43 men, plus equipment. The equipment would more than make up for the absence of the 8 horses. "I company over here," I shouted above the noise of the detrainment. "Columns of 2s, facing this way. Headquarters, 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th. The milling around began to take on a semblance of unity of purpose. I signaled forward, and the column began an accordion-like action of moving off, a man here and there making a last-minute adjustment of his pack or overcoat. We moved through the gate in the dirty concrete fence of the station yard and out to the main street of the town. I dropped back from my position at the head of the column to survey the long line of men. Tall ones, short ones. Not unlike similar companies I had commanded in the U.S. before coming overseas. Perhaps there was something about the way these men walked. The confident swagger, perhaps. I think I would have known, even had I been one of the silent, stone-faced civilians staring at us from the open doorways and windows along the way, that underneath those stubbly growths of beard and those wisps of straw from the boxcars, clinging to the unpressed uniforms, lay a wealth of battlefield experience. Company I, 23rd Infantry, I thought. You fought your way ashore in Normandy on D+1. You battled to the top of Hill 192 to pave the way for the Seine-Lô breakout. You stormed the ring of pillboxes at Brest and had your number reduced to 50 in the explosion as the Germans blew them up in your faces. And now they give you a company commander, fresh from the States. They ask you to put your faith in me. I felt weak and ineffectual. I quickened my pace, regaining my place at the head of the column as we crossed a temporary U.S. Army bridge, which had replaced the demolished ancient stone structure over the gurgling mountain stream which ran through the center of the village. We approached the last houses on the edge of the town, and the road began its steep ascent to the hilltop beyond. Now a dirty little French boy came running out to yell some newly learned Yankee curse word at us as we passed. Now a little girl bashfully thrust a bouquet of flowers into a soldier's hands and turned to disappear behind her mother's skirts in a doorway. Our column plodded slowly up the hill, the full field packs beginning to assert their weight. Sweat formed on my body, and I wished that I had carried my heavy GI overcoat instead of wearing it. But the early evening mountain air did nip at my face and felt refreshingly cool on my hands as I took off my heavy GI woolen gloves. My nose began to run from the cold acquired on the long train ride, but I couldn't reach my handkerchief through the burdensome overcoat and equipment. The road made a sharp bend to the left as we reached the crest. It was light enough to see the deep valley to the right, with its roving stream following the contour of the railroad track on the mountainside beyond. "Damn!" a heavily breathing soldier in my headquarters group exclaimed, between clenched teeth. "I sure hope it levels off before we reach the front. It'd be a son of a bitch to fight in this kind of country." "We're still a hell of a ways from the front," another said. "How far you reckon it is, Cap'n?" I looked back. It was Private First Class Henry Croteau of East Hartford, Connecticut. He had been the company interpreter and the company commander's runner through the campaign in France. "About 20 or 30 miles, the colonel says," I replied. The road continued upgrade, and we walked on in silence. The cold wind felt good to my face. I was conscious of a heavy mist about us, which slowly turned into a fine rain, which, coupled with the overcast that had plagued us all day, boded no good for a bivouac in the open. A mile down the road, we met the battalion commander, Lieutenant Colonel Paul V. Tuttle of San Antonio, Texas. He was a tall, handsome young West Pointer of about 28 years. His short brown hair was beginning to gray slightly at the temples, and his face had a ruddy glow from the wind as he waited for us beside the road. He motioned me to a field a few hundred yards down the road and designated a spot on the right for my company. "We'll bivouac here for the night, Mac," he said. "There's a haystack over there. Let the men heat K-rations with the boxes, but leave off the other fires. There might be some little birds around, you know." I congratulated myself upon the good fortune that had given me such an understanding battalion commander for my first combat experience, and turned off the road at the place he had designated. I directed the platoons to their respective areas in the field, and noted that K, L, M, and battalion headquarters companies were following us in. Our arrival seemed to be the signal for the clouds to burst. The mist that had become a drizzle now became a torrent. The men scrambled madly to get their packs undone, and shelter halves spread over equipment. Then followed the rush for the haystack. The field was already a soggy mass of mud, and the downpour of rain was making it muddier by the minute. I joined my headquarters group in the heating the cans of K-rations over the oblong cardboard boxes they came in. The rain and wind made it hard to get the fires started at first, but the rain soon slackened. I wondered how I could force down another K-ration meal after 5 days of the same monotonous food aboard the train. But I found that anything edible tasted good after the hike from the station. Colonel Tuttle sent a messenger with a message for me to report to him for instructions for the morning. My executive officer said he would fix up our tent and put my equipment in out of the rain while I was gone. He was First Lieutenant Rudolph A. Sparky Flame of Rosati, Missouri, a husky young officer who had already qualified for 3 Purple Hearts and was on his way to flirt with the 4th. When I returned, he was snoring loudly on his own side of the little pup tent, and most of the company had turned in for the night. I walked through the disorderly rows of tents, and the thick mud made sucking noises as it pulled at my overshoes. I sought out the platoon leaders. I found First Lieutenant Long H. Goffigan of Cape Charles, Virginia, my first platoon leader, and First Lieutenant Alfred Ante of Evansville, Indiana, my third platoon leader, sleeping in the same tent. First Lieutenant Thomas D. Brock of Plymouth, Michigan, my second platoon leader, and First Lieutenant Robert H. Glasgow of Arlington, New Jersey, weapons platoon leader, were together. I told them the plans for the morning and walked to the end of the field, where I found 2 guards huddled in their raincoats. I told them to pass the word on to the guards who relieved them to awaken the company at 5 o'clock. We would have another K-ration breakfast before loading on trucks to continue the move. I went back to my tent and pulled off my muddy overshoes and crawled inside, but I couldn't go to sleep. Sparky had pushed well over toward my side of the tent in his sleep, and a mound of dirt positioned itself squarely in the small of my back. It had seemingly escaped the softening process of the heavy rain. My mind began to peruse the duties that were before me. In perhaps 1 day, and at the most 3 days, I would be leading these men against a team of trained killers. I wondered how I would react. These men so deserved the best in leadership. Could I give it to them? Suddenly, all my long hours of training for just such a role as this seemed pitifully inadequate. If only there was some way I could know just what it was like. It seemed incredible that this group of hardened combat veterans could accept an inexperienced youth of 21 to lead them into battle simply because he happened to come to them wearing a set of flashy bars on his shoulders. If only I could look into their minds to see what they were thinking. I was awakened the next morning by someone rapping on my tent and shouting that it was 5 o'clock. It was dark, but the rain had stopped. That would make it slightly less disagreeable to roll up wet shelter halves and damp equipment to strap to one's back. We had scarcely enough time to heat a K-ration meal before battalion headquarters sent a runner to tell us to load on the trucks. The truck ride took us through a portion of Belgium before we crossed the border into the Duchy of Luxembourg. Civilians began to come to their doors to greet us with enthusiastic cheers and 2 fingers upraised in the V for victory sign. In one town, an effigy of Adolf Hitler hung suspended by the neck from a rope above the road. Everywhere there were spontaneous expressions of gratitude. I felt a surging feeling of pride within me that for the moment pushed my fears of the future into the background. If war but consisted of only travel and cheers from a graceful populace. We crossed the Luxembourg border and entered Belgium once again, noticing an increase in the military traffic. As our trucks rolled into Schoenberg, Belgium, numerous command post and hospital installations, the increased number of German shop signs, and the apathy of civilians told us we could not be far from Germany. Our convoy turned off the highway at Schoenberg and wound slowly up a sandy dirt road leading into the thick fir forests beyond the town. We rode on, and the forest seemed of an impenetrable depth. The sandy road gave out eventually, and we found ourselves on an unimproved trail that had become a morass of mud from unaccustomed heavy traffic. Our convoy came to a halt. We had reached the spot for our bivouac. Beneath the dense covering of the fir trees, our kitchens were already set up. They had arrived from France by motor the evening before. An appetizing supper of hamburgers and vegetables awaited us, but it proved too much for my stomach after the week's diet of K-rations, and I suffered pains from overeating. Darkness had fallen, and the company was beginning to turn in for the night when I was called to battalion headquarters. The colonel had set up a small command post tent in the woods. A gasoline lantern took some of the chill off the night air inside. The other company commanders were already there. I was handed 5 maps, one for myself and one for each of my platoon leaders. The colonel did not waste much time. He said, "I'd like to give you the information I have so you can get back and get some sleep." My pulse quickened. So this is it, I said to myself, using a phrase that every replacement uses 1,000 times before he ever actually reaches combat. I would soon know if I could justify the faith of the men from Company I. "It looks as if we've finally drawn a good assignment," Colonel Tuttle continued, and I breathed somewhat easier. Already, whirling visions of attacking formidable Siegfried line pillboxes had been flashing through my mind. "We're to relieve the 28th Division in the defense of a stretch along the Siegfried line. It's supposed to be a quiet sector, so they tell us. There have been a few small-scale German counterattacks in the area, and some artillery and SP fire, but at least it's quieter than the attack." There were questions and a general discussion. "Now," the colonel continued, "we leave in the morning at 7 o'clock. Have your kitchens prepare a hot breakfast. They'll move up later under Lieutenant Koch. We'll go to a forward assembly area, back of the line, where you can issue more ammunition. Then we'll have time for reconnaissance, and the actual relief will take place tomorrow night." We dispersed to our company areas. In the darkness outside the tent, I noticed the flashes of artillery to the east, and the deep rumble of the big guns came from the distance. A voice in my brain kept repeating, "This is it. This is it." I stumbled blindly through the dark forest in the direction of the company. I stopped by the first sergeant's tent, where I found First Sergeant Henry D. Albin of Houston, Texas, huddled in his tent with a raincoat over the entrance as a blackout curtain. He was a young, auburn-haired, red-faced Texan who drawled pleasantly when he talked. He was preparing the company morning report by flashlight. "How does it look?" he asked. "Not too bad," I answered. "It's the defense." "Could be worse then, I guess," he said. "If it ain't bad, it'll be the first time this outfit ever drew a good assignment." I asked him to send for the platoon leaders to receive the information I had about the situation. They soon gathered around the tent. I was beginning to give them the information when a soldier stepped from the darkness. "Is the first sergeant round?" the soldier asked. "Right here," Sergeant Albin answered. "I'm from the 9th Infantry, Sergeant," the soldier said. "We're bivouacked just across the way, and I got a ride over, so I figured I'd stop by to see my brother. I haven't seen him in some time, but he's in this company." "What's the name?" "Wagram," the soldier answered. "Wagram. His first name's—" The feeble light from the flashlight inside the tent shone briefly on the soldier's face. Yeah, I know," Sergeant Albin interrupted. "In the 3rd Platoon. With us at Brest. Killed in action there."
With compass and map. Now for real hardship, which will inevitably dent our enthusiasm. We start off singing, but slowly and surely this dies away. The sun gets up, and it becomes warmer. At lunchtime, a longer rest is ordered. During the afternoon, the sun really beats down. We still have some reserves, and although we're very tired, we carry on well past nightfall. We just collapse to the ground in a hollow in the steppe, catch our breath, and then unroll our ground sheets and blankets from our kit bags. That night, we sleep like the dead. 27th of October. This morning, my legs are as stiff as an old pack horse's, and the rest of the men are feeling no better. I eat a slice of bread and take a sip of my cold coffee. Goodness knows when I'll get something to drink again. Up and at it! The fellows up front start out at quite a rate of knots. The train company does not have that much to carry, but the rest of us are loaded down like pack animals. We carry the full kit, with blanket and ground sheet, steel helmet, and heavy winter coat thrown over it. We have a full ammunition pouch on the belt, on our backs the kit bag with the field canteen, and on the other side the folded entrenching tool. A gas mask is slung around our necks, resting on the chest, and the heavy rifle swings back and forth from its strap round the neck. Lastly, a ditty bag is carried in one hand, filled with clean socks, underwear, and similar items. The whole lot weighs about 40 pounds. Time passes. Men regularly fall to the ground exhausted. After a while, having caught their breath, they stand up again and struggle on. Many stragglers look pale and sickly. They are completely exhausted. Suddenly, a message comes from the head of the column. Relief! Village up ahead! That means water and something to eat. We summon our last resources and drag ourselves on. Soon we can see the houses. There are only a few, but there are also several barns belonging to a kolkhoz, just like we saw on the wide Russian steppes. There is a well in front of the first hut, with a windlass and a dented bucket. A Feldwebel stands a few feet from the well and waits until the first men get there. Those in front are dashing up to it, wanting to let the bucket down. "Hold it!" yells the Feldwebel. The man at the windlass lets go of the bucket, which now crashes down into the well. The Feldwebel suggests that the water may perhaps be poisoned. He goes up to one of the houses, one that has nice wooden carvings on the windows, and goes in the door. Not a soul can be seen. The Feldwebel reappears with a scruffy-looking fellow from the house. He is an old man with a bushy beard and is dressed in the typical quilted jacket. The Feldwebel is dragging him over to the well, holding onto his sleeve with 2 fingers. The bucket is now full of water up from the well and reflecting the gleaming sunlight. With a gesture of his hand towards the water, the Feldwebel now demands, "Drink, Rusky." The old fellow looks at him with a crafty expression, smiles and refuses several times while repeatedly saying something like, "Pan Karosh, Pan Karosh." The Feldwebel now becomes impatient. He grabs the old fellow by the neck and shoves his face in the bucket. The old boy chokes and swallows. He looks a bit surprised, but not too concerned. In other words, the water's safe. "Okay, you can drink the water," says the Feldwebel. Bucketful after bucketful is now brought up, and the old fellow starts to grin. He has finally realized what this was all about. We wallow in the water, drinking all we can, and then use some to freshen up. The kolkhoz is a disappointment. We can't find any food anywhere. In one shed are a pile of mangel wurzels and a few ears of corn. Cooper bites a chunk of mangel wurzel but spits it right out again. Meanwhile, a number of women have come out of the houses and are gawking at us. Weichert says the old Russian chap has mentioned something about a garrison headquarters and confiscation. That probably means that some German unit or other has already taken off with anything that's edible. 28th of October. We march onwards with empty stomachs. Hour after hour passes. We sweat, we swear, many of us shout out just to lighten our spirits, but we still have to drag ourselves forward, kilometre after kilometre. Then suddenly the peace of the countryside is broken by a dull, throbbing sound. "Take cover! Air attack!" someone yells. We try to run for cover just as we have been trained to do, but after a couple of paces we go down on the spot. I scan the sky, and on the horizon can pick out some aircraft coming towards us, their tails glinting in the sun. We can tell they're heavily loaded with bombs, ready for the kill. They are coming closer. Then we can make out the cross insignia under their wings, and realize that they're German bombers up on a mission, so we stand up and wave to them. They disappear in a northeasterly direction with their deadly cargo. That must be Stalingrad over there. We trudge on. "How far is it now?" asks little Grommel, who has made himself comfortable between me and Marzog. Marzog shrugs his shoulders. "No idea, but I heard we're supposed to get there tomorrow." As if in answer, we hear a heavy muffled noise in the distance, followed by what sounds like rolling thunder. As it starts to get dark, we can see a red glare in the sky in the far distance. "That's Stalingrad," someone says. "What are those lights?" Varias makes a gesture with his hand. We look towards where he is pointing and see a row of lights in the sky, just like lanterns. Then we hear more muffled explosions, and straight after that we can see long bright strings of pearls, which start from the ground, continue up into the sky, and then disappear. Someone remarks, "That's the runway raider." The old veteran explains that this is a light biplane, which generally operates at night over the runway, letting off flares suspended on little parachutes to illuminate targets. Then the plane drops a number of small bombs or fragmentation bombs. The pilot can turn off his engine and sail noiselessly towards his target like a glider. When the enemy discovers him, it's usually too late. The frontline troops have called him the Nähmaschine because that's what the engine sounds like. The old soldier goes on. "By the way, those strings of pearls in the sky are tracer rounds from the 20mm twin-barrel and quad anti-aircraft guns, which are trying to shoot him down." It's a great show. More flares appear and more strings of pearls follow in the night sky. It's odd, but we can't hear anything. It's like a silent movie. 29th of October. A new morning is breaking, and our morale is at 0 level. For an hour now, a fine drizzle has been coming down, and some of our men are quite outspoken about their dislike for it. The rain gets heavier, and now it's windy as well. For the first time, we are experiencing really lousy weather, something we hadn't expected. The gusts become stronger and stronger, and the open countryside offers no protection. The raindrops lash your face like fine needles, drumming against the steel helmets that we've put on to protect us. The wind tears at the ground sheets which we've wrapped around us, and they don't make much difference. They slap against our wet trousers, and the cold wind practically knocks us off our feet. We trudge on. Several hours go by, then we finally spot a village. It has stopped raining. We find some empty barns and sink gratefully to the ground. It's quite busy in the village, with privates and other ranks all over the place. They snap to attention and salute each other. Have we reached the front line or not? There is plenty of evidence here that this area has been taken over by a headquarters and regimental staff. In other words, the organisatorischen Schreibstubengefechtsstände, as Marzog puts it. Our Transportführer is supposed to be organising some rations for us. It works, and we all receive a large helping of barley soup with meat chunks. They live quite well here. After the soup, we feel a lot better. What next? We wait and we wait. Then there is an announcement. There are still 8 or so kilometres to go. New strength is awakened in us. Although our bones ache and the blisters on our feet hurt, we manage to march the rest of the way in about an hour and a half. Quite an achievement, considering the weight of our kit. Rumour has it that we will be picked up by vehicles from this point. However, they're not yet here, so again we have to wait. They arrive at dusk. We drive into the darkness, then over a long bridge with lots of other vehicles. The River Don, someone behind me remarks. Then we continue on the MSR, more commonly referred to as the runway. We drive without lights because of the runway radar. We can see his flares close up now, and can quite clearly hear the bangs as his bombs go off. After a few hours, we stop somewhere amongst some cottages. We are quartered in them for the night. In the distance we hear the rolling thunder, and the sky is glowing red. That's Stalingrad all right. How is our enthusiasm compared to how we felt last week? It's definitely suffered because of the forced march we've just had to make, and we reckon that enthusiasm and euphoria are in short supply here. The reality is rather different. It's not something that gives you a good feeling at all. Well, we've reached the first stage towards our destination, and we'll now have to see how things work out. For the moment, though, I'm off to sleep. To forget everything.
Chapter 2. Into the Lines. Our truck convoy wound its way back through the thick forest into Schönberg the next morning, and out again, over the highway leading east. As we neared the German border, the road began a steep ascent to the mountains to our front. A big white signboard with glaring black letters told us what we were near. You are now entering Germany, an enemy country. Be on the alert. I looked at my watch. It was 11:15 on the morning of October 3rd, 1944. We were entering the country at a point approximately 12 miles east of St. Vith, Belgium, in the Schnee-Eifel forest. The old iron border gate stood open, mud-splashed by the army traffic. The road twisted and turned like some giant snake, slithering up the steep slopes. The boom of big artillery pieces grew nearer. We turned from the highway on a freshly plowed dirt road to the left, and the drivers shifted gears as the big trucks sank into the mud. The artillery pieces that had heralded our approach appeared in a deep valley to our right, behind gray puffs of smoke, as they belched their big noise into the spaces beyond. Our convoy pulled to a halt, and the driver cut the ignition and jumped out to open the tailgate. I gathered my equipment and stepped out on the muddy ground. This was Germany. We lined up in the familiar column of twos on either side of the muddy road for the 2-mile walk to the forward assembly area. The overcast skies with perpetual threat of rain made a sticky murkiness of the atmosphere despite the nipping cold, and the accustomed perspiration of road marches appeared beneath our overcoats. We reached the assembly area in a thick scrub oak woods shortly after noon. We had no sooner halted and begun to disentangle ourselves from the burdensome packs than Captain Jimmy Anderson of Cushing, Oklahoma, the battalion operations officer, rode up in a jeep. "Turn your company over to your exec and have him feed dinner," he said. "Your kitchen should be up shortly. Bring what officers you want to go on reconnaissance and come with me. The old man's ready to go right now." Be calm. Be businesslike. This is the same as maneuvers. Give some orders. Start things moving. You're going to have a look at the German army. I turned and mumbled instructions to Sparky and sent for the 4 platoon leaders. Sergeant Raymond Savage, of Mobile, Alabama, walked over to me. He was my communications sergeant, a small, good-looking young Southerner who spoke slowly in a matter-of-fact Alabama drawl. I had come to know him better than anyone else in the company thus far. He had a friendliness that was difficult to resist. "You going up, Captain?" he asked. Savage had a way of never slurring the title of captain, but pronouncing both syllables clearly, despite his deep Southern accent. "Yeah," I said, making an effort at nonchalance. "Right away." "Can I go with you?" he asked. "I'd like to check on the communication setup." "I'm afraid not, Savage," I answered. "There's only one jeep, and I have to take the platoon leaders." "Okay," he said, as if he had half expected a refusal. "But watch yourself, Captain." His face looked worried. "Don't go sticking your neck out the first thing. And for God's sake, hide those damned captain's bars." I looked at the shiny objects on my shoulders and hastily pulled them off and stuffed them into my pockets. The platoon leaders arrived. We climbed into the company jeep, driven by Private First Class James Earnhardt of Mooresville, North Carolina, and moved down the trail to join the other company commanders. The road to the battalion command post of the unit we were to relieve twisted in and out of the woods beneath low-hanging limbs. We reached a clearing. A sign said, "Windshields covered beyond this point." We crossed a hill and saw the little German farming town of Grofkampkenberg, with its closely clustered houses and barnyards and the inevitable manure piles. We plowed through the black filth of mud that covered the road and pulled up to a white house in the center of the town. Here and there, an artillery shell had plunged through a roof or knocked off the corner of a chimney. A dead cow — dead cows had become for us sort of a symbol of the war in France — lay with legs upstretched in the open field to the left of the road. A guide from the company we were to relieve joined us, and I heard Colonel Tuttle admonishing us to return by 3:30 p.m., and the guide was saying, "Ready?" and I was swallowing and answering, "Yes." We had come as far as we could by vehicle, but the guide said we had 1.5 miles yet to go. We ran across an open hill on the east edge of town, because the guide said the enemy could observe us from the towering blue hills to our front. We continued in a narrow valley, and I tried to note each terrain feature as we passed. It would be night when I would lead the company over the route. I noted that the terrain was no longer mountainous, but had given way to a series of rolling hills and valleys. We crossed a slight knoll, and the anti-tank wall of the Siegfried Line came suddenly into view. It looked like a prehistoric monster coiled around the hillsides. The concrete dragon's teeth were like scales upon the monster's back, or maybe headstones in a kind of crazy cemetery. We crossed the anti-tank wall. The open mouths of 2 pillboxes yawned at us from the slope ahead. We passed the pillboxes and skirted the left edge of a thick patch of fir trees. The ground was covered with black holes where shells had hit and exploded. The dragon's teeth coiled across our path again, and we crossed them again. Tucked into the slope of a higher hill to our front was a row of 8 concrete pillboxes, completely dug into the hillside except for their faces. "We'll have to run again here," the guide said, and pointed to a high slope to our right front, peopled by a similar row of pillbox giants. "That's theirs." We ran across the plowed field and halted for breath at the entrance to a pillbox at the crest of the slope. The entrance had been filled in with dirt. 2 soldiers rose up to view us from shallow slit trenches dug near the entrance. "You better keep low," one of them said. "They've been shooting here all day." "This is part of L Company," our guide announced, ignoring the warning except for a quick look toward the speaker that must have said thanks. We imitated our guide's half-crouch as we ran from the pillbox to a thin hedge that ran parallel with the ridge along its crest. I could still see the enemy pillboxes in the distance to our right, and they could very evidently see us, but I realized as I looked around that our guide had taken the only concealment the ground afforded us. I could discern the general outline of the defensive position we were to occupy, The battalion's position was to be in the shape of a giant horseshoe, with Company I embedded in the center of the arc. We would have been exposed from the other side of the hedge as well. I imitated the guide's cautiousness as we advanced, but I was strangely unafraid. I was a bit awed by the momentousness of it. You are inside the Siegfried line. But thus far, it had been child's play. We continued for 200 yards when the guide suddenly veered into the hedge, and we found ourselves in the shaded backyard of a 2-story farmhouse. We followed the guide in a back window, and I knew we had reached our destination. We found the company commander, a first lieutenant, in a small, low cellar, illuminated only by a dim kerosene lantern that needed its shade washed. There were men in every conceivable sleeping position, all over the floor. The lieutenant suggested that we move upstairs where we could talk, and we made our way again up the dark, narrow staircase that led from the cellar. When we reached the light of the first floor, I saw that the lieutenant's eyes were bloodshot, and a half-week's growth of beard covered his face. His voice trembled slightly when he talked, and he would start at the slightest noise. He asked if I had my platoon leaders with me, and I indicated my lieutenants. He sent 2 runners for his own platoon leaders. "I can't get the 3rd platoon leader now," he said. "Can't reach the 3rd platoon in daylight. But he can go with the 2nd platoon. He can see the positions from there." He interrupted himself to admonish 2 soldiers to move more quietly when they walked. "By the way, they're all sergeants. I have only 1 officer left besides myself." He flinched perceptibly at the sound of a door closing. I conferred with my platoon leaders, and we set our time for reassembly at the company command post in the farmhouse at 3 o'clock. The company commander and I went upstairs to the forward room on the 2nd floor. From the upstairs window, I could see a towering ridge rising to our front, spotted with poorly camouflaged pillboxes and patches of trees. A small farming town lay in a valley between us and the high ridge. "It's not too bad a position," the lieutenant said. "You all have winter clothes, and we haven't had a chance to get ours yet. That'll be a hell of a big help. Jerry throws quite a bit of artillery and mortars at you," he continued, "and we've had some casualties, but it was their own fault for moving around in the daytime when they knew they shouldn't. We haven't had any counterattacks or patrols hit us yet, and we've been here 15 days. K Company, on our right, got the living hell knocked out of them 2 nights ago. Swarm of Kraut infantry hit them, along with a flame-throwing half-track. Caught a lot of men in a pillbox and stampeded the company. My right platoon started falling back until I got them stopped. They counterattacked the next morning, however, and got their positions back. They found some of the men who hadn't run still holding their foxholes." The attack against K Company, with the loss of the men in the pillbox, was the basis for a battalion order to move out of all pillboxes, the lieutenant said. That was the reason for the I Company CP being in the farmhouse. It had originally been in a bunker-type pillbox to the right rear of the house. And since there was no other spot available, it was necessary to move into the crowded farmhouse, even though it was in L Company's area. I decided immediately that I would take the chance and move my CP into the pillbox when we came up that night. The farmhouse was too crowded. A closer look through the window revealed a line of foxholes, a few yards in front of the house. The lieutenant explained that these belonged to the right flank platoon of L Company. A small trail running along the right of the farmhouse was the dividing line between the companies, and led down into the valley to the German-held town which my map labeled Utfeld. The 3 rifle platoon positions my men would occupy extended 500 yards to the right of the trail. There were no windows on the right side of the farmhouse, so we moved downstairs and out into the backyard to view the platoon positions. "Your 3rd platoon on the right has it worst," the lieutenant said, pointing toward the outline of foxholes on a small knoll to the right front. "They're completely exposed. Can't even raise their heads out of their holes in daylight without some goddamned Kraut taking a shot at them. We can't contact them by runner except at night. There's a 200-yard gap on their right before K Company starts, which ain't good, of course." Over the entire area, the Germans from the high ridge to the front and right front had perfect observation of our positions. Their view was supplemented by that of those who occupied the high ridge on our left, but the observation from the left was restricted by the foliage surrounding the farmhouse. I decided to dispose my company initially as the lieutenant had done. We could make changes later. I would have preferred holding one of my rifle platoons in a support position, but it seemed unwise, for our company frontage was great. My platoon leaders reassembled at the farmhouse. Our guide had waited to go back with us, and upon his suggestion, we moved back in groups of 2 to give the enemy a less profitable target. I decided to wait until the last to leave. Lieutenant Brock, my second platoon leader, elected to remain with me. I was filled with misgivings about the return trip until we should reach the concealment of the patch of fir trees, but when the other platoon leaders drew no fire as they crossed the open space, my fears partially subsided. Brock and I made our way in a half-crouch beside the hedge, more conscious now that our only concealment from the enemy depended upon our blending with the foliage on our right. We reached a point opposite the pillbox, where we had encountered the men in the slit trenches on the trip forward, and started out on a run across the crest of the hill. I had almost reached the cover of the pillbox when the projectiles from a 20mm anti-aircraft gun began to crack overhead. I hit the ground instinctively. I found myself behind a small knoll formed by the embedded pillbox, and was thus protected from the enemy fire. I was beginning to congratulate myself on choosing the position when I looked to my right. 5 feet from me lay a German soldier, crumpled as he had fallen and bloated in death. It was my first view of a dead man, and I tried to avoid the revulsion that filled me by quickly turning my eyes away. We crawled down to the face of the pillbox and paused a moment to catch our breath. I started the journey again by dashing across the plowed field that led to the first row of dragon's teeth, expecting at any moment to see the bullets from the anti-aircraft gun kick up the dirt around my feet. I could hear Lieutenant Brock panting as he ran behind me. But the sound of bullets did not come. In its stead came the sharp crack and heavy explosion that I knew must be mortar fire falling behind me. It sounded as if the shells were falling on the crest of the ridge we had so recently left, but I took no time to look back. I increased my speed and dived behind a clump of bushes next to the outer row of dragon's teeth. There would be no protection from those bushes against the mortar shells, but I was comforted by their concealment. I lay there panting. It could not have been more than a minute before Brock joined me, but it seemed like 10. I sighed in relief. His face was white, and his breath came in gasps, but he was unhurt. When he had regained his breath, he stammered out his story. "Those damn mortars," he said. "The concussion must have thrown me at least 3 feet into the air, and then flat on my face on the ground." We made an effort to laugh at his narrow escape, and continued the journey past the patch of fir trees and into Grofkampkenberg. In Grofkampkenberg, Colonel Tuttle told me that my company would be the first to move up that night. We would leave our assembly area around 10 o'clock in order to begin effecting the relief at midnight. The other 2 rifle companies would leave at 2-hour intervals thereafter. Thus, one company would be completely on position before another had begun. We rode our jeep back to the company assembly area. The mess sergeant, Staff Sergeant Lee W. Threadgill, of Franklin, Texas, had saved dinner for us, but the company was eating supper when we arrived. We ate the 2 meals together, and I gave final instructions to the platoon leaders as we ate. The men were to carry 3 meals of K-rations and their blanket rolls with them. They would leave their gas masks and duffel bags to be transported by service company. I arranged to have my Jeep driver follow L Company's Jeep to the L Company CP after darkness, and bring with him a load of ammunition and our heavier weapons, the light machine guns and 60mm mortars. Darkness had fallen, and a misty rain was coming down when I completed the arrangements. I climbed into the back of the kitchen truck and smoked a cigarette and listened to the slow tick of my watch as 10 o'clock rolled nearer. This is it. This is it, my brain kept repeating madly, over and over. I must not appear afraid. I must give these men confidence in me, despite the fact that they know I'm inexperienced. They were playing their parts well. I had been unable to detect any attitude of distrust in their actions, and I had searched their faces for long periods at a time. I must keep that confidence. I must. I must. "Scared, Captain?" Sergeant Savage asked. "A little," I admitted. I took a long, slow drag on my cigarette. "We all are," Savage said. "We always are." The rain had stopped, and somewhere there was a moon that was hidden by the clouds as we collected our equipment and set out on the night march to the front. It was a slow, fatiguing march, under the burden of the mounting tension and the heavy equipment. Our guide of the afternoon joined us in Grofkampkenberg. I was surprised, because I had not expected he would be with us. After we had passed the pitch of fir trees, the guide led us in a more direct line toward our objective than we had traveled on the reconnaissance. We crossed the Dragon's Teeth and began the ascent of the slope beyond, and I made out the outline of the slight rise which would be the pillbox I was to use for a command post. I stumbled and looked down at my feet. An American soldier, fully clothed even to his helmet, lay on his back with glassy eyes turned skyward and his arms outstretched. His body was almost twice its normal size. I shuddered involuntarily. The shock of almost stepping upon the body before seeing it left me weak inside. The guide stooped down and retrieved the automatic rifle that lay beside the body, swinging the weapon over his shoulder. "Must be one of our BAR men," he said casually. "He headed for battalion the other day. There was a mortar barrage. We hadn't heard from him since." We reached the entrance to the pillbox in the rear of the farmyard a few moments later. Guides from the rifle platoons of the 28th Division Company asked in hoarse stage whispers what platoon it was. I directed my company headquarters group to the pillbox and dispatched the rifle platoons with their guides into the darkness beyond, telling them that we would have telephone lines to them as soon as possible. I grew openly nervous, lest we be caught by an enemy artillery barrage with a large number of men on the exposed hilltop. The lieutenant from the 28th Division appeared, and we moved together down the incline that led to the circuitous entrance of the pillbox. A giant hole had been dug into the ground on the crest of the hill, and the massive concrete emplacement had been constructed within, its entrance facing the rear of the farmhouse across the trail. Its roof was constructed of 4 feet of reinforced concrete, with 3 feet of dirt making a slight mound above. The walls were 6 feet thick. I noted the size of the big bunker as we entered. It was 16 feet square and 8 feet high. The men from my headquarters were arranging their equipment on 3 rows of iron frame bunks with laced rope bottoms that were suspended in tiers of 3 each from the ceiling along each side. In the left front corner, an iron door led to a small concrete storage room. A candle burned on a table at the front of the pillbox. It cast flickering shadows on the walls and revealed a hand-operated ventilation device against the left wall. On the right, next to the floor, was a small door that, open, revealed a fireplace that ended in the tin chimney I had seen silhouetted against the sky outside. Signs and mottos in German script were on each wall. The concrete floor was littered with empty cardboard cartons and K-ration tins. The air was cold and damp and stale and smelled of dust and dried man-sweat. Sergeant Albin was busy with the morning report. Private First Class Lupe Naranjo of Agua Dulce, Texas, and Private First Class Walter Zellen of Boston, Massachusetts, the 2 men who served as messengers from the battalion CP, waited to take the report back with them. Sergeant Savage was attaching the company's field telephone to a line that entered the room through a small slit, which commanded a view of the entrance and could be closed by pushing a small concrete block across it, thus blacking out the pillbox completely. "I ought to have communication with Battalion in a couple of minutes," Captain Savage said. "I'm using the 28th Infantry's old line." He soon made contact with Battalion, and there was a call waiting for us. "It's L Company," he said. "NEFOC has got our mortars and machine guns and some ammunition at their CP." He told him that we would have someone there to pick them up in a few minutes, and then he gathered up his wire-laying equipment. Private First Class Luther T. Blackburn of Oklahoma City, Oklahoma, one of the SCR 300 operators, would assist him. They would lay telephone wire to the forward platoons. A man from the 28th Division came in to report to his company commander that messengers from all 4 of his platoons had reported outside with the information that the platoons had all pulled out. The lieutenant turned to me. "Is there anything else then, Captain?" he asked. "No, I think not," I said, trying in vain to think of something I might have forgotten, and a bit alarmed that soon I would be entirely on my own. I reported our progress to Colonel Tuttle, and the lieutenant talked with his own battalion commander and asked me to tell his CO that I was satisfied. I did so, and the lieutenant prepared to leave, taking my 2 battalion runners with him. He seemed overjoyed at the prospect of leaving, and I wondered if someday I would be just as happy to leave this area. And how long would that someday be? A week? 2 weeks? A month? 2 months? There was no way of knowing. We might sit here until the war ended, or we might leave tomorrow. I closed my eyes for a brief moment and murmured a silent prayer. The lieutenant was gone. I was on my own.
"We're supposed to be replaced by fresh troops, according to our Wachtmeister. He who believes is indeed blessed," murmurs the medic. Finally, the barrage is lifted, after what seems to me like an eternity. We jump up. Domscheit knows the way. He makes for a ruined factory building, knowing that someone has been lying there under cover, watching everything. Softly, he calls out the code word while we are still some distance away, and gives his name. We go to a basement entrance, which is half covered by wreckage. Domscheit leads us through a corridor to a room, where in front of the doorway an iron plate has been placed. I can see 2 Hindenburg lanterns, which provide just enough light to clear the darkness in the room. Domscheit makes a droll introduction. "May I present our new battle headquarters?" A heap of sacks and a few rags are strewn on the ground, and lying on top of them, curled up, are 2 Lancer. Another one is sitting on a couple of stacked-up ammunition boxes. Startled by the noise we have made, the 2 Lancer jump up and help us into the room with our containers. Both men appear to be very tired, and who knows when they might next get some sleep. I can barely distinguish their faces under all the dirt and stubble, but I guess we all look about the same. Then a Wachtmeister comes in. He says hello and offers his hand to Weichert. I recognize him. He's the one who pushed the old Russian fellow's head into the bucket at the well. He tells Winter that the one remaining officer in the group became a casualty this morning, and that now he was in charge of this sector. The men are positioned in front and to the side of this area, hidden in the ruins. The fighting ebbs back and forth, and no one really knows where the Hauptkampflinie really runs. Casualties today are 1 dead and 2 wounded, and they're already on the way to the main medical center. This is the craziest place imaginable. The Russians are often only 20 or 30 meters away, sometimes at hand grenade range in front of us. No more than 200 meters in front of us there is a deep trench, and this trench leads right down to the banks of the Volga. From there, Ivan gets reinforcements every night. For days now, we've all been waiting impatiently to be relieved, or at least to receive reinforcements, but we're beginning to doubt whether they'll ever come. This last sentence is only whispered to Winter, but with my sharp ears I still understand what he has said. So, they've got their doubts. That makes me think. The warm food and the coffee must by now be frozen solid, even though the containers have double skins and are supposed to be insulated. Winter has brought a fair supply of solid methylated spirits along, and a solid fuel burner to heat up the food. The food is ice-cold, but not frozen solid. It's a good, thick noodle soup with lots of canned beef, much better than what we get in the bunkers. These men have more than earned these decent rations. Winter is pressing for us to start getting back. An hour has passed since we left our bunker. The Wachtmeister needs more ammunition, which we've got on the trucks. He details 5 men to go with us. On the way there, the Russians lob more heavy shells into the area. We run after the lead soldier at the double and stop only briefly each time a large shell lands nearby. We jump up on the trucks and sit on the empty ammunition boxes. The dead soldier we are taking back with us lies in the front, in his body bag. There is supposed to be another road we can take going back. The driver says that the route across the village of Petschanka and past another kolkhoz to Varvarovka is shorter going from here. Because of the frost, all the roads are quite passable. But first, we have to work our way through the ruins. Every now and then, the vehicles drive down into a trench and come up the other side, and we're catapulted towards the back and have to hang on to the tailgate, the ammo boxes sliding after us and slamming into our jackboots. Just keep going, I think. Just get out of here. When it all starts up again, we need to be well out of range. We go through another deep trench and have to help push the truck back out again. We pass several other vehicles, and some VW Jeeps with officers as passengers pass us. The MSR is rough, but hard and solid. "How far is it now?" I ask the medic, who is looking back at us from up front through a slip in the tarpaulin. "Just a few kilometres," I hear him saying. At that moment we all hear a thundering noise, as though the world were going to split apart at any moment. I slide hastily towards the back and release part of the tarpaulin. I see a frightful spectacle, one that makes me cringe. Cooper joins me and stares open-mouthed. It would be a beautiful sight were it not for the sinister roaring and the continuous explosions, which make you realize that thousands of lives are being sacrificed. The sky is glowing over Stalingrad. Greyish-white smoke billows from the ground. Flames shoot high into the sky in between. The long probing fingers of the searchlights tear at the half-darkness of the breaking day. There must be a lot of aircraft up. Bombs are ceaselessly raining down on a city that has been condemned to death. The explosions merge into one another, creating a devastating inferno. Tracer patterns from the anti-aircraft guns climb high into the sky for kilometres around. 2 aircraft explode over the hellish fires and are swallowed up by them. This is absolutely crazy. No one can survive this. And yet, even in this inferno, some are managing to stay alive. Not only that, they are defending themselves and fighting back. The proof is that after every bombardment, the enemy counterattacks once more, and sometimes even gains a bit of ground, although usually he is stopped in his tracks and pushed back to where he started from. This is the way it has been since the beginning of September, ever since German troops forced their way into the city. But because of the strong defences along the Volga, the Germans have now been obliged to hide in the ruins. When we return to the bunkers, it is full daylight. We can hear only a far-off droning noise, just as before. But for me, it is no longer the same. I now see the disaster that will come out of this hapless city. It is a stark warning to everyone languishing in the rear areas, wasting their time by making their quarters comfortable for the winter.
Chapter 3. 11 Men in a Pillbox. Lieutenant Glasgow, Scotty, my weapons platoon leader, whose love for Scotch whiskey and insistence that his name was pronounced with a G and not a C were standing jokes in the company, came in a few minutes after the lieutenant from the 28th had left. He said his platoon CP was in the back room of the house across the trail. He was setting up one mortar in the rear of the house and the other 2 beside the rearmost and smaller of the 2 wooden sheds behind the house. The positions afforded no cover, only concealment, but they were the only available positions. L Company was using all the pillboxes to our rear. I told him that the machine guns and mortars were at L Company CP and directed him there. He asked for several men from my company headquarters to help him carry ammunition, and left with his mortar section to bring up the equipment. Sergeant Savage called over the sound-powered telephone from the 1st platoon and then from the 2nd and the 3rd. I was glad when I heard the first whistle over the phone that indicated that the lines were in. A whistle, plus the call sign of the party desired, was the signal, since all platoons were on a party line. We had adopted the same call signs for both telephone and SCR 536, the famed little walkie-talkies, using nicknames of the platoon leaders, or their last names, plus the numerical designation of the platoon. Long 1 for the 1st platoon, Brock 2, Auntie 3, Scotty 4, and merely CP for the company command post. I was greatly relieved that the communications were in. I wondered how the lieutenant from the 28th Division had endured the nervous tension of the pillbox positions for 15 days without communications to his platoons. One platoon, or all platoons, might have been completely overrun by the enemy before a foot messenger could get back to the command post, if he got back. First Sergeant Albin made up a guard roster from the company headquarters group. Each man would guard outside the pillbox in 2-man shifts that would change every 2 hours. Savage and Blackburn would split the night on the telephones. Sparky went to sleep early so that he could take over from me later, thus ensuring that one of us would be awake at all times. Scotty returned with the machine guns and mortars at 2 o'clock. I didn't like the prospect of hand-carrying all our supplies from the L Company CP, exposing the carrying detail to enemy shelling for long periods, but it seemed impractical to bring a jeep as far forward as my command post. I didn't plan to sleep at all the first night. Now that we were on position and the difficulties of moving in no longer worried me, I was filled with a growing fear that the Germans might hit us with a counterattack. In reality, such German action would have been an attack, but like all GIs, I thought of any German attack as a counterattack. I decided that the enemy must surely know that new troops were moving in and would attempt to dislodge us while we might still be disorganized. Despite my fears, I was confident that Company I would meet with little difficulty in holding the positions. Already, we had communications which far surpassed those of the unit we had relieved. And where they had had no anti-tank defenses, except a small string of mines on the trail running along our left flank, we had several rocket launchers, bazookas. I had placed 2 of the launchers with each forward platoon and kept 1 for the protection of the CP. And already I was thoroughly imbued with the spirit common among all infantrymen that my outfit is the best damned outfit in the whole damned army. I could boast of a record to prove it. I was certainly not a veteran in combat, but I was no novice in my esteem for Company I. I talked with the 3 rifle platoon leaders over the telephone. They were thoroughly dissatisfied with their positions. The foxholes were little more than depressions in the ground, they said, and poorly disposed. But the 1st and 2nd platoons wanted to occupy 2 pillboxes in their areas. Already they had begun to dig out the entrances which the preceding unit had covered with a bulldozer to prevent the Germans from reoccupying them if they were retaken. The 3rd platoon was changing the disposition of a few foxholes, but little could be done to lessen the daylight vulnerability of their position. The platoon leaders said there were about 15 corpses in different spots over the company area, both German and American dead. Sergeant Savage said he was sliding under a fence while laying the wire to the platoons when he reached out and grasped the bare chest of a dead German. I told him I would call battalion the next day in an effort to get a graves registration unit to remove the dead. Lieutenant Brock said his platoon had discovered a U.S. tank destroyer 75 yards in front of his position. A 2-man crew that had been there 3 days since their vehicle had become stuck in the mud in the draw still occupied the TD. The 4th platoon said there was another TD a few yards to the left of the shed, occupied by 2 of the mortar squads, but it had been completely knocked out by a German shell. The short candle in the pillbox flickered and went out. The command post settled down to an extravaganza of snores, an occasional ring of the battalion telephone, a low conversation between Savage and me. The routine was broken occasionally by the surprised comments of a sleeper as another man awakened him to go on guard. Savage began to nod from sleepiness, and his head fell forward on the table. I did not awaken him. I was alone with my thoughts in the cold, damp darkness. 11 men in a pillbox. 11 men who must live from day to day, never thinking of the immediate future, but only of the infinity when the war would someday be over. There was Sparky, and First Sergeant Albin, Savage, Blackburn, Croteau, and me. There was Private First Class Willie Hagan, the tobacco-chewing 39-year-old Army regular, who kept us laughing with sage tactical wisdom and served as first platoon runner. Then there was Private First Class Angelo Buttare of Boston, second platoon runner who had lost 2 brothers already in the war. Private First Class Hubert Berger of Memphis, Tennessee, third platoon runner who was 18 years old and read his Bible every night. Private First Class Kenneth Lampton of Detroit, Michigan, weapons platoon runner who was also 18 and corresponded with college girls from Michigan. And Private First Class Erling G. Sahlberg of Fargo, North Dakota, who was 19 and cleanly good-looking, and the headquarters bazooka man. The cooks and jeep drivers, the supply sergeant, and the mail orderly had been left behind with service company to keep us supplied. The changing of the guard at 4 o'clock revealed that it was raining outside, a slow, cold, miserable drizzle. I thought of the men in the forward platoons in their exposed foxholes, with no protection from the elements except shelter halves stretched across their holes, and nothing between them and the hostile killers in front of us but the muzzles of their own rifles. I had admired the unglamorous infantry soldier before, but as the rain continued to fall and the night grew colder, my pride at being a part of this dirty, miserable infantry knew no bounds. The night wore on, quiet but for the pounding of our own artillery on the ridges to our front. Sometimes a distant rumble, sometimes a heavy cracking explosion not far away. I nodded as the urge for sleep protested against denial, but then I would moisten my eyelids with saliva or pound my knuckles against my forehead, and the remembrance of the deep-rooted fear of a German counterattack would bring me back to my senses. Around 6 o'clock, I stepped across the trail to the shed behind the farmhouse to urinate, and I saw that faint vestiges of dawn were appearing across the distant hills. There was something spooky about it. I returned to the pillbox and woke up Savage. We opened a breakfast K-ration and devoured its chopped ham and egg mixture with a cup of coffee between us, which Savage heated in his canteen cup. The long night was over. We awakened Sparky and Blackburn and changed places with them. I slept with all my clothes on to combat the damp chill of the underground pillbox and to be prepared for any eventuality. Daylight would be no detriment to sleep, I realized as I climbed into the bunk. The pillbox was as dark in daytime as it had been at night. I slept well, except for occasional awakenings from the noise of someone sweeping out the pillbox, or to cough from the acrid smoke of burning K-ration cartons as the men awoke and heated their breakfasts. One of the men from the TD in the 2nd platoon area came in around 9 o'clock to use the telephone. He wanted permission from his outfit to abandon the TD and return. He got his permission, and I went back to sleep. 12 rounds of enemy mortar fire fell 100 yards in rear of the pillbox around noon, but I scarcely noticed it as I turned over in my sleep. I heard Sparky talking with the platoon leaders in an effort to pick up the location from which the enemy weapons were firing, when 12 more rounds fell to the rear of the 3rd platoon at 1 o'clock. I got up at 3 o'clock and dusted from my hair the loose dirt and straw that had fallen from the bunk above me, and wiped the sleep from my eyes with my hand. I had not shaved since the day we detrained at Longuyon, and the stubble felt rough on my face. I had difficulty finding a breakfast K-ration, since they were the least evil of the 3 meals and disappeared more quickly than the dinners and suppers. But I found one, and stepped to the entrance of the pillbox to heat it. Rain continued to fall in a thin, needlepoint spray. I talked with the platoon leaders again over the sound-powered telephone and got a list of the items that they wanted brought up with the rations after dark. I added a list of my own and called it in to the battalion supply officer. The main request was for several types of ammunition, including 60mm mortar shells, adapted for firing from the M1 rifle with the aid of a grenade launcher. My men had found the expedient to be most effective in street fighting in Brest, and swore that it was more effective than either hand grenades or fragmentation rifle grenades. It, in effect, put the equivalent of 60mm mortars in the forward foxholes. I was standing a few feet outside the entrance to the pillbox when one of our artillery shells whistled menacingly overhead. I started instinctively toward the safety of the pillbox. The men laughed at me and said, "That's ours!" I felt foolish and wondered if I would ever be able to tell the difference between incoming and outgoing shells. An enemy artillery piece fired 10 rounds into the area around 5 o'clock. The barrage centered 100 yards to the rear of the CP, in relatively the same position as the mortar barrage at noon, but the shells did no damage. The rain stopped around 6, but the weather stayed damp and cold, and the skies showed no signs of clearing. Night began to fall, and I yearned for the long days of summer, when the sun had not set until 10 or 11 o'clock. Night, with its long hours of mysteries and uncertainties, was the time to fear. Colonel Tuttle telephoned from battalion. He was planning to send a platoon of 57mm anti-tank guns into position around the farmhouse during the night, and wanted to know if I thought it possible to tow the guns all the way forward with jeeps. I was elated. A dread fear of the enemy's terror-provoking flame-throwing half-track had persisted since my initial conversation with the nervous lieutenant from the 28th Division. The presence of the anti-tank guns would practically wipe away the danger of the half-tracks. Yes, I thought it possible to tow the guns forward. Yes, yes, yes. When darkness came, Sergeant Albin rounded up the carrying detail to go for the rations and supplies at the L Company CP. He left only a skeleton force at the CP, 2 men on guard, Savage on the phones, and Lieutenant Flame and myself. But the detail was still too small. I called Scotty, and he sent 2 squads of mortarmen and left only a skeleton crew on the 3rd gun. The carrying detail had been gone only 5 minutes when a call came from the 2nd platoon. It was Technical Sergeant Rupert L. Middlebrook of Long Beach, California, the platoon sergeant. "There's some sort of track vehicle out to our front, Captain, about 600 yards, and it's headed this way." The phone seemed to be a conductor that sent an electric thrill through my body. The flame-throwing half-track I had so recently shelved into the back of my mind suddenly reared up before my eyes and began spurting hideous orange deadly flame over the area. A wave of fear possessed me. My body began to shake uncontrollably. My voice trembled despite my efforts to control it. I felt foolish at being afraid, and I hoped the others did not notice it, but I could not stop my body from trembling. "Get battalion," I cried to Savage. I turned again to the sound-powered phone. "I'm getting battalion. We'll try to get artillery." And then, when that seemed inadequate, "Just what does it sound like?" "I can't tell exactly," Middlebrook said. "It might be a tank or a half-track, but the son of a bitch is headed this way. We've been hearing it some time, but I wanted to be sure before I called." Willie Hagan, on guard outside the CP, burst into the pillbox. "There's a effing tank headed this way, Captain. We can hear it plain out here. It's in front of the 1st platoon." I nodded to Willie, and Savage told him I was on that now. "Can you get a light to look at your map?" I asked Middlebrook. "I want you to tell me what artillery concentration you think might get it." "I can't use a light," he answered. "But it sounds like it's on that road that runs up through the town. Maybe you can figure close to it from your map and I can adjust." I adjusted my map to the faint light of the kerosene lantern we had borrowed from the L Company platoon in the farmhouse earlier in the day. Concentration number 221 was on the road leading out of the town. I would try that one first, and Middlebrook could adjust it by sound from his position. Savage handed me the battalion phone. I grabbed it with one hand, keeping the platoon phone glued to the opposite ear. "I'm getting battalion now," I said into the sound-powered phone. "Make it snappy," a voice cut in that I knew was Lieutenant Goffigan. "This is Long, Captain. We can hear it plain now, and it's headed right this way, coming pretty fast." Captain Anderson was at the other end of the battalion wire. I made a desperate effort to control my trembling voice, but I knew that I failed. I outlined our situation hurriedly and called for the concentration. "Coming right up," Captain Anderson said. "Hold on." I waited for what seemed an interminable period. Long and Middlebrook discussed the situation in one ear. Lieutenant Ante, the 3rd platoon leader, joined the discussion. He could hear the vehicle now, although he hadn't heard it at first. The battalion switchboard operator spoke in a voice that was maddening with its politeness. "Have you finished, sir? Have you finished, sir?" I said, "Waiting," and my mind echoed the words. Waiting, waiting, waiting. I glanced at my watch. It had been only 2 minutes since I first talked with Captain Anderson, but it seemed more like 2 hours. My God! Would the artillery never come? Long was talking again on the platoon phone. "What do you think now, Middlebrook? Sounds like it stopped to me." A reprieve. A reprieve. I felt weak with relief inside. "Yeah, I think so too," Middlebrook answered. "It seems to have—" No. There she comes again. It's a hell of a lot closer this time. "What about the artillery, Captain?" The overwhelming fear returned, but a sudden melodious whistle of outgoing artillery played nocturnes in my ear. Captain Anderson's voice came simultaneously over the battalion telephone. "Hey, Mac, they're firing 3 rounds for you to adjust. Let me know what it looks like. On the way." I had but a moment to yell, "On the way," in the platoon phone before I heard the crunch of the big shells in the distance. "What do you think, Middlebrook?" I asked. "I couldn't tell too well, Captain. I have to adjust by sound, and it sounded over to me." "This is Long, Captain. I can't see too well either, but I'd say it was 200 over. I couldn't adjust on deflection, but it seemed okay." For a fleeting moment, I envied the calmness of their voices, then repeated their decision to Captain Anderson. 200 over, he repeated. "I'll ask them to give you a battery volley this time. How's that?" The time seemed much shorter before the whistle of the shells across. "I can hear it again," Long shouted over the phone. "But it's running away now. Let 'em raise it 100 and give it to 'em again." I repeated the directions. I had a quick, enveloping feeling of elation over our apparent success. I could hear Captain Anderson repeating the sensing at the other end of the wire. 9 more rounds whistled overhead. The shells hit. "We must not have gotten it," Middlebrook said, "but we sure scared hell out of whatever it was. He's batting hell out of there now. You can hardly hear him, he's so far away." I sighed and glanced at Savage. He had been sitting with his ear practically in the phones. He gave a sly smile. I answered it with a broad beam of pleasure. Willie Hagan, who had surveyed the entire proceedings with a practiced eye, turned and joined his companion on guard. I thanked Captain Anderson. Savage gave the battalion phone a slight ring to indicate that we had finished. The voice of the switchboard operator sounded musical now. "Have you finished, sir? Have you finished?" Even as I relaxed with relief at the exit of the enemy tank, if indeed it had been a tank, I began to think of the carrying detail which had left earlier for L Company's CP. The crack of mortar shells dropping unheralded from the sky, followed a fraction of a second later by the dull boom of explosions, reached my ears. I exchanged mutual looks of anxiety with Sparky and Savage, but there was nothing we could do but await the return of the detail and hope blindly they had escaped the barrage. I ran to the entrance of the pillbox and watched the orange light of the explosions as the last rounds fell. They seemed centered about 200 yards to the rear of the CP, directly on the crest of the ridge. I went back inside to the vigil beside the telephones to await their return. Each minute that passed increased my anxiety. The challenge of the guard outside some 15 minutes later, followed by a mumbled password and the noise of equipment being placed on the ground, was welcome to my ears. They were back. Sergeant Albin was the first to enter the pillbox. He said, "We just missed it. We had started back, and the jeeps had just left when the mortar started popping. There were some L Company men still around, and it hit right where they unloaded the equipment, but nobody got it." I was relieved for the moment, but decided I would not risk exposing the carrying detail to the same dangers again. "If the anti-tank guns make it okay tonight, we'll have NEFOC come all the way up with the supplies tomorrow night." Sergeant Albin told Savage to call the platoons to send carrying parties to take the food and equipment to the platoon areas, while he broke it down into platoon sections outside. "We've got coffee and steak sandwiches out here," he said, "but it's all cold as a witch's tit." The cold steak sandwiches tasted like food for a king. I knew they must have tasted even better to the cold, hungry riflemen and machine gunners in their rain-drenched foxholes, despite the cold and darkness in which they had to eat. The coffee was equally as cold, but the CP group and mortar section could reheat it over K-ration boxes. It was impossible for the riflemen to have fires, even in daylight, so I called battalion for heating tablets, which burn with little smoke, but I was informed that they were a critical item and could not be obtained. I had asked battalion about the possibility of obtaining a graves registration unit to remove the bodies from the area, but I was told that no such unit was available. We would have to remove the bodies ourselves. The colonel finally weakened at my emphasized distaste and agreed to let us bury the German dead in an unoccupied pillbox, removing their identification papers to be sent to the rear, and to let us move the dead Americans to a spot in rear of my CP, where the chaplain would pick them up with a jeep and trailer for burial. The jeeps, towing the 3 57mm anti-tank guns, arrived around 9 o'clock, and I was impressed by the apparent lack of noise. The crews placed the guns in camouflaged positions in the brush around the farmhouse, covering both L and I Company fronts. I definitely decided that our own supply jeep could come all the way forward the next night. Naranjo and Zelen, the messengers from battalion, arrived and brought with them a wire-laying crew from the wire section of battalion headquarters company. The crew laid a new wire from RCP to battalion on the return trip. Another crew from the artillery laid a line to the observer in the farmhouse, thus giving us 3 separate direct wires to the rear in case any of them should be knocked out by shelling. The battalion messengers brought copies of the Stars and Stripes, Army daily newspaper that most of the men read avidly. I already knew that there were never more than 12 copies for the whole company, and that the papers were usually 2 days old or more when we received them. The Spearhead, a 2-page mimeographed information sheet, published each day by Division Special Services, with news compiled from radio broadcasts, usually reached us the evening of the day the news was broadcast. Around 11 o'clock, I rose to make a trip to the forward platoons. I was not anxious to go. I could visualize 1,001 things taking place at the CP while I was gone that should have my attention, not the least of which might be a counterattack. But I wanted to have a closer look at the positions, and I felt my visit might make the men feel a bit better. At least it would show them that I was not afraid to visit them. Lieutenant Glasgow also wanted to visit the platoons and check his machine gun positions, so we decided the 2 of us would go together. It was not raining outside, but a chill wind blew across the hills and down the valleys to wrap the cold dampness of the night closely around us. The moon was nowhere to be seen, but a dull glow of light through the clouds kept the darkness from being completely black. We made our way down the forward slope of the shell-pocked rise that secreted the company command post and crossed a small stream that trickled down the bottom of the draw I knew divided the 2nd and 3rd platoons, and was defended farther to the left by the 2 pillboxes occupied by the 2nd platoon. I saw to our front the outline of the knoll defended by the 3rd platoon, and heard the sound of shovels digging in the rocky earth. A chorus of coughs that I knew had been aggravated by the weather reached us as we came closer. We found the foxhole that the men called the platoon CP. Lieutenant Ante was around somewhere in the platoon area, but Technical Sergeant John M. Garcia of Noble, Louisiana, the platoon sergeant, offered to go with us to find him. We found him talking with a group of men in his center squad. His clothes were covered with dry mud, and his hands were equally grimy. Even in the darkness, I could see that a heavy growth of beard covered his face below his glasses. If I had not known him, I could not have picked him out as the platoon leader. So similar he was in appearance to the GIs digging in the floors of the foxholes around us. He escorted us around the platoon area, showing me the locations of his 3 squads, his BARs, his bazookas. Everywhere, the men turned to talk to us. I spoke briefly with the 3 squad leaders, Staff Sergeant Walter N. Stone of Athens, Georgia, Sergeant Archie R. Jones of El Reno, Oklahoma, and Sergeant Jack Webster, an Oklahoman whose adventure in running across an enemy minefield in France at such a speed that the mines exploded harmlessly to his rear was a story told to every replacement upon arrival in the company. An idea that I might have entertained that my visit would bolster the morale of these men was overshadowed by the effect the visit had on my own morale. How they could smile and laugh and joke in their present condition I could not see. But each man had a cheery word from me as I approached. If I had possessed any misgivings that these men would weaken under the hardships of their cramped position and the adverse weather, they faded away into nothing. Their courage and fortitude made me admiringly envious and brought a lump to my throat. But Lieutenant Ante was worried. "I've got some men with terrible colds," he said. "This asshole weather. Couple of them have already asked to go back to the aid station, and I know they should go, but we're so damn short of men. I told them to try to stick it out until tomorrow night, and if they don't feel any better, I'll send them on back." I suggested if he had some men he felt were too sick, then to send them to spend the night in my CP. "They can get a little sleep and come back down just before day in the morning," I said. I didn't really know what degree of sickness I expected him to interpret as too sick. As we reached the right flank of the platoon, I noticed a man huddled in his foxhole, trembling violently beneath a blanket which covered his head. Lieutenant Ante grasped him by the shoulder. "I thought I told you to get to digging this hole out deeper," he said sternly. The blanket came off the soldier's head. "You're putting me way off here by myself so I'll be killed," he shouted, half sobbing. "You want to see me killed? There's nobody over here but—" "Shut up," Ante said. "You want the whole goddamn German army to hear you. Get to digging that hole. There's 2 men right here with you, and the next hole's 10 feet away. Nobody wants to see you killed." We turned away. I looked back over my shoulder at the soldier. "He's been like that ever since he's been with the platoon," Ante said. "Uses every excuse he can to get to the rear. He won't work to get himself warm like I try to get him to do." "If he doesn't come around tonight, send him back to CP," I said. "We can keep him there for a night and see how he turns out."
Many of them without weapons, all add up to a very uneasy feeling. Then there is the sight of the little lieutenant, who seems to be an administrative official or a teacher, and who as the only officer is probably now obliged to take on a job he is not up to. In his buttonhole he wears the red-striped ribbon of the so-called Gefrierfleischorden, which was awarded to more or less everybody who survived the Russian winter campaigns of 1941 to 42. I assume he has no front-line experience, and everyone else sees it the same way. He divides us into groups and sends us out to secure the MSR using tank positions left over from an earlier combat. What a situation! We have neither heavy weapons nor sufficient small arms or ammunition. The holes are partially filled with snow. I work with Cooper like a wild thing to clean up a tank shelter just to keep warm. I have to give the lieutenant full marks because he has been able to scrounge a hot meal for us. We have no idea what it is much too foggy and dark to tell, but it's made from meat and tastes delicious. In the next hole, Zeidel starts to laugh. He thinks it's the old horse which we saw on the railway line earlier. This could be true, but in any case, this hot meal, the first in 3 days, tastes terrific. 23rd of November. It's quiet this morning, although German bombers and fighters are up and about. A small, wiry infantry Unteroffizier von der Infanterie, who has been assigned as our Gruppenführer, peers through his field glasses at the troops coming towards us. We expect a Russian attack, but as they get nearer, we realize that they are in fact stragglers from our own forces. They join up with us, increasing our strength. Several more vehicles arrive, including a 75mm anti-tank gun, a quad anti-aircraft gun from our regiment, which we can use for ground defence, and an 88mm from an anti-aircraft gun battalion. Many of these men know each other and are pleased to meet up with friends again. We also have a stroke of good luck, because the personnel carrier with Doering and the others reach us. They got lost in the fog and again ran into another tank. They kept their heads down for the entire night, and first thing this morning they drove off, as if the devil was after them. To our delight, our Spieß and 2 further vehicles, including our field kitchen, also reach us. Our unit is now well represented. From what we are told, some of our supply vehicles were able to make it across to the south side of the Don yesterday, and should even now be on their way to Nizhny-Chirskaya.
Chapter 4. Shooting War. We moved on toward the 2nd platoon. I decided I would exchange the 1st and 3rd platoons every 3 days. A variety of underbrush and several tall trees to the front of the 1st platoon enabled them to move around slightly in daylight, and 2 pillboxes in the area enabled the men to dry their clothing. The 2nd platoon positions were miserable. Private First Class Martin W. Carlson, a Pennsylvanian, stood guard at the entrance to the rearmost 2nd platoon pillbox as we approached. He was a medic, although medics were usually attached to rifle companies from a battalion medical detachment, and Carlson was a bona fide member of Company I. When the company had found itself short a medic once in France, Carlson, who had had some medical training before being transferred to the infantry, took over and was a medic from that time on. "They let anybody stand guard these days," I joked as we reached the pillbox. "Yes, sir," Carlson smiled. "I figured I might as well pull my turn. My Red Crosses are inside." We crouched to negotiate the low entrance to the pillbox. The entrance was the fighting aperture from which the Germans had defended the pillbox, since all emplacements in the area were designed for defense to our rear. Our men defended the pillboxes by digging a series of foxholes around the perimeter. A flickering light from a German canteen with a crude wick maintained a pallid smoke inside the pillbox, and cast hesitant shadows on the walls. The room was smaller than my CP, but had a number of bunks and space for a table. The men's faces were black from the crude lantern. "Got the gasoline out of the TD," someone said. Lieutenant Brock explained that they had moved into the pillbox only a few hours before my arrival, and were enjoying its relative comforts. They would bring in a number of men at a time to get some sleep, and during the daytime leave only a skeleton force in the foxholes outside. There seemed to be no fear that the Germans would retake and reoccupy the emplacement, as had beset the previous unit, and caused it to fill in the entrance. One of the squad leaders, Staff Sergeant John A. Kuziel, of McKees Rock, Pennsylvania, was in the pillbox at the time of my visit, along with Lieutenant Brock, Technical Sergeant Middlebrook, and Staff Sergeant Carl Oram of Lincoln, Nebraska, the platoon guide. Brock and Middlebrook accompanied us as we left the platoon CP and briefed us on the location of the 3 squads. We moved up the draw to the 2nd pillbox, where members of the squad, commanded by Staff Sergeant Sam J. McGonigal of Haskell, Oklahoma, were digging shallow trenches to connect a defensive network of foxholes. Under a raincoat, to protect it from the dampness, stood a .50 caliber machine gun. "We got that off the TD out there in the draw," Sergeant McGonigal said. "Got a lot of sea rations and beaucoup cigarettes." Thus far, I had not noticed any of the bodies of either German or American soldiers in the 2 platoon areas we had visited. Brock said there was one GI to the right of his CP, however, and 2 Germans 50 yards in front of McGonigal's squad. I told him a battalion's decision on removing the bodies, but we decided to wait until the next night, when I could have a stretcher sent up with our supplies. We visited the 3rd Squad, commanded by Sergeant Robert J. Rouse of Binghamton, New York, and prepared to move on to the 1st Platoon, moving back in the direction of the company CP to come upon the platoon from the rear. I saw the rearmost pillbox, which the platoon had thus far not occupied. As we approached, I could see the bodies of 4 Americans and 6 Germans draped in the very positions into which they had fallen in death. They seemed to grope with lifeless arms for the protection of the pillbox. My eyes were drawn irresistibly toward them, but I forced myself to turn away. We pushed through a hedgerow that ran parallel with the company front and came upon a group of men improving their foxholes. They directed us to a pillbox a few yards to their right front, where they said we could find Lieutenant Goffigan. The area here was even darker than the surroundings, for the tall trees shaded the faint glow of light which did successfully penetrate the clouds from the hidden moon. Long came out of the pillbox upon the call of the guard, squeezing his way out of the entrance half blocked by a large slab of concrete that had evidently been blown where it was by some feeble attempt to demolish the pillbox. He was a tall, straight Virginian, young, with square-cut features, and spoke with a typical clipped Virginia accent. He showed us about the area, calling the attention to the fact that there was a 3rd pillbox 50 yards to his front, which he was not occupying, but where he kept an outpost during the day and a listening post nearby at night. He planned to dig open the entrance to the rear pillbox either later that night or the next. We talked with Sergeant Harry J. Sick-Miller of Wauseon, Ohio, and Staff Sergeant Edward Clark of Talking Rock, Georgia, 2 of the squad leaders, and prepared to move on to the 3rd Squad. Long stopped us to call my attention to a man digging a foxhole to my left. "What do you think of that, Captain?" he asked. I looked in the direction which he indicated. 5 feet from the hole, where the soldier dug indifferently, lay a dead German, his chest and stomach bare, and his stomach a mass of clotted blood and intestines. "The hogs have been eating on him," Long said. We moved on to the 3rd Squad, commanded by Staff Sergeant Raymond Meade of Centerville, Iowa, and also talked with the machine gun section leader, Staff Sergeant Alan Diaz of Laredo, Texas, whose guns were dug in the squad area. I told Long my plan for exchanging positions with the 1st and 3rd platoons at 3-day intervals. Then Scotty and I turned to go back to the company CP. A soldier concealed in the hedge that followed the trail, separating us from L Company, challenged us as we passed. I hastily gave the password. An enemy mortar barrage began to fall several hundred yards to the rear of the company CP, and we quickened our steps lest the mortarmen shorten their range. It was 1 o'clock in the morning when we re-entered the pillbox. I tried to settle down to write several letters, but I could not concentrate. My thoughts kept returning to the courage and determination of the men in the foxholes. I began to sign my name to the bottom left corner of the envelopes, which comprised the day's mail from the men in the company. Except for the official censorship stamp that would be imprinted on the envelope later by the mail orderly, Corporal Robert G. Broadhead of Chicago, the letters would not be censored further. My thoughts returned again and again to the forward foxholes as I wrote. Cold, hungry, miserable infantrymen, scared as hell inside, but too brave to admit it. Outside, the night was quiet. I stepped outside the pillbox and found that the rain had set in again. An occasional barrage of friendly artillery whistled overhead, and I silently thanked heaven that the missiles were not intended for us. Conversations with the platoons over the telephone revealed that quiet prevailed to their front. It was 3 o'clock when I suggested to Savage, behind a stifled yawn, that we awaken Blackburn and Lieutenant Flame to take our places while we get some sleep. I awoke shortly after 11 and ate a K-ration, reheating a canteen cup of coffee from the water can which the supply sergeant had brought up the night before. Sparky told me that Scotty had been zeroing his 60mm mortars all morning, firing at selected targets and recording the firing data so that the platoon leaders could call for specific concentrations in the event of trouble. An enemy machine gun had fired from a gate 300 yards down the draw at men from the 2nd Platoon, who were investigating the abandoned tank destroyer. Lieutenant Brock had called for mortar fire, and the weapon had not fired again. The first enemy shelling of the day came in shortly after I awoke. It was intended for the 3rd Platoon, but it fell without damage well to the rear. It was the vanguard of 3 other barrages that came in during the afternoon, but did no damage other than to increase our nervousness. Night settled down all too quickly. The darkness soon enveloped even the slanting rain that continued to plague the forward platoons. Conversations with the platoon leaders revealed that colds were growing steadily worse. Auntie had 2 men whom he felt obliged to send back to the aid station, and Brock had another, an assistant squad leader. Auntie said he was sending the man I had seen shaking so violently in his foxhole the night before to spend the night at my CP. He was afraid that after all he might be really ill. He was complaining now of a pain in his side. I was waiting for the arrival of the supply jeep when an excited whistle came over the sound-powered telephone. I recalled the excitement of the previous night and looked at my watch. It was almost the same time, a few minutes after 7 o'clock. "We hear the tank again, Captain." It was Lieutenant Goffigan. "It's a hell of a lot closer now than it was last night. Seems to have slipped up on us, and it's headed this way." It might have been the calmness of Long's voice, or the fact that I was no longer a virgin to the nocturnal visits of the enemy's tracked vehicles. Or it might have been the comforting knowledge of the big anti-tank guns emplaced around the farmhouse. But the overwhelming fear that had engulfed me with the first event was absent now. In its place was a spine-tingling excitement. It was a matter of minutes before I had an artillery officer on the battalion telephone and had requested the same concentration we had used the night before, with the range shortened 100 yards. He said he would fire 3 rounds, and we could adjust from them. The time between the call and the overhead whistle of the artillery shells seemed much shorter than it had the previous night. "I couldn't see those, Captain," Middlebrook said, "but they sounded good. Can't tell too much by sound, of course." He paused briefly. "Wait a minute. The son of a bitch is taking off to the rear. Tell him to increase the range 300 and let him have it." I hastily repeated the instructions to the artillery. He said, "Roger." He'd fire for effect. I tapped my fingers on the table until I heard the low boom of the big guns to the rear and knew that the artilleryman's signal would be forthcoming soon. "On the way." "Roger," I said. Then into the other phone. "On the way, Middlebrook." I waited for Middlebrook's sensing. Then, "We've hit something, Captain. There's a fire blazed up bigger'n hell. It's lighting everything up around here as bright as day. Sounds like ammunition popping off." The artillery officer said he would fire 9 more for good measure. Willie had been on guard again outside the CP. He came in gesticulating wildly with the news that we'd hit a tank, and the son of a bitch is burning like all hell. I turned the phone over to Savage and went with Willie to the entrance of the pillbox. Before I stepped out into the open, I could see the light from a huge blaze illuminating the countryside. The flames flickered on the walls of the farmhouse. We ran up the sloping walkway to the trail, and I looked to the front. The blaze was spectacular, but disappointing. The fire had burned down from its original height, and the burning outlines of a haystack were plainly visible. Ears, too eagerly pitched for the noise of the destruction of an enemy vehicle, must have perceived the sound of exploding ammunition. I went back inside and explained the situation to the artillery officer. He seemed equally disappointed and asked if that was all. "We're a bit short of ammunition here," he said. "I think I'll connect you with the big guns, and you can zero in a concentration with them. They don't fire too much, and we'd do well to save our ammunition until you definitely locate something." The Fire Direction Center of the 15th Field Artillery Battalion, the supporting artillery with 155mm guns, answered. I gave the officer the approximate coordinates from my map of a proposed close-in concentration. From his overlay of my positions, he judged that I was firing too close to my lines with the big guns, so he increased the range 200 yards, saying that we could pull it in closer if the first round seemed safe. Middlebrook was the eyes of the three-way team. I warned all platoons to have everyone keep close in his foxhole, and we soon had a concentration plotted which scattered fragments as far back as my command post. L Company called to see if we didn't think we were hitting a bit close, but Middlebrook and the platoon leaders were overjoyed at the promised protection which the close-in concentration afforded. We pulled in 200 yards closer than the original safety allowance. The big shells seemed to land almost on top of our forward foxholes, but the riflemen, hiding deep in their holes from the whirring fragments, were delighted. The artilleryman said it would be Concentration Queen 163. Sergeant Nefock arrived with the supplies shortly after 8 o'clock, and the 3 men who were sick with cold climbed aboard. The man from the 3rd platoon, whom I had seen shaking so violently in his foxhole, had arrived, but I sent him to bed in one of the rear bunks of the CP pillbox. Perhaps he would be over his spell by morning. The supply jeep, driven by Private First Class Earl Hayes of Perrysville, Ohio, pulled almost noiselessly to the rear. A check of the supply items revealed that there were cold hamburgers with bread and coffee to supplement the K-ration diet. The stretcher for removing the bodies was also there. When the battalion messengers arrived, I noticed that the man from the 3rd platoon continued to shake violently, as if he were freezing despite the 6 blankets we had placed over him. He continued to complain of pain in his side, and despite his reputation as a gold brick, I was worried about him. I sent him to the rear with the messengers to report to the aid station and called the battalion medical officer to pay particular attention to his case. The aid station returned the call shortly to tell me they had evacuated him. I was relieved that I had not delayed longer in sending him to the rear. He had acute appendicitis. The 1st platoon carrying detail took with them the stretcher for removing the bodies. I apologized to Long for having to order the men to carry out the gruesome task. But the morale effect of the bodies in the area was bad, and it was common decency that the men be given proper burial as soon as possible, even though they were not from our own outfit. I did not ask what the platoons did with the German dead. We had planned to bury them in one of the pillboxes, sending their identification papers to the rear for proper report to the International Red Cross. But now we were occupying all the pillboxes in the area. I presumed that they took them forward of our lines and left them there, but I did not question. They brought the papers to my CP. I knew that the 2nd platoon had no difficulty with the German dead. The only 2 corpses were 50 yards from their forward foxholes. The morning after my visit with them, the bodies were gone. Perhaps, even as I had visited them, the Germans had sneaked up and taken the bodies away. The 2 men from the 1st platoon, who were detailed to carry the dead Americans to the base of a power pole a few yards in rear of my CP, made 2 trips before they stopped in the CP around midnight. Sweat rolled from their faces, and the scent of death from their bodies quickly filled the room and was nauseating. The job was too much for 2 men, they said. The bodies were heavy after more than a week of death. I disliked ordering 2 more men to share the distasteful task, but I called the 2nd platoon to provide help. I apologized to the men for having to detail them to the job and explained the situation to them. "Looks like if we got to stay up here and get killed, somebody else could haul our effing bodies away," one of them said. The 4 men stopped back by the CP around 2 o'clock when their task was completed. I tried to ignore the smell of death that they brought with them, and invited them to have a smoke. They remained for some time, talking and heating coffee over a cardboard fire. They said the rain had stopped again, but that it seemed to be getting colder. The night settled down to noises that were becoming routine. A barrage of our own artillery shells whistled overhead on a harassing mission. A telephone call from battalion told me that K Company thought an enemy patrol of 6 men had slipped through their lines. I warned the platoons to be on the alert, and Savage told the guards outside to pay particular attention to the rear. A guard challenged a wire crew from L Company checking the line to their platoon CP in the farmhouse. K Company called to say that they had found what they had thought to be an enemy patrol was actually a few head of cattle. I called the platoons again. Savage notified the guards. The switchboard operator called and said, "Just checking the line, sir." The night wore on. I awoke the next morning at 10 o'clock and stepped outside the pillbox. The sun was shining down with a light so intense that I blinked involuntarily and rubbed my eyes. The effect, after the days of rain and overcast skies, was exhilarating. All seemed right with the world, and I wondered why we must be huddling in pillboxes and foxholes, shooting at other men a few hundred yards away. It seemed ridiculous and insane. A glance to the rear of the pillbox brought me sternly back to reality. The bodies of the GIs the men had removed the night before were stacked beside the power pole. The blanket used in covering the stretcher was wrapped around the top body, and only the top of the dead soldier's head protruded, his long blonde hair blowing gently in the wind and shining in the sunlight. How peaceful they looked, lying there on the cold, bleak hill, stacked like cordwood, oblivious to the sparkling sunshine. They would be just as oblivious to the cold and the rain to come, and bursting mortar and artillery shells and threats of enemy counterattacks. I turned away and went back inside the pillbox. I hurriedly fashioned a K-ration breakfast and joined the group of headquarters men sitting around the entrance, talking and smoking. I brought out my shaving equipment, and for the first time in a week, I shaved, and for the first time in 4 days, I washed my face and hands. I felt rejuvenated. I put up my shaving equipment and returned to sit near the pillbox entrance and soak up the invigorating warmth of the sunshine. For the first time since we had moved into the defensive position, I was completely warm. The beautiful day was marred by 2 enemy artillery barrages, but it ended all too soon, nevertheless. Night settled down once again. Night, with its weary early hours of activity, when I would sit nervously by the phones and expect to hear an artillery or mortar barrage fall at any minute, with tragic effects to the men of the company as they moved about their early evening tasks. And then its long, dreary hours of quiet, in which I waited expectantly for I knew not what. The supply jeep came and was gone. L Company called to complain that my supply jeep was breaking the wires to their platoons. The runners from battalion came and were gone. 2 more men from the 3rd platoon, sick with colds, arrived to spend the night in the pillbox in an effort to avoid turning into the aid station. They would return to their platoon at dawn. Long and Ante decided to make their shift in platoon positions beginning at midnight. The exchange went slowly. I listened with ears primed with fear for the sounds that would mean an enemy attack while the men were engaged in the shift. 4 o'clock came. Lieutenant Ante called to say that the exchange of positions was completed. 4 o'clock and sleep. I awoke at 10 for the start of the 4th day in the pillbox. It was a day of K-rations, of glorious sunshine, of adjusting artillery fire, of testing telephone lines after enemy shelling, of signing one's name to the envelopes of countless letters, of requesting supplies from battalion, of 1 and 100 little things that were becoming more and more routine. But always there was deep, fearful dread of the enemy mortar shell that dropped unheralded from the sky. of the artillery round that screeched a fiendish warning as it approached, and the deep dread, too, of the darkness that would come tonight, just as it had come last night, and just as it would come the next night and the next. And any night, the darkness might release a horde of fanatical German soldiers eager to kill and drive us from our holes and pillboxes. Or perhaps a flame-throwing half-track spouting its flaming oily death into the deepest recesses of the pillboxes. But the night came and pressed on. 3 men were evacuated with high temperatures from colds. The mail orderly brought the first mail we had received since we left France, and the night wore on. It became increasingly difficult to stay awake. I gave up at 3 o'clock and succumbed to the momentary soothing peace of sleep. Colonel Tuttle called to talk with me at 8 o'clock. Sparky told him I was sleeping, but I heard him and got up, mentally marking off the beginning of the 5th day in the pillboxes. The colonel apologized for waking me. A number of our planes would be over to strafe and bomb German positions the next day. He wanted coordinates from my map of likely targets for the fighters. Sparky told me that an alert BAR man in the 2nd platoon had killed 2 Germans just after dawn. He had picked up a squad of men moving along a dirt road almost a half-mile away. The Germans, evidently, thought it wasn't light enough to be seen. With another man observing the strike of his tracer bullets with field glasses, the soldier had traversed the length of the squad with his automatic rifle. 2 Germans fell. The others made away in a ditch beside the road. A German machine gunner from high on the ridge to our left flank opened up with long-range fire on the area around the farmhouse before I could get back to sleep. The bullets whined, inches above the top of our pillbox. I tried to adjust artillery on his position, but he was evidently firing from a pillbox, and my fire proved ineffective. His bursts of fire caused no casualties, but kept us more confined than usual. My mortarmen were pinned to their cellar in the rear shed the remainder of the day. "The sons of bitches won't even let a man take a crap," Willie said. I remembered that the day was more than just October 8th. It was Sunday. We would soon have been in the positions for a week. I wondered again how much longer we would be there, if some morning orders would come to assault the high ridge to our front, or if welcome news of relief by another unit would come. But other than the realization that it was Sunday, there was little difference for us in the day. Church services were held in Grofkamkenberg, but there was no practicable way our men could attend. Battalion called shortly before dark. A coded message told me that a patrol from Company L would leave around 7 o'clock in an effort to silence an enemy pillbox that had been giving them trouble from their left front. I was to get battalion clearance for all artillery or mortar fires I might call for during the time they were out. The Germans were nervous when night came. The noise of a burp gun would echo across the hills from far to the right. An answering burst would telegraph its nervous message from our front. Minutes later, the same weapon would fire again. Another burst would come from our left front, and another from the left flank, emphasizing the horseshoe-like position which we held. The nervousness was like a malignant disease that ate itself up and down the line and back again. The tracked vehicle that had so alarmed me several nights before returned again shortly after 7 o'clock. I discussed it with the platoon leaders, and we decided that it must be a supply vehicle that brought up food every night. We would ignore it unless it came closer. A rapid burst of small arms fire came from the direction of the L Company patrol. Then 3 faint explosions. Then quiet. 30 minutes later, another burst of fire sounded from farther to the left. Then quiet. The patrol must have met resistance on one route and then tried another, I thought. The second burst of fire must have meant that they were discovered again. I wondered if there were casualties. The supply jeep came and was gone again, taking with it 2 more men for the sick list. Temperatures from colds were climbing. Many men who should be in bed were sticking it out in their holes for just one more day, and then just one more day. The racking coughs must have telegraphed the location of our positions to the enemy. A grenadier from the 3rd platoon heard a noise in the bush to his front. He fired a rifle grenade. The 60mm mortars fired a mission for the 2nd platoon, their muzzle blasts lighting up the back of the farmhouse with an orange flame as they coughed out their projectiles. A few rounds of enemy artillery fell in the draw to our right. We tested our phones. The night settled down to an ominous silence.
28th of November. The night of the 27th to the 28th of November passes quietly, but Meinhardt brings bad news early in the morning. He says that our Spieß and another Wachtmeister from the unit fell yesterday morning. Although we weren't that close to our Wachtmeister, he always kept his distance from us newcomers, we were still pretty shocked. What's more, he was our linchpin and our superior, and in spite of his serious nature, he always concerned himself with our well-being, as much as he was able to here in the bridgehead anyway. Now he is among us no more. There are only 2 service grades left in our company, the Schirrmeister and Unteroffizier Döring. Meinhardt says that in peacetime the Spieß served with the cavalry, and that the job of the soldier was made for him. It doesn't seem to get all that light today. It stays hazy and cloudy, and the visibility is so bad that we have to be really careful in case the enemy suddenly looms up in front of us. Döring therefore sends several men to man the observation posts up ahead. Meinhardt reckons that the Soviets will make use of the weather to get up close to us. As it turns out, he's right. Shortly after this, the observers come back to report that they've heard noises coming from the north and have heard commands in Russian getting louder and louder. They hadn't, however, been able to see anything, but there is no doubt that the enemy is on his way from the north. They hadn't heard any tank engines. OK, so it's the infantry first. We're ready, and we'll give them a warm welcome. Döring sends word that we will open fire only on his command. He intends to let them come close, to within a certain range, and then take them by surprise with crossfire. We are standing with our weapons and getting excited. No one knows what will come at us. These are the worst minutes before combat, when everything in your body is at the highest level of excitement. The minutes become eternities. Then, they're here. The first figures approach, bent double, out of the haze, coming right for us. Everyone's waiting for the signal to fire. Pity I don't have any field glasses, because something seems odd, something that I can't quite understand. Someone yells, "Those are our boys! Don't fire!" Then Döring, "Keep your heads down! Everyone stay down!" We do as we're told and keep looking. The soldiers in front of us are coming closer, and I can see those in front waving. Where have they come from, I am thinking, because their uniforms and steel helmets appear so new. Then Meinhardt's machine gun hammers away, and someone is yelling, "They're Russians! In our uniforms!" The figures in the German uniforms are storming forward in an attempt to overrun us. Behind them come the others, in mud-brown overcoats and dirty camouflage uniforms. We lay down crossfire from all our machine guns and carbines. Those who have not been hit throw themselves to the ground. The attack stops. In front of us we hear shouts. Then 2 Soviet machine guns let loose. A rain of bullets comes towards us, and mortar rounds explode all over the place. Another centimetre, and one of them would have taken out my machine gun. I pull it back and crouch down. "They are attacking again," calls Weichert as he feeds another belt of ammunition in. It's a weird sensation firing on an enemy wearing your own uniform. It's as if you're shooting traitors. They are trying to overrun us in a second and third wave, but they don't make it, especially when the pioneers fire at them from the flank. There are an awful lot of dead bodies lying around on the snow in front of us, which are gradually freezing solid and getting covered by whirling snowflakes. We can hear the wounded groaning and calling out for help, but we can't do anything for them. Some of the dead even have German felt boots on, which we ourselves are in desperate need of. Where possible, these are removed from the stiff, frozen feet of the dead and put to use again. I can't find a pair to fit me, and so I keep my own boots on. Many of the soldiers even help themselves to the primitive ear flaps the Russians are wearing. They seem to be made out of a single piece of pressed felt, but they serve their purpose in the cold. My boots were too large during the summer, but if I hadn't put on an extra pair of very thick socks and placed some newspaper wadding in the boots, my toes would undoubtedly have got frostbite at the start of the winter, like so many other people's did. For this reason, a couple of days ago we received some rather unpretentious-looking overshoes made out of woven straw, which Svina dubbed strawpodschen. Although we can't take very big strides when we're wearing them, they do insulate our feet quite well against the cold ground when we are standing around in our foxholes. Weichert and some of the others are also checking the kit bags of the dead Soviet soldiers, as we have not received any rations since yesterday evening other than a piece of army bread and half-warm tea. Weichert suffers from hunger more than any of us. He finds some black Russian army bread and some pieces of smoked meat, which also originate from German supplies. Svina brings a large bag of machorka for me, as he has noticed that I've been turning my pockets inside out all morning to salvage a pinch of tobacco for my pipe. Tonight we again place the observation posts way out ahead. When Grommel wakes us at about 0300, it is quite cosy in the bunker, but to make up for that, very much colder outside. Everything is covered with rime because of the fog. The machine gun, wrapped in a canvas ground sheet, appears as a white, indeterminate lump. Behind us, on the hillock, a flare goes up. The view from there is better. The fog is thicker in the hollow in front of us. Often we can't even see our hands in front of our faces. I trudge with Svina into the haze. The snow crunches under our boots, and we follow the tracks. Then comes a muffled request for the password. "Railway," I answer quietly. "Come over here." I hear a voice which seems to be familiar, but I can't see anybody. "We are to your right, in the foxhole," says the voice. Then suddenly a figure stands in front of us, and another is climbing out of the foxhole. Damn this thick fog! If they had not challenged us, we might have stepped on them. They report that it's been quiet out front. As soon as the fog has swallowed them up, Svina leaps into the foxhole. I still need to orient myself a bit. I'm only a few meters away from Svina, but I can't hear or see anything of him. I only know roughly where he should be. Bloody fog. I stumble over a dead body and realize that I am too far out front. I do not feel very well, and crouch down as I think I can hear crunching footsteps. More dead bodies are scattered around. An uncanny feeling is coming over me, and I am regretting that I left Svina. I can't call him because he can't hear me. But again I hear those crunching footsteps and muffled voices. Soviets! The thought flashes before me. Now don't panic, I think. My nerves are stretched to the limit. I reckon the Russians often stand around and then call to each other. They manage to keep in contact with each other in the thick fog in this way. Slowly I back away from the noises, and almost step on Svina's head. For him it must be an awful feeling, to be unable to see or hear in the fog. I indicate to him that something is happening in front of us, and it seems almost grotesque when he cups his hand and places it behind his ear to listen. We then creep back and tell the others. We wait until we can hear the voices quite clearly. Then Döring fires off a flare. It lights up only a small area, cold and ghost-like. Some figures stand stiff and immobile, as if with roots in the ground. Then suddenly they disperse. The first ones throw themselves onto the ground. We fire into the darkness. The Russians are yelling something to each other. Then we hear some clatter, which retreats rapidly. A second and then a third flare go up. 5 figures are still lying on the snow. The others have disappeared. We assume they are from a Soviet reconnaissance unit or men who have lost their way. It's only a small group. We fire a few rounds. In the light of another tracer, I see 2 figures leap up and run back. 1 is hit and falls down. 3 are still lying in the snow. Someone from our side is calling out something in Russian. It must be one of our Russian volunteers who was with the supply trains and is now helping us. A Russian is answering him, then stands up and raises his hands. The other 2 follow him. Among the 3 prisoners are 2 women, which we refer to as Flintenweiber. They are said to be more fanatical even than the Soviet soldiers. They do not have much to hide, and say they got lost in the fog with a group of 15 soldiers. We are well aware of their front lines, and also of the fact that their positions are being strengthened day by day. 2nd of December. After thick morning fog, it is now clearing up. There is considerable enemy activity in the direction of Cheer Station. I walk along the trench towards Meinhardt's position. He has been talking to Döring, who has been scanning with his field glasses. "Döring thinks the Soviets are planning for an attack," says Meinhardt. "He has seen lots of vehicles and tanks. Apparently they are moving replacements in by transport." Meinhardt is annoyed that the Russians have the audacity to form up in front of us, calm as you like. "Those swine know full well that we have no artillery, otherwise they would never have the cheek," he grumbles. We watch the enemy for another hour, then we realize that the bulk of their formation is moving southeast towards Verkhnya Chirskye. Another combat unit is supposed to be securing the bridge over the Don. When the Russians take the bridge, they will be in our rear and will have us in the bag. The flashes tell us that their attack is supported by well-equipped tank units. 3 of these dreadful steel monsters are coming along the railway line towards us right now. Suddenly, there are loud engine noises overhead. "Our Stukas are here!" some of the soldiers cry out excitedly. The stress and anxiety within us vanishes in a trice, and we start cheering like children who've just opened a present. So there is some contact with High Command after all. Can it have come from the south bank of the Don? Only later do I find that there is in fact no connection. The pilots had realized what was going on from the air and had acted accordingly. Later, Stuka support is again carried out without any reference to us. Nevertheless, each time they come, they are greeted excitedly, and they help lift our spirits, if only temporarily. First, there is a flight of 3 Stukas, which dive down, then 3 more follow. Their attack in front of us is a real spectacle, but even for us non-participants, it brings a cold, creepy feeling to the spine. The fearsome shark mouths painted on the engine cowlings give the enemy a premonition of the catastrophe that is about to be visited on them. The aircraft first roll to the side, then, with the deafening wail from their sirens getting louder and louder, swoop down on their target. As soon as they have released their bombs, the planes climb steeply, only to dive again on another target. The effect on the morale of those on the receiving end must be terrible. It is just like the inferno of hell, even though the action is taking place far away from us. Within the next few minutes, black clouds of smoke billow into the clear sky. We notice that some of the tanks are moving in zigzag fashion to escape the attacking dive bombers. They don't really have a chance, because the Stukas are over them again and again, sending their bombs down. When they have dropped their bombs, the aircraft turn and disappear over the horizon. Smoke clouds, large and small, show how many targets were hit and destroyed, mostly vehicles, tanks, and heavy weapons. The Stukas have accomplished a great deal, and the Russian infantry has been halted by the combat group south of the Don. We can quite clearly see that the Don Bridge has not been captured by the enemy. But how long will things last? 3rd of December. The ration orderlies bring us thin, cold coffee, which we first have to heat on the stove. Each 4 men receive half a can of beef and a canteen full of zwieback. That has to last until tomorrow evening. Grommel counts out each mouthful of zwieback so that everyone receives exactly the correct amount. It is more than we received yesterday, when we got 1 loaf of bread already mildewed among 3 men. Typically, during this period of the war, hunger so completely dominates our thinking that even the constant worry about our survival takes a back seat. The main topic of conversation is food. Even at night I dream about food, and even dream about a delicious roast being cooked in the oven. Waking up is therefore that much more difficult, particularly when I discover that the noise is only a loud rumble in my empty stomach. Our lives are re-energized when we get enough dry army bread to eat. I chew it slowly in my mouth and savor the exquisite taste. I would even forego the best cakes. I would never have thought bread could be so delicious. But on many days even bread is unavailable. It is taken for granted in normal times, but it's really precious now.
Chapter 5. 1 round at a time. It seemed that I had been asleep only a few minutes when I awoke. The pillbox was a mass of men, moving about with apparently no pattern. A deep, dull throbbing filled my head, accentuated by a fierce pounding that pushed relentlessly against my temples. I jumped from the bunk with a start. The throbbing in my head was a big gun firing. The man seated there by the table was covered with a dull brown dust. Blood was streaming from a gash on his forehead. "A tank's firing right at us, Captain," Sparky said excitedly. "They hit the shed with the mortarmen in it. Sergeant Patterson got a cut on the head." I tried to shake the cobwebs of sleep from my brain. I had been asleep for hours. It was daylight. It was 8 o'clock in the morning. I moved over to the wounded man. He was Sergeant Lee Patterson, a North Carolinian and one of the squad leaders from the mortar section. The wound was bleeding profusely. Another man held a handkerchief immediately below it to prevent the blood from running into the sergeant's eyes. "It's not bad," the sergeant said. "Just a cut from some loose brick. It was flying all around the cellar when the shells hit. Looks worse than it really is, I guess." One of the men from the CP group yelled to us from the entrance. "They've hit the house! They've hit the effing house! It's burning like all hell!" For one awful moment, realization of what it would mean if the farmhouse burned swept over me. There was no other place for all those men inside to go, those that escaped. They could never crowd into this one pillbox, and now the entire hill would be completely exposed. I pushed my way through the crowd of men and reached the entrance. The heat of flames struck me as I reached the outside. Another soldier ran across from the rear shed to the pillbox. The tank fired again, and a shell swished close overhead. I realized with relief that the roaring mass of flame was not the farmhouse, but the big shed that had served as our latrine in the rear. It was half full of straw that evidently quickly fed the hungry flame. The smaller shed, whose basement had housed 2 squads of my mortar section, was a shambles of broken timbers. Just past the shed, the abandoned tank destroyer was being greedily consumed by flame. The tank, or SP gun, was firing from the left flank, from the same vicinity as the machine gunner who had harassed us the preceding day. The armor-piercing shells whirred inches above the top of the pillbox. The flames from the shed leaped higher and higher, fanned by a steady breeze from the rear that pushed them closer and closer to the farmhouse. The men inside the house must have been watching it even more anxiously than I. I felt relieved when I heard the crackle of the farmhouse roof and realized that it was a slate roof and would not burn. "How'd it start?" I asked of no one in particular. Sergeant Tom Castro of San Antonio, Texas, one of the mortar squad leaders, answered. "We were all asleep in the cellar of the shed. I guess it was the first shell that hit square through the door above us. It ricocheted down into the cellar and bounced around the walls, knocked brick everywhere. The second one hit right after. Then they hit the TD. We took off over here." I noticed that all the men from the mortar squads were covered with brown dust from the shattered brick. "I don't see how that effing shell missed getting one of us," another man said. "There were 10 of us in that one little cellar." The enemy gun continued to fire. I went back into the pillbox and called the artillery observer in the farmhouse to ask if he could spot the enemy weapon, but he had been unable to pick it up. Lieutenant John B. Futtaker of Pendleton, Oregon, the anti-tank platoon leader, spoke over the phone before I put it down. He had a man who was hit pretty badly and wanted to bring him over to my CP. They might hit the house. The Kraut gun had already knocked out one of his 57mm anti-tank guns. I called for litter bearers from the aid station to come to the L Company CP, and Lieutenant Futtaker and 3 men brought the casualty over on a makeshift stretcher made from 2 rifles and a blanket. The aid man from the L Company platoon across the trail gave him a shot of morphine. "He was out taking a crap when the shooting started," someone said. "Hell of a thing to shoot a man with his britches down." The soldier had a deep gash in his stomach from a piece of shrapnel. The aid man dressed Sergeant Patterson's wound. 2 men got the litter we had used to remove the bodies from our area, and they started back towards L Company's CP with the casualty. Sergeant Patterson could walk. The tank stopped firing, and the excitement was over almost as quickly as it had begun. The mortarmen made running trips to the cellar of the wrecked shed and brought their dusty equipment to the CP. There seemed to be no other spot for emplacing the mortars. The two sheds had provided the only concealment the weapons had enjoyed. I called the L Company commander, Captain Walter J. Eisler of Butler, Pennsylvania, and explained the situation. He said he thought he could double up his men in the pillboxes to our rear and give us the use of the emplacements 75 yards from my CP. That seemed to be the only solution. Scotty made a hurried reconnaissance and returned in a matter of minutes. He could put 2 of the mortars in the entrance of the rear pillbox, but that left one weapon still exposed behind the farmhouse. But Sergeant Castro's squad was soon digging away at the sloping forward side of the entrance to our CP. We were to have a 60-millimeter mortar embedded in our front door. Captain Anderson telephoned that the fighter planes should be over shortly and that we should display our identification panels in front of our forward foxholes. We were excited at the prospect of seeing the fighters in action and chattered like excited schoolchildren. But we had no sooner displayed the bright orange and rose panels than we were ordered to pull them in. The planes would not be over until shortly after noon, and they had decided not to use panels. I reluctantly ordered the platoons to pull them in. The sun came out. I was seated at the table inside the pillbox when the first drone of the fighter planes reached my ears. Battalion had warned us against rubbernecking, and I in turn had cautioned the platoons. But not a man would miss seeing the demonstration for any amount of pillbox safety. My company headquarters and Sergeant Castro's mortar squad formed an impromptu cheering section at the mouth of the pillbox. 5 sleek P-47s, their wings shimmering in the sunlight, droned high above us in the blue and crossed our position. 3 of the planes seemed to stand guard above the German-held ridge to our front, while the other 2 peeled off into graceful dives, down, down, down toward the German pillboxes. There was not a shot fired at them. Every German in the area must have been hugging the bottom of his hole for dear life. The 2 planes seemed to be on reconnaissance. They did not fire their cannon nor drop their bombs, but climbed gracefully back into the sky for a rendezvous with their companions. Then they appeared to decide that now was the time. Each plane circled high into the air and came down with the skill and grace of a pirouetting dancer upon its target. The bullets from its cannon beating a staccato chant of death as it dived on the Germans below. Someone behind me said, "Oh, them goddamn beautiful birds!" We watched in silent admiration as the planes climbed once again. They appeared to be working individually now upon previously assigned targets. 3 of the P-47s dived again, their cannon fire beating a path on the ground before them. The other 2 came in on their targets in gliding dives. Someone cried, "Look!" and we saw 2 single bombs dropping toward their targets. One crushing explosion followed the other. A 3rd plane headed in on a bomb run. Its missile found its mark. The pillbox which had housed the machine gunner who had harassed us the preceding day. Slabs of concrete cascaded into the air. We cheered. "That was one of the targets we gave him," I said, proud somehow, like a school kid who has his theme chosen for reading to the class. 3 of the planes climbed high into the sky and soared off to the rear. The other made a final strafing run and droned off into the distance to join their companions. Our cheering section began to break up as the men filed back into the pillbox. The Germans had not fired a single shot at any of the planes. "Well, their work's all done for the day," someone said. "Yeah," a mortarman answered, reaching for a shovel. "They'll go home now and have a short scotch and a hot bath and shack up with some mademoiselle or some limey bitch. What a life." "Yeah, and draw a double salary for it," a headquarters man put in. "That's the life for me," Willie Hagan said. "Oh, dry up. You never had it so good." The burning of the shed across the trail had destroyed our only latrine. The barn portion of the farmhouse made a satisfactory substitute, but continued shellings and harassing small arms fire made us wary of crossing the open space to the house. As a solution, we began to dig a latrine on the sloping back side of the pillbox entrance. A group of men was working on the latrine when the first big shell came in. The whirring, screaming approach of the shell preceded it, louder than any we had experienced before, as if a boxcar were hurtling through the air. When it hit, there was a resounding explosion that seemed to rock the very foundations of the pillbox. Flying shrapnel sprayed the trees around the farmhouse. Someone said, "My God, what was that?" The men who had been working outside more dived than ran into the pillbox. There was an excited exchange of words as each man gave his opinion of what the Nazis were throwing at us now. This must be the kitchen sink. Silence fell over the group. A faint explosion from far behind the German lines came to our ears. A few seconds later came the whir of the approaching shell, then the explosion. It was close. Little metal concussion taps on the walls of the pillbox reverberated with a metallic tinkle, announcing to us for the first time that they were there. The face of each man bore a querulous expression, asking with his eyes for the explanation from the faces of his neighbors. Someone said the concussion would blow us apart if one of those babies should hit in the entrance. Another agreed. In the distance, we heard the sound of the big gun firing again. Someone cautioned quiet. We waited expectantly. There followed the scream of the shell, the explosion, the shrapnel spraying the trees around the farmhouse. "Might as well let Battalion in on the fun," I said. "They want shelling reports, so we'll give them one while it's going on." Another shell exploded while I was getting headquarters on the phone. Captain Anderson answered. "They're hitting us with the big baby this time, Andy," I said. Someone stepped to the door to take a compass azimuth on the sound of the gun firing. "I'm getting you an azimuth." "We hear it back here," Captain Anderson said. "Sure sounds big, all right. How long does it take to reach you?" I looked at my watch. "Hold on," I said. "Here comes one now." The big gun boomed in the distance. The seconds ticked away. 13 seconds. 14 seconds. The scream of the shell. I ducked unconsciously. 15 seconds. 16 seconds. 17 Boom. "That one was right on top of you, wasn't it?" "Yeah, damned close. 17 seconds. They seem to be trying for the farmhouse." The soldier returned with the azimuth. 166 degrees, I repeated into the phone. A minute of silence. Then, again, the distant boom of the gun. The elapse of endless seconds. The crash of the shell. The spray of shrapnel. "It's a railroad gun," Willie announced authoritatively. "They had some of those bastards at Brest. They gave us hell till the Air Corps came over and knocked them out." I wish to hell the Air Corps would come over now. I take back everything I ever said about the Air Corps. The shelling continued, one round at a time. They exploded to the right of us, to the left of us, to the rear of us, and to the front of us, but never, as we feared, in the entrance of the pillbox. And through it all, the target, if indeed the house was the target, stood unscathed. We counted the rounds. We reached number 13 and waited again for the distant report of the gun, but it did not come. The battalion adjutant, Captain James T. Noten of Austin, Texas, telephoned around 6 o'clock. Division had set up a rest camp at Vilsam, Belgium, and Company I must send 14 men and 1 officer for a 48-hour rest. They would leave from battalion headquarters at 8 o'clock in the morning of October 11th. I begged to have the quota reduced since we were so short of men, but the answer was no. Sergeant Albin broke down the quota equally among the platoons, allowing 1 man from company headquarters. I designated Lieutenant Brock, over his protests, as the officer to go. The Germans were nervous again when night came. Burp guns echoed up and down the line in the early part of the evening. They tossed in an artillery barrage around 10 o'clock that fell to the rear of the CP, but caused no damage. The 1st and 3rd platoons began their exchange of positions at 11 o'clock and were through shortly after 1. The night settled down to its routine noises. An outgoing artillery barrage whistled a goodbye message above the pillbox. Snores from the sleepers filled the room. Sometimes a sleeper would snore so loudly that I thought surely the enemy would hear, and I would awaken him to tell him to turn over. I didn't know what I expected the Germans to do if they heard it. Savage sealed envelopes for me as I signed my name as censoring officer. I wondered how soldiers could write so much mail. One man had written his wife 5 different letters in the one day and enclosed them in as many different envelopes. I had had only 4 hours sleep the preceding night, and it began to tell on me now. I could hardly keep my eyes open. 2:30. Stay awake. Stay awake. "We'll have to turn in earlier tonight," I said to Savage. "I just can't seem to stay awake. Let's call it quits at 3. Savage sleepily mumbled his agreement. I was nodding often as the hands of my watch neared 3 o'clock, awakening each time with a start and shaking my head in an effort to clear the sleep from my brain. A shot rang out. It seemed to come from the very entrance of the pillbox and was the cue that set off the fusillade. It seemed to come from the very entrance of the pillbox and was the cue that set off a fusillade of small arms fire that reverberated back and forth among the hills. I could discern the slow chatter of one of our heavy machine guns, then the intermingling of the guttural tone of a burp gun. All the sounds seemed to emanate from the area around the farmhouse, as if every conceivable type of small arms vied to be heard above the accompanying noises. The explosion of a German-type concussion grenade joined the uproar. An American grenade exploded, and its fragments whined through the air. A few rounds of mortar fire exploded above the din. I heard the guards scuffle and curse as they tripped on the entrance to the pillbox. I was suddenly more afraid than I had ever been before. My body seemed weak all over, and I wondered if I had the strength to stand up. I opened my mouth to sound the alarm, and I wondered if anything would come out. "Wake everybody up!" I shouted, surprised that words actually came forth. "I don't want anybody caught asleep in this damn pillbox." We had waited long enough. The Germans had come.
Snow over a wide area. A torn-off leg, still wearing a felt boot, hits the ground only a few meters from us. The blood pumping out of the leg slowly colours the snow red. We look at each other helplessly, our faces flushed. Despite the cold, sweat is running down from my forehead into my eyes. My mouth is dry, and my tongue is glued to the roof of my palate. Now the tanks are free to roam about, roll up our positions, and take them over. Then there will be nothing to prevent them from advancing into the village and wreaking havoc there. But at least they have mines in the village, and one of the tanks might not be serviceable. More than that, we don't know. One of the tanks stays near us and continues to churn up the ground. Another ploughs up the ground near Seidel and further over on the right flank, while a third tries to get to the village over the hill. The fourth tank has already managed to negotiate the hill and is firing continuously into the village. In spite of our determined defence, several Soviet soldiers still manage to break into our positions. They are disarmed by Döring and his men in hand-to-hand fighting. Now only my machine gun and those of the 2 sappers are still firing. Weichert, who feeds my ammo belt, complains about the poor quality of the ammunition and the many cartridges which are torn by the ejectors in the breeches. We have only 1 replacement barrel left in reserve. Zvina stands beside me, firing a carbine as fast as he can. He stays down there, reloading with nervous hands. I don't see Grommel, as he is standing several meters beyond Weichert. He quickly throws him 2 machine gun barrels with cartridges plugged in the breeches. "Unplug the casings, Kleiner. You're good at that," he calls to him. Just then he ducks down and exclaims in astonishment, "Bugger! Now the T-34 has discovered our machine gun nest. The T-34 turns its turret towards our position and comes at us, its engine roaring. I pull my machine gun into the trench and throw myself down. Grommel and Weichert dash into the bunker. Svina is already lying behind me in the trench. A harsh metallic shot, and a tank shell explodes exactly where my machine gun once stood. Frozen dirt and hot splinters rain down over my head. There is a loud ringing in my ears, and it feels as if my eardrum has just been perforated. The acrid powder is sucked into my nose and fills my lungs. But I live, and so does Svina. I can hear his convulsive coughing behind me. And there it is again, the rattle and the roaring, as steel tank tracks grind squealing on their rollers. A deathly noise. I press myself like a worm onto the ground. In the trench, everything goes dark. The steel monster is parked directly on top of me, blocking out the daylight. Now the sharp steel tracks are tearing up the edge of the trench. Frozen blocks of dirt fall onto my back and half cover me. Will the monster bury me alive? I remember soldiers telling me that tanks have turned on top of foxholes until the men below could no longer move and suffocated in the dirt. A hell of a way to die. I'm panic-stricken. Maybe it's safer with the others in the bunker. I crawl on my knees to join them, and Svina follows me. The bunker is almost dark, and I can hardly recognize the faces of the others, but I sense the fear and the restlessness in the air. The tank now stands on top of us. What will he do? Will he turn and try to collapse the bunker? The earth is frozen solid, but will the roof of the bunker be able to take the weight? Terrible minutes tick by, during which we can do nothing but wait. Wait for death? We might try to dispatch it with a mine or a magnetic-shaped charge, but we have neither of these to hand, so we can only hope and pray that the death will pass us by. I hear Svina start to pray out loud, and I feel that I also need to steady my nerves by prayer. I haven't prayed since I was a child, believing in my youth that I was strong enough not to need the help of a higher being. But now, facing death and fearing for my life, those long-forgotten words come to mind. I don't say them out loud like Svina and the others. I pray quietly within, without moving my lips. I pray that we will be saved from serious injury and from a ghastly death. Although nothing in our situation has changed, I do sense after my prayer an inner peace and faith, which I can't explain very well in words. Svina has also finished. He looks over at Weichert, who sits in a pile of sheaves on the ground and stares up at the ceiling. Grommel's breathing is loud and excited. He also gazes upwards. Whenever the tank fires a shot, the roof vibrates and dirt and snow fall down between the beams and planks onto our steel helmets. As the engine roars and the steel colossus again moves off, clods of frozen earth fall into the bunker and give us more of a glimpse of the tank track. Not buried alive. That's my main concern. Weichert and the others are panic-stricken. "Out of here!" he cries in alarm, and is the first one to the door. There are lumps of ice in front of the door. Weichert pushes them away with his feet and manages to squeeze out. The trench is half full of dirt and snow, and my machine gun is buried underneath it all. Further over in the trench, several Russian soldiers are moving around, and Varias and Seidel are lobbing hand grenades over there. We can hear the sappers still firing from their trench. Grenades explode over us and land in front of our position. The sappers are trying to provide crossfire with their mortars. It stops the Russian infantry, but not the tank. The tank finally departs and moves towards the village. We realize that we have been dead lucky because the tracks show that the tank actually missed our bunker and only churned up the earth at the left edge. It is now firing at the sappers' machine gun position. We watch in horror as their position takes a hit and realize that the machine gun is now useless. Then he turns and comes back. The T-34 is now shooting at will in the connecting trenches. He rolls over them and turns round, churning up the frozen ground and filling them. Two soldiers, frightened and desperate, jump up and try to flee the trench, but seconds later they are cut down by the tank's machine gun. Another soldier bravely throws a hand grenade against the tank's turret. It smashes against it like a snowball on a wall. The man does not get away quickly enough and is ground down by the tank's tracks. The turret hatch opens, and several hand grenades are lobbed into the trench. While I desperately try to dig my machine gun out from the dirt, Svina throws a hand grenade at 2 Russians who are storming towards us. They fall and writhe around in the snow. Weichert has no time to reload his carbine, so he snatches Grommel's out of his hands and fires at the Russian who is about to jump into our trench. I hit the second Russian with a pistol shot. Blood drips from the wound in his throat. Crying, he runs back. Others run with him. Again, we have a little air. There are only a few Russians in the trenches now, but the T-34 churns on. He grinds down everything under him, and there is no one able to destroy him. Will this be the end? Will a single T-34 be able to destroy us all? The air is filled with terror, and also with anger and helplessness in the face of this steel monster. Another soldier whose nerves cannot stand the pressure of being in the trench gets up and out, and the tank turns around and runs him down, tearing him in half. A terrible sight to behold. Grommel's stomach turns, and he crawls back into the bunker. The tank churns over the position again and again. Then he slowly approaches our bunker. Are we next? Does he know that we're still in there and still alive? What shall we do? Running away is no good, but the bunker could be our grave. In my subconscious I hear several detonations in the village, and I remember the other tank. But my thoughts are concentrated on the steel colossus which is now coming right at us, its engines screaming. It is firing at everything that moves, and in between the shots its machine gun rattles, spraying the blind spots. Is there no hope of salvation? In despair I send a quick prayer up to heaven, and notice that the others, helpless, are seeking cover. Will the monster miss us this time? Surely we won't be so lucky a second time. Or will we? I take one last look at the T-34, which is no more than 30 meters away. Then I suddenly feel transported from hell to heaven. My fright dissipates, and instead my blood begins to pump in excitement. Everything around me is forgotten, and I see only the tractor pulling the anti-tank gun appear over the hillock. Even before it comes to a halt, 3 men jump down, and in no time the gun is detached and swung into position. The gun layer is already turning his wheel to aim the weapon at the tank. Then the tank notices the ATG. The protagonists are no more than 100 meters apart. Slowly the tank turret turns around, seeking its target. Who will fire first? It must be the ATG. But will he hit the enemy? That first shot will decide the outcome. I call the others out of the bunker and almost fall over in my excitement. Then a report tears through the charged air. A lightning-like explosion illuminates the surroundings, and with it comes the hit, right on the turret of the T-34. Seconds later comes another hit, lifting the turret and moving it sideways off the tank. Hurrah! A yell of delight issues from many a raw throat, the amazing release from the terrible despair of the last few hours. Saved! We were literally saved in the last second. Those wonderful fellows with the ATG won the battle with their first shot, cheating the hand of death hovering over us. I feel like giving that crew an enormous hug because of their heroic efforts. Svina, Grommel and Weichert are straightaway back to their old selves. As if stung by a bee, 2 Russians now dash out of Döring's bunker. In our jubilation we hadn't noticed them. They're running for their lives back to where they came from. No shots are fired. Now there is a temporary ceasefire from both sides. We can't stand it in the trenches any longer. We climb out, and with us they all stream like rats out of their holes, dirty, pale, but happy that they have survived. Later we learn that today, in addition to the slightly and seriously wounded, we also have 8 dead to mourn. Some were apparently buried alive in their bunker by the tank. To our dismay and great sorrow, Unteroffizier Döring and 2 of his men also are among the dead. Among us in the trenches, Varias and Seidel remain unscathed. Cooper was wounded in the head and shoulder and was driven down to the village with the other casualties. Meinhardt lost his machine gun because he had not managed to snatch it away before the tank tracks crushed it. Wilke survived the nightmare. Most of the soldiers from the ATG are now in the trenches, and Weichert and I go over to see them and to give them our heartfelt thanks for saving us. The ground between us and the hillock is all churned up and mixed in with snow. A new and peculiar type of odour is in the air. It comes from the mangled human flesh that covers the ground. I have somehow become used to seeing dead bodies, but this is a completely new and frightful experience. Those who lie here are not just dead bodies, with one wound in them or possibly with one part missing. Here are individual lumps of flesh from arms, legs, and buttocks, and in one instance from a head, onto which part of a damaged helmet still clings. These are the remains of the men of the 88mm AA gun and the Quad MG, both of which received direct hits from the T-34 and were blown apart, blasted into the air. I feel so miserable as we stumble forward. The 3 men from the brave ATG crew are still being thanked by another group of soldiers. The Geschützführer is an Unteroffizier. On his breast he is wearing the Iron Cross First Class and the Silver Wound Badge, proving that he has some experience behind him. In our eyes he is a hero, and had he not already got the Iron Cross First Class, he would certainly be awarded one now. The faces of the 3 are dirty, sweaty, and unshaven under their steel helmets. The Unteroffizier looks familiar. Where have I seen him before? I walk towards them, and as he turns round, I can recognize who it is. "Heinz! Heinz Rühmann!" I yell, startling the men nearby. The Unteroffizier has also recognized me in spite of my dirty face. Surprised and delighted at such an unexpected meeting here in this god-forsaken bridgehead outside the Stalingrad pocket, we fall into each other's arms. Still amazed about the coincidence, he wants to know how and since when I have been assigned here to his unit. I explain the situation to him and reflect what a small world it really is, and what chance meetings life often brings. In this vast country of Russia, where there are at the moment 1 million German soldiers, I happen to meet Heinz Rühmann, the youngest son of the principal at the primary and middle school in our hometown. And on top of that, it is he who saves not only me, but all the others from a life-threatening situation, literally at the last second. Some 8 days ago he arrived from Nizhnya Chirskaya at the Don bridgehead on the southern bank of the river. Yesterday he had been ordered to give us support with his ATG against tank attacks. From Heinz I also learned for the first time that our forces have established 2 bridgeheads on the south bank of the Don, manned by remnants from several units, and that our unit here is a so-called buffer unit in an advanced hedgehog defensive position. In other words, we are a sort of suicide unit. Asked about the other 3 tanks, he tells me that one ran onto a mine at the edge of the village. He caught the second along the railway line, and the one which came from the northeast into the village was destroyed by our last tank, itself immobilized with track damage. We have a lot of news to exchange about our home area, but he has orders to return to his position in the village. As he is leaving, he calls back, telling me he will look out for me the next opportunity he has, so that we can catch up on old times. Unfortunately, it never comes to this. I never saw Heinz Rühmann again. I never did find out whether he was killed on the 13th of December in the village, whether he was one of those who remained behind at the Don, or whether he fell or was captured during the defensive campaigns on the Don and Chir. Moreover, his parents, whom I often saw during my next leave, and with whom I discussed our unusual encounter, never discovered what happened to him either. Meinhardt now assumes leadership of the remaining 14 men, as he is the ranking Obergefreiter in our sector. Until the time comes for my guard duty, I sleep like a log. However, when Varias wakes me for my shift, I spring up and tear off like a caged animal which has just been freed. I am still half asleep, but it does prove to me that my nerves are not completely up to par. I am reminded, just as Meinhardt was when he came to us from Stalingrad. God, in the bunker area near Businovka, we were all so full of eagerness and the desire to win, and how impatiently we waited for the opportunity to fight at the front. Now, after exactly 3 weeks in combat, no one talks of heroism or enthusiasm anymore. On the contrary, the only wish is to get out of this death trap alive. This is not war as we imagined it would be, and of which we talked. As soldiers, you know that war also can mean death. But to talk about it without experiencing it is like talking about a house on fire without being in it. We have been in the fire for days and experienced the searing heat, and we have lost many of our comrades. 12th of December. When Wilke relieves me from guard duty early this morning, there is a pale red strip of light on the horizon to the east. "It will be a sunny day," says Wilke, and I agree. Towards morning it always becomes colder, and I am thoroughly frozen and glad that there is heat in the bunker. Svina is leaning against the wall and is chewing on a piece of bread. Grommel is also awake and has kept the coffee warm for me, even though it came by an hour ago. After a long time without, we now receive a spoonful of marmalade with the square bread. Grommel is definitely a good friend, but I'm not sure that I can actually understand him. Is he really unable to shoot at the enemy? Why? It can't be because of fright, because during our counter-attacks he didn't hesitate to come with us. But that business yesterday about having his carbine with the safety catch on, when Weikert wanted to use it, that was bad. And it would have become even more obvious if the attackers had been any closer to us. He did make up for things, however, by clearing out the cartridges that had got stuck in the machine gun barrel. He is an expert at that. We often take minutes to remove a jammed cartridge, but it's no problem for him. That was vital yesterday, and Grommel was a great help. In the sky we see a twin-tailed German observation plane flying towards Stalingrad. He runs into a white cloud of anti-aircraft fire. Shortly afterwards he is shot down, leaving a dark smoke trail. Another aircraft flies low overhead and drops some supplies and ammunition boxes over the village. This evening we should be able to have some biscuits again. Apart from an hour of artillery fire, today must be considered a quiet one. Grommel, who knows every day of the week, tells us that it is Saturday. But what difference does the day of the week make? Today is almost like a holiday. How undemanding we have become. Just because the artillery has shelled us less than usual, we find it peaceful and manageable. But will it be like this tomorrow? We wish it could be. But wishes are like dreams. In reality, they melt like snow in the spring sunshine. Therefore, it will probably be a day like those before, with little hope and the unasked questions. Who will it be this time? Who will lie cold and stiff on the brutal and terrible Russian soil? Whose death will be witnessed and mourned by close friends? It's a good job no one knows in advance whether he is the next. For those who are hit, death always comes as a surprise, and much too early. And when it does come, we hope it will be over very quickly. Up till now, it was only our enemies who lay badly wounded along our front and whose cries I could hear. I often wake up at night thinking I can hear them moaning in the dark, with no one able to help them. God protect us from this terrible fate. 13th of December. I slept badly last night. When Grommel wants to wake me, I am already awake. I'm not at peace within myself, and I can't explain it. I have a gnawing sensation in my stomach, like an ant-hill. The cold outside is good for me. I meet Varias, who is on patrol in our sector. He tells me that the rumour is circulating that Generaloberst Hoth, with his tanks, is on the way to break open the pocket around Stalingrad. Is it true, or is it as usual just gossip? Perhaps it really is the great salvation that all those who are surrounded are so fervently hoping for. But will it also do something for us here in our battered hedgehog position? Again, questions to which no one seems to have any answers. The wind suddenly carries sounds to us of a sort we've not heard before. They are a bit like trumpet blasts, repeated at various distances. Later, we hear the noise of powerful engines approaching through the night from the direction of Chir. The trumpet sounds are new, and we can't make head nor tail of them. When I meet up with Meinhardt, he says that he has noticed searchlights being turned on over there now and then.
Looks like he is assembling troops over there,
he says to himself, and then adds, Ivan is definitely up to something. If we only knew what. The air around us becomes electric. The entire sector is now awake. Soldiers are emerging from the trenches and are walking nervously back and forth. Everyone is looking towards the front, but it is still too dark to make anything out. When I go to wake Weichert at 5 o'clock, he is already standing in front of the bunker gazing towards Cheer. The nervous feeling in my stomach is now stronger. I remember that this same feeling of unease would also come to me at home, most often when I was about to start an important sports event. Here, however, it is much stronger. It is a concentrated excitement, brought about by the knowledge that something threatening is approaching, and we don't know what it is. A stifling situation. But we have to wait until the grey of the morning. Little Grommel is the only one left in the bunker. I go inside to warm up my drink over the last bit of heat left in the oven. The drink is a leftover from the supply container dropped earlier. Grommel is sleeping, but his breathing is irregular. He is lying with his face towards the wall, and every so often his body gives a twitch. Just as I am about to pour my hot drink from my mess kit into my canteen cup, he suddenly leaps up with a yell and rushes, still half asleep, to the bunker entrance. I drop my cup in astonishment and grab him by the sleeve. He flails his arms wildly and yells, "Svina! Svina! I'm coming! Help him! Help him!" I grab him around his midriff and hold his arms tight. Then I see that he is once again calm. Weichert stands beside us and asks in a quiet voice, "What was the matter, Squirt? Did you have a bad dream? You know that Svina is with Meinhardt in his bunker." Then we go out into the frosty morning air. In the east, a narrow strip of light is announcing the dawn of a new day. Grommel is still a bit groggy and is searching for words to explain his dream, but what he says is lost in the infernal racket which is going on. It comes at us with such a force that there must be 1,000 devils in the air, and the earth around us is being consumed like a boiling hell. Before we rush back into the bunker, Wilke, who is standing guard outside, comes dashing over and falls to the ground right in front of us. We look at each other with disturbed white faces. Nobody says a word, but fear is obvious in every wrinkle of our skin. Our eyes gleam feverishly. Hell is fuming. Fire and glowing steel fall from the sky all around us. If we didn't know that the devastating shellfire was coming from the Soviets, we could be forgiven for thinking that here, on the 13th of December, the end of the world had begun. I can't stand it in the bunker anymore. I want to see this hell in which we will all perish. When I raise my head just a little above the edge of the bunker, I am paralyzed with fear. The surface of the ground is dancing all the way up to the hillock in a hellish turmoil. Not a single square foot seems to be still. Fountains of earth mixed with cold snow and glowing splinters of metal churn over the area, being peppered with shell fragments. Nobody, but nobody, could take even a couple of steps without being caught up in this cauldron. The bursting, thunderous noise and the screaming in the air are so loud that we can no longer make ourselves heard. On top of our bunker there are already a number of shallow craters caused by mortar fire, Stalinorgel, and light infantry weapons. But so far the roof, which we only reinforced 2 days ago, has held up. The hellish inferno ebbs somewhat after about half an hour, but it seems to us like an eternity. The communication trench and our position have been almost filled. It's a wonder we're still alive. What does the enemy have in mind now? We know that this crazy shelling can only be preparatory to an attack, but the enemy is still hidden by the morning mist. Somebody calls out my name. Then we see Varias. He comes rushing with long strides between the mortar explosions and falls almost to his knees in front of us. He is so out of breath that he can't speak straight away. His dirty face is sweaty and caked, but where we can see his skin, he is white as a sheet. Then he shrieks. "Düring's bunker has been hit again. Meinhardt, Svina, and the rest have been killed. The chap on the outside is only slightly wounded, and I have already bandaged him up, but Seidel and 2 others have also been hit. I need more bandages so I can attend to them." Weichert presses 2 packs of bandages into his hand, and he dashes back, zigzagging to avoid the incoming mortar rounds. The deaths of Meinhardt and Svina hit us heavily. My tears are caused not only by the acrid powder fumes. Fright increasingly grips me. My throat is parched, and I feel as if I am being strangled. I follow Varias with my eyes, and see that he jumps into the trench unharmed. Then Wilke yells hysterically, "Tanks are coming! In great masses! Swarms of them!" His last words are drowned out by the noise of the explosions from the shells the tanks are firing at us. Then I see them too. First, it's like a wall of fire advancing on us. Then a horde of brown beetles slowly approaches across the white steppe. A tank attack. Weichert hurriedly counts 50, but there must be more. So this is what the Soviets have prepared. A colossal tank attack against our desolate, poorly equipped outpost here, which has been holding him back and has inflicted far too many losses on him for far too long. Belching a threatening ripple of fire, the T-34s advance parallel with the railway line towards the village. Within the next quarter of an hour they will have reached it and will be able to roll up or cut off our position from the rear. We know that our time here has run out, and that the time of terror without end, the terrible end, has come. The question is there still a chance for us to escape this fate? We are standing in the protection of the bunker and are staring with sweaty faces now at the oncoming tanks, now at the fiery explosions on the churned-up field, up towards the safety of the hillock. A number of men near the hillock are now jumping out of their trenches and running up towards its protection. They want to reach the village before the tanks do, so that they can then escape over the frozen River Don. The sappers have also left their positions and are running towards the hillock. More and more men do likewise. They are running through a rain of shellfire and splinters. The further they have to run, the less chance they have of making it alive. The ground in between is littered with weapons, coats, equipment, and other items, discarded so the men can run faster. Many of them are struck down and remain lying on the ground. Others manage to get up again and run on, bleeding. What should we do? Grommel and Wilke run like caged animals into and out of the bunker. Weichert ducks down beside me, ready to run, but he has still not decided. He points at 2 figures jumping out of the trench and now bounding through the deadly fire towards safety. I recognize the tall Varias and also Seidel, who has a bandage around his head. Seidel falls, but springs up again and carries on. Wilke excitedly indicates to us that the first tanks have already reached the village. What should we do? Rush after the pair of them? We are furthest from the hillock, and if we are lucky enough to reach it, what awaits us behind it? Obviously we can't stay here in the bunker. That means death or imprisonment. Then, rather death. To be taken prisoner by the Soviets? That I would never live through. "They have all gone," yells Wilke, surprised and agitated. "No, not all of them yet. There are still some in that position there," replies Weichert. But Wilke has already taken off his webbing and is running into the seething cauldron. I can see him throwing away his heavy overcoat as he runs along. Then I lift Weichert and Grommel up over the edge of the trench. They have already stripped off all unnecessary baggage and are running for their lives. Now it's my turn. Am I the last one? No, I can still see a couple of men waiting. What for? There are but 2 possibilities, run or stay. It calls for just as much daring to stay in the bunker and wait for the Soviets as it does to run through the explosions. What a perfect soldier I am. Instead of freeing myself of all extraneous weight, I want to take along my belt and all my equipment. As I run, I notice very quickly that I am not getting away fast enough, so as I run I tear off my overcoat and loosen my belt. The whole lot falls to the ground, and I keep only my .08 pistol in my hand. I dash over the shell craters and stumble over the items which the fleeing soldiers have discarded. All around me grenades and shells are bursting. It is a run for life or death. Many have not made it to the hillock. They are lying silently or moaning on the ground. Others are calling for help. How can I help them? I could be lying there beside them any moment. The fear of death or a serious injury blanks out every other thought, and I see only the chance of saving my own skin. As I reach the hillock and disappear behind it, coughing and drenched in sweat, I have long since lost sight of my friends. I stumble over a dead body and fall in the snow, which here is still white and almost virgin. The body I have just stumbled over is that of Unteroffizier Schwarz, lying in a pool of blood from several wounds. Judging from the colour in his face, he can only recently have died. Then I see a new danger in front of me. Several T-34s have turned in front of the village and are now blocking the path of the escaping soldiers. They are driving several men before them, and the latter are running for their lives, trying to escape by zigzagging like rabbits. But the tanks are firing with their machine guns. Some of the men fall and are ground up by the tank tracks. I have to get through. It hammers away in my head. I have to stay in the blind spot of the tank. In spite of this, the bullets spray around my head, and then I sense a hit against the left side of my chest. Am I wounded? I don't feel anything which slows me down or weakens me, so I continue in my headlong rush. Suddenly, Wilke is beside me. He buckles at the knees and coughs. "Shit, I can't go on! It's murderous!" I grab him by the arm and pull him up, but after a couple of paces his legs give out again. Has he been hit? Horrified, I see a T-34 tank bearing down on us. With my last ounce of strength I jump aside, but Wilke can no longer get up. The tank track is already over his body, and his terrified yell is swallowed up by the gunfire of the T-34. It never noticed the human being it just ran over. The tank is now firing at individual soldiers. Nothing restrains me anymore. I run and run until my lungs wheeze like a pair of old bellows. Finally, I reach the railings and vault over them. I fall down on some hard ground on the other side. For a moment, I remain lying there. The sweat is running down my forehead into my eyes. When I wipe my forehead with the back of my hand, it is bloody, but it is only a small graze from falling on the stone. Then I notice a ruined hut. That would give me some cover. I must get over there. And with a couple of strides, I make it. The broken-down door lies on the floor. Too late do I discover that lurking behind the remains of a wall is a T-34, its turret hatch open. A thunderous shot almost bursts my eardrums. Suddenly, a Soviet soldier jumps over the remains of the wall into the house and becomes glued to the spot. We are both surprised and stare at each other. He is unarmed, and I am holding my .08 pistol in my hand, aimed at him. The Russian is young, just like me, and is staring with concern at my pistol. If he attacks me, I will shoot. But he doesn't move. He just stands there and lets his hands fall to his sides. Slowly, I move backwards, until my back hits a beam. Then I turn and run away to the protection of some bushes close to the riverbank. There I meet up with a group of soldiers who, like me, are completely exhausted, and who, after a short pause to catch their breath, throw themselves onto the snow-covered ice of the Don. Under the terrifying machine gun and heavy fire from the many tanks which have assembled at the riverbank, they are trying to make it across the river to the safety of the other side, joining the ranks of all the other German soldiers who, in a sheer state of panic, are now engaged in a life-or-death struggle. In order to avoid falling into the hands of a merciless enemy, they choose to take the lesser risk of running over the deadly ice, which minutes earlier stretched away peacefully. I also clutch at this straw of hope and race off. The ice is too thin for the tanks, which therefore line themselves up on the high ground along the banks and fire at us as if at a shooting range. The shells explode without let-up. Men are falling onto the snow left and right. The white covering is now colouring itself blood red. The dead are lying in heaps, and the wounded are groaning and calling for help. In many places the ice has cracked open from the shell fire, and fountains of water are erupting high into the air. Many of the bodies lying on the snow disappear into the gurgling water as the ice breaks up. I run, stumbling over dead and wounded, hearing only explosions and aware that the snow is becoming stained red with blood. Then, finally, I reach the safety of the other bank. There aren't many of us who can manage to reach the far riverbank and seek the protection of the birch forest there. But even here we are not safe. The tank shells are exploding in the treetops, and splinters and branches are constantly raining down. Many who thought they were safe here have been injured. There are lots of bunkers in the forest. As we are running past one, an Unteroffizier waves us in. I stumble through the entrance and need some minutes before I can breathe normally again and talk. I send a thank you prayer to heaven, grateful that I've been able to survive the death run across the Don. The bunkers are in surprisingly good condition, clean and all professionally constructed with birch trunks of the same length. They must have been built to last. But who knows how long they have been standing empty? One soldier reckons that they were occupied by an artillery unit at one time. He has seen the prepared artillery positions on the banks of the Don. I should think that it's possible to hold out here for some time. The Unteroffizier offers me a cigarette. When I reach into my left breast pocket to take out my lighter, my fingers grip a piece of iron, deformed by a bullet or a splinter. The material is broken, and my fingers run through it. I can smell the gas which has leaked out in my uniform. Now I remember the hit I felt in the left side of my chest as I reached the hillock. The solid lighter that Stabsgefreiter Graller gave me in Stalingrad probably saved my life. I wonder what became of him and the others. But this is not the time to reminisce. We have to go on. One soldier, among the last to make it through the terrible ordeal on the Don, splutters that enemy infantry with mortar units are coming over the ice and will soon be here. We can't hold them up. We have no weapons. The Unteroffizier hasn't even got his submachine gun, and I am the only one who still has a pistol. We follow the Unteroffizier, who runs ahead of us through the forest underbrush. Terror remains deep in the bones of us all. Overhead, we can hear the mortar rounds exploding in the treetops, raining splinters down upon us. Our helmets would have come in handy now, but we threw them away because they hindered us during our headlong rush to get away. At the edge of the forest, we emerge onto the snow-covered steppe. An icy wind drives the powdery snow into small mounds, which then form into drifts. My body is slowly recovering. The sweat on my skin is slowly drying up. But now I begin to freeze. The same is happening to the others. Collars are pulled up, and those who still have caps are pulling the flaps down over their ears. We seek cover from the icy wind in a Rachel, where we find another group of exhausted soldiers who belonged to our unit. They have dug themselves holes in the snow to protect themselves from the icy wind. In one of these holes, to my great delight, I come across my friends Varias and Grommel. They both made it safely over the Don, but now they are really freezing. Varias does not even have a cap on his head, while Grommel is sitting in the snow hole, shivering. Cold can be deadly, particularly when the body is emaciated like ours. And there is not a house nor a barn to be seen, nowhere to crawl for some warmth. So we must go on until we can find some of our own men. But where are they? Have they gone so far south that we won't be able to find them? Walking and pressing against the wind are very tiresome, although the exercise does keep the bones moving. Some of the wounded soldiers can't make it any further. We rest in the next Rachel and dig holes in the snow. But to stay there too long will give us frostbite, so I force myself to get out and run up and down from time to time, so that the stiffness in my body loosens. 14th of December. In the early hours of the morning we are driven from the Rachel by heavy fire. The Soviets have noticed us and have trained their mortars on us. We run like frightened chickens. The biting wind whips cold snowflakes into our hot faces, immediately converting the snow into small streams of water which freeze solid into small clumps hanging from the stubble on our unshaven faces. When we regroup, we hear fire being exchanged to the right. Then German soldiers suddenly appear, running towards us out of the mass of whirling snow, calling out that the Russians are right behind them. We join them and run along together. Behind us, a Russian machine gun is rattling away and rifle shots snap. One man turns around and yells like crazy. He holds his rifle in front of him and blazes away at the enemy, but after a few paces he falls, hit to the snow. One more has lost the battle. We race on. The shooting behind us increases. Amongst the firing we hear the Soviets in their forward charge yelling, Their hurrahs are right behind us and make us run even faster. Suddenly, 3 tanks appear in front of us, German assault guns. They wait until we have passed them, then open fire. The cries and the firing behind us are silenced. The assault guns move slowly forward and fire at maximum rate. Then we suddenly find ourselves in the middle of a combat unit, moving forward with the tanks in a counterattack to throw the enemy back. But for how long? Following the counterattack, we join up with this combat force and return with them to their jump-off point. The lieutenant in charge decides to integrate our unit, about 30 men, into his one. The men are lying in the protection of a kolkhoz and some farm buildings. Even though we get something to eat after going without for 2 days, I still feel totally miserable. Or is this cowardice? After all, what can you expect from a soldier who has just passed through the scorching heat of hell and looks as though he has succumbed to the miseries there, like virtually all his friends and comrades have? Should he accept their deaths simply as the soldier's fate, without question, and keep on fighting? Damn it! I would do it if we were launching an attack and had some chance of winning. But here we are, running scared. Is it cowardice when you no longer have anything in your hands with which you can defend yourself? This rabble, the one with which we 3 have ended up, has done nothing, God knows, to improve our will to fight. They're stragglers, like the ones who came over to us near Ritchov, but their combat morale is so low that we are forever having to put up with them going on about how best they can get the hell out of it. We're told how the leaders have had to use their guns to keep the men obedient. They'd bolted once, before the enemy was even seen. Some even shot themselves in their arms or legs. They would hold a loaf of bread in front of the muzzle to make sure there would be no powder burns or singe marks. Those found out will be court-martialed and can expect to be executed. An Obergefreiter will be court-martialed because he is supposed to have deliberately allowed both his feet to get frozen. Before they brought him to the medics, he told us that following a Russian attack, he had saved himself by playing dead. In order to avoid being detected by the enemy, he had spent the entire night in a snowdrift. When another combat unit freed him the next morning during a counterattack, his feet were 2 blocks of ice. It was his tough luck that no one in this combat unit knew him. We are given a carbine and ammunition from our new unit. In addition, I'm able to get hold of a second-hand and originally white camouflage suit with a quilted jacket and trousers. There are no more helmets. The few houses are all full up. Our squad is led to a shed, which has gaps between each vertical plank in the walls so large that the wind blows the ice-cold snowflakes through. We cover them as best we can with ground sheets. There is only wet straw to sleep on, but even this is better than camping outside in the icy steppe. The next morning we receive a hot liquid which is passed off as coffee, but at least it warms our insides. 15th of December. My spirits have hit rock bottom. We learn that a group of soldiers has actually disappeared with a truck, and we are now left with 3 assault guns and 2 trucks. It is said that the men who left belonged to a penal company before they came here. How rumours fly. We march off, always forward and somewhere in the direction of the front. The snow is falling more heavily, and soon we can only see a white surface in front of us, interrupted only by the occasional bush. Where are the positions supposed to be? If they do exist, they must have been covered by the snow. The houses behind us have long since disappeared behind the curtains of snow, and the Feldwebel seems to be ill at ease in this winter wasteland. He decides to halt in front of a wide Rachel. Suddenly, coming from somewhere or other, rifle shots can be heard. Out of the whirling snow, several figures appear and run with us into the Rachel. They are German soldiers fleeing from the enemy. They tell us that they've been lost in the snowy waste since yesterday, and only by good fortune have been able to get away from the Soviets, who seem to be everywhere. They belonged to a combat group that was in position on the frozen River Chir, and which yesterday was overrun by a pack of T-34 tanks with mounted infantry. The survivors had bolted, and are now wandering around somewhere in the steppe. One soldier was shot during the last exchange of fire. He could not run any further, as he had fallen asleep last night, and both his legs had frozen. The Soviets in front of us were working on getting their 4 mortars ready to fire. The Feldwebel is undecided. He sends a runner back to request that the 3 assault guns be moved up. As soon as they get here, we'll attack the mortar position. We wait, and because of the cold, we dig ourselves into the snow. For a while we are warm because of the recent movement, but as the wind increases, it whistles through our clothing to our very bones, causing them to tremble. Varias wraps his hands intermittently on his calves, arms, and shoulders. The winter coat with which he was issued is much too short, and his legs are stuck into a couple of slit-open felt boots that were removed from a dead soldier. Grommel, too, wears second-hand felt boots, and his coat is only a thin, ragged army type. But he says that he has a warm, and probably lice-infested, lamb's wool vest underneath, which another soldier tried on in the kolkhoz and found to be too tight. On his head he wears a Russian fur cap, given to him by one of the assault gun crewmen. He therefore looks like a Russian, and some of our men are already calling him Ivan. With my camouflage outfit, I am definitely the best off, but nevertheless I still freeze horribly here in this bloody country, where Napoleon and his entire army perished. Everything I have read about this episode in the history books I am now experiencing for myself. I shudder when I think about being wounded here in this snowy wasteland and lying helplessly until my body slowly turns into a lump of ice. Why don't the assault guns come? We wait, and then... Too late. We hear the mortar shells rushing in. In spite of the fact that they hit the ground some distance away, splinters do zip through the air and pass close to our heads. It doesn't particularly upset us. We're used to much worse. I even decide to stand up so that I can keep my feet moving. Then a shell explodes on the slope across from us. We can see the splinters fizzing in the snow. A soldier calls out, and I feel a slight pain underneath my left kneecap. They are calling for the medic who is in our group. He is taking care of the wounded man, whose thigh has been torn open by a splinter, and who as a result is bleeding heavily. He is an Obergefreiter wearing the blue uniform of a Luftwaffe field division. He came to this group with 3 others when his own unit was decimated. After the medic has taken care of the man, I show him the place where I felt a hit. Directly under my kneecap there is a small hole about the size of a pea. It doesn't hurt, and I can move my leg okay, but a thin trickle of blood, almost black in colour, is running down my shin. The medic attaches a plaster. "Too bad," he says, almost apologetically, and shrugs his shoulders. I know what he means. He is trying to tell me that unfortunately it does not qualify me for a Heimatschuss. I feel the disappointment. A hope has been dashed. And then I think how quickly human feelings and attitudes can change. It is only a matter of weeks since I was dreaming of glory and heroism, and was so full of élan that I was almost bursting. Now I long for a Heimatschuss, because it appears to me to be the only way that I can, with any sort of honour, say goodbye to this soul-destroying environment, and, for at least a few weeks, get away from this awful country and its gruesome winter. Is it cowardice to think like this, to start comparing our war here with trying to stop a full-blown avalanche merely by using human bodies? With human beings who, full of despair and freezing to death, shiver in icy holes in the snow, and each morning thank God that their bones have not frozen solid because they are still needed to help you get away to safety from the attacking enemy. I don't think that this rabble of soldiers, thrown together and without proper heavy weapons, will be able to hold back the Russians here on the Don and Cheer this winter. Anyone who can escape from the situation with just an injury really can talk about his luck. But thinking that you might fall into this category isn't being realistic. It's a dream. And when does a dream ever come true? The path of a splinter or bullet does not conform to the wishes of the ordinary soldier. Splinters and bullets are hard, hot, and nasty. They search out life hiding in dirty rags and try to extinguish it with one blow. The wind gets stronger. It howls through the Rachel and swirls around us in our hole in the snow. It drives the powdery snow into our faces and melts on the warm skin. When I move my left leg, I can feel a painful pulling sensation and a slight swelling. Late in the afternoon, the 3 assault guns arrive. Because of the heavy driving snow, they want to wait until they attack. But the enemy preempts us. For the Soviets, this is attack weather. We first notice them as they draw close to our Rachel. The assault guns are using anti-personnel shells. We fire blindly into the snowy haze. The flakes drive into us, gluing up our faces and our eyes. Then the phantom disappears. We have hardly put down any counterfire. "It was only a reconnaissance squad," says a Gefreiter who belongs to the Feldwebel's circle. He tells us that the enemy attacked here yesterday morning and that a number of dead soldiers are lying covered up by the recent snow. Then we hear a firefight on one of our flanks. The assault guns are ordered to return to the kolkhoz. How will things develop now? We stay in our snow holes and wait. I want to stand up again, but find that I can't. It's as though I have a wooden leg. The knee is completely stiff. If the enemy attacks now, I'm afraid I'm finished. I'm not able to walk, let alone run. Oh no. In my anxiety, I call for the medic. He taps my swollen knee, which has come up like a balloon. The skin is stretched taut, as if it has been brushed with dope, and is dark blue. "Hemorrhage," says the medic. The massive internal bleeding came about because the little hole was stopped up with the plaster, and the blood could not therefore escape, but instead built up inside my leg. "I can't do anything with it. The leg has to be placed in a cast and immobilized. But before the medics in Nizhny-Chirskaya put your leg in a cast, you should show the splinter to a doctor, because otherwise it could easily cause blood poisoning." "Nizhny-Chirskaya? How do I get there?" I ask, surprised, but also happy that I now perhaps can get out of this mess. The medic shrugs his shoulders. "I don't know that either." "But I can't walk." Then I feel a tension in my guts, which I always feel when anxiety suddenly overtakes me. "I know," nods the medic. "I've also got the wounded Obergefreiter. I wanted to send him along with the assault guns, but they had no room for a stretcher case." Damn! Now I've got the opportunity to get away from here, and I'm not able to. How unlucky can you get? But I again get a glimmer of hope as the medic returns and tells me that we are to stay here in the Rachel tonight and will receive our provisions here. Then we should be able to return to the kolkhoz with the supply vehicle. When that supply vehicle is due, he doesn't know. We'll just have to wait. Well, what does that mean? How long? 2 or 3 hours? It really doesn't matter, because I know that I'll soon be on my way to safety, but I'm not there yet. I spend the next few hours in two minds. I can't yet believe that I'll be able to get out of here, out of this snowbound steppe, which has no feelings for anybody, and which only intensifies my fear of being wounded or suffering a terrible death through freezing. But the next enemy attack, which we cannot possibly withstand, could alter everything. I can't walk, and I'd have to stay here in this lousy hole in the snow and wait for the end. I can only pray that it won't happen. My prayers must have been heard, because the supply truck comes earlier than expected. He also brings orders for the entire force to depart immediately, as the enemy is reported to have already broken through the defences on the flank of the kolkhoz. The truck driver is in a hurry to return. Varias and Grommel carry me to the truck. The Obergefreiter's 3 friends do the same for him. We lie on the bare truck bed, leaning our backs on the sides. The Obergefreiter is in great pain. He groans as he says his goodbyes to his friends. The thought that Varias and Grommel will remain here puts a damper on my excitement to be getting out of here. Something wells up in my throat, further and further until my eyes water. It's as if I'm abandoning them. We 3 were, among the many unknown and foreign soldiers, like brothers. We stuck together through thick and thin and helped each other whenever we could. As they give me their hand in farewell, Grommel wipes his eyes with his arm, and Varias tries to hide his feelings by overplaying his mood, boldly announcing, "Don't forget to say hello to the blonde waitress in the Tivoli. Tell her that I'll soon be there to arrange a date with her." I force myself to laugh and assure him that I will tell her. Then the truck drives off into the darkness. In spite of the truck's tarpaulin, the wind blows from all sides, chilling me through to the marrow. The truck follows the tracks which the assault guns have made. Every time the vehicle goes over a bump, we feel the truck bed shake. The Obergefreiter groans softly. He appears to be in considerable pain. Apart from putting on a bandage, the medic was unable to do anything for him. He feels in his pocket and gives me an Activa. That's what we call a ready-made cigarette you get in a packet, as opposed to one you roll yourself. I'm thankful, for I've got only a couple of flakes of coarse, curly-cut tobacco for my pipe left in my pouch. We inhale the smoke in silence. The truck jolts and makes a sharp turn. I can feel my knee. The wounded man suppresses a cry of pain and groans, "Damn and shit! First you wait day and night for a Heimatschuss, and then everything changes. You can't even be happy about it, because you have to slink away from your mates. Which of those poor devils will ever see home again?" It's a good thing he can't see my face in the dark, nor taste the bitterness I've felt in my throat ever since we left. Not even the sharp flavour of the tobacco can drive away this sensation. As we come to the settlement by the kolkhoz, there is a general atmosphere of breaking camp. They have been waiting for the truck. Away to the west, we can hear intermittent tank fire. An officer allows some clothing to be packed on the truck. An Unteroffizier and a couple of men sit down among the packages. One of them has a headband. I can't see his face in the darkness, but I recognize him by his voice. "Kurt Seidel!" I call out, surprised and delighted. It is him. We have quite a lot to tell each other, the death run over the frozen Don and everything thereafter. He tells me that he was waiting with the others at the riverbank for too long. When he did finally start running, the first Russians were right behind him. By then, the tanks had eased off. He managed to get away from the Russians with 3 others and later ran into another group of stragglers who were being chased by the Russians. They didn't come across this larger combat unit until today. I point to his headband. Seidel tells me that it's just a small wound which has almost completely healed, but because he hasn't got a cap, he has left the bandage on to help keep his head warm. He does not belong to the fortunate ones with Heimatschüsse, but must remain here and continue to look after himself. We haven't seen each other since that time. By the time I was being loaded into an ambulance with many other wounded, just before we got to Nizhny Chirskaya, Seidel had jumped off the truck with the others. Only later, when I was with the convalescent company, did I learn that he had been killed. The ambulance pulls up in front of a large building. The slightly wounded get out, while I and 2 others are carried in on stretchers. In the room it smells of ether and carbolic. Everywhere there are wounded lying around. Some of them are groaning. From outside comes the sound of commands being given. Tractors and tanks rumble by. I can hear artillery fire in the distance. I am no longer concerned about all this. I feel safe here. But am I really safe here? One chap tells me that he was wounded just 2 hours ago, not far from here, up north. The Soviets are attacking all the time, and according to him, we won't be able to hold them back for very long. In spite of this, I sleep quite well on the straw bed because I am dog-tired. The unaccustomed heat in the room and the knowledge that I don't have to go out tonight have relaxed my body. 16th of December. As 2 medics lift me up on a stretcher, I rise sleepily and immediately fall back on the stretcher with a groan. For the first time I feel a really stinging pain in my knee. They bring me into a well-lit room. Someone is just about to collect together some amputated, blood-soaked body parts in a ground sheet. Later, another man comes over to me, dressed in a blood-stained rubber apron. The sergeant accompanying him addresses him as Herr Oberstabsarzt. He cuts my left trouser leg with a pair of scissors, as well as my 2 pairs of long johns. He examines my knee. My leg is dark blue from my thigh all the way down to the calf, and as thick as an inflated inner tube. He gives me an injection and tells an assistant to put my leg in a splint and cover it in a plaster cast. "There is nothing more we can do," he says, before he moves on to the next patient. The medic cuts off the rest of my trousers and underwear all the way up to my thigh, lays the leg in a splint and covers it expertly with the wetted plaster of Paris bandages. The gypsum sets quickly. After I receive a wound receipt with the appropriate dates stamped on it, duly fastened to my chest, I am transferred into a special room where other patients in care are resting. From some of the wounded, I learned that those who can be moved will be transferred to Morozovskaya, where there is a larger medical assembly station. A day later, I am again loaded into an ambulance.
Chapter 6. Mr. Professor and his Carbolic Mouse. The thaw had started, and the riflemen had to make their way through a morass that was often knee-deep. Their shoes and trouser legs were so soaked with water and caked with mud that they could hardly move their legs. Physically exhausted, they dragged their feet along as best they could. Many of them were so tired that they slowed to a standstill and fell asleep where they stood. Their comrades grabbed them by the hand and pulled them on, and minutes later they awoke with a start and could not even remember how they had moved. The strain of the march was so overwhelming that even the pills, of which they were taking considerable quantities, had only minimal effect. Sepp carried his gun on his back, its telescopic sight wrapped with bits of a tent square to protect it from the mud, and around his neck was slung an MP40 in case there should be a surprise firefight. He had become accustomed to staving off his tiredness and hunger by chewing dry biscuits, which he obtained by swapping his cigarette ration when he could. Behind the Russian moves there lay more than just a transfer of their focus of attack. Their operation developed into a huge offensive which inflicted serious damage on the German lines on the 30th of January 1944. At the confluence of the Basoluk and Dnieper, two German armies were suddenly at risk of being encircled. As so often before, an urgent request to shorten the German front was refused by Army headquarters for so long that when permission finally came, it was almost too late. Fortunately, the clumsy Russian leadership helped them by dividing the Soviet forces at the decisive moment instead of keeping them concentrated, and the German commanders were able to transfer sufficient units to the threatened sector to frustrate the attack. The exhausted Jägerbesjäger plodded weariedly on through the mud. The higher purpose of their ordeal was not clear to them. Now they fought and marched without even thinking, rather than because of any personal desire to survive. They had become warriors, bound together by comradeship and the ever-present threat of death. There were no breaks anymore. The riflemen were like zombies. In their wet winter fighting suits, their faces drawn by hunger and fatigue, they were just drawn along by the vortex of events surrounding them. Sepp finally became sick. His constant exposure, coupled with drinking water scooped from bomb craters, gave him a severe bout of gastroenteritis. Gripped by a shivering fit, he did not know from 1 minute to the next what he should do first, shit or puke. Captain Kloss, the battalion commander, found him shivering in the corner of his dugout, curled up like a wounded animal. Captain Max Kloss had taken over 2 Battalion when it moved into the Nikopol bridgehead. Driven by a desire to serve the fatherland wherever it was most necessary, he had volunteered to transfer from the Lapland Front to the Eastern Front. He was inspired by a firm belief that National Socialism was a good thing, and he wore a Hitler-Jugend badge on his uniform as an expression of his conviction. But he was no blind party supporter, but rather a committed and brave soldier. When he saw Sepp squatted down and trembling, he asked the company commander who he was. The latter explained that Sepp was 7 Company's marksman, and that he was very good at his job. "We need every specialist," said Kloss. "This man has to get fit again. He's the very last marksman we have in this mess. I can't lose him too." Kloss told Sepp to go to the battalion command post and seek out the battalion runners. "Tell the boys that they must care for you." Then he turned to the company commander and said, "I hope you don't mind, Lieutenant." The latter just shrugged. Still trembling, Sepp trudged away. It was only about 1 kilometre to the battalion command post, but he had to pause and shit again and again on the way. Finally, he arrived at the runner's dugout, collapsed as he entered the improvised resting place, and moaned, "The old man said you should care for me. In particular, I need a new pair of underpants." "Of course, Miss Allenberger," came a voice from the back of the cave-like room. "Mr. Professor and his carbolic mouse will come to powder your sore arsehole." But they really cared for him. They got him black tea and found a highly effective diarrhea medicine called Delantin, produced by a company called Hirscht. This not only had a pain-relieving effect, but was also antispasmodic. It considerably eased the painful side effects of diarrheic diseases. But Delantin found its true destiny as a painkiller after the Hirscht chemists managed to increase its effectiveness by a factor of 20 at the beginning of the 1940s. The stronger version was given the name Polabidon. Germany's enormous need for pain-relieving medicine is witnessed by its production of 650 tons of the stuff in 1944. Delantin, rest and appropriate food eased Sepp's intestinal cramps and diarrhea. The care he received from the runners was phenomenal, and in a few days he had recovered. Now and then Captain Kloss came round to ask about his state of health, and then they started talking, and realised that they got on well with each other. Sepp's legs were still a bit shaky, but Kloss said, "It's time for you to do something again. We've got 4 new sergeants. They're for your company. I thought you should take them under your wing, escort them over there and show them what to do. My driver will take you." Less than a quarter of an hour later, they set out in a VW Jeep, but their ride ended after just a few minutes when a loud detonation rammed the steering wheel into the driver's hands with an iron fist. The car swerved to the left and tipped onto its side with a lurch. Sepp heard himself scream, "Shit!" as he and his comrades were thrown out into the mud at the side of the road. Everybody knew that they had driven onto a mine that had torn off the left front wheel, so nobody dared to move. They kept lying where they were. "Those fucking things must be ours," said the driver. "Yesterday it was clear through here, and Ivan hasn't got here yet. Anybody wounded?" Apart from some bruises, they had all escaped unhurt. They crawled back to the car on all fours, feeling the ground carefully with their fingertips. They were discussing what to do next when a group of engineers came in their direction in single file. "What are you housewives doing here?" said one. "Did anybody say you could mess up our lovingly installed mines?" The brutal cynicism of this slender joke was not well received. "You arseholes will get something in your face. You're supposed to tell us where you put our mines." "Well, now you know about them." They were informed by the engineers' leader. "And if you keep on grumbling, we'll just leave you sitting there. I suggest you follow us very carefully." "Follow them," said the driver. But the way to Sepp's company was now blocked, so the group returned to the battalion command post and reported to the old man. Thereafter, Kloss kept Sepp at his personal disposal with the battalion runners. The Russians did everything in their power to achieve their aim of driving the Germans back. Adherence to the rules of warfare disappeared along the Eastern Front and was replaced by inhuman brutality. The Soviets determined the new rules of engagement and set about paying us back for our early successes against them. In the process, they demonstrated often inhuman harshness towards their enemy, not just against the soldiers, but against the civilian population too. Railwaymen had managed, despite heavy bombardment, to bring up 2 batteries of Gebirgs Artillery Regiment 112 as urgent reinforcements to the bridgehead. But just 1 locomotive had come through the bombardment intact, and on its last trip it was to evacuate the seriously wounded from the pocket. Sepp and his comrades passed the railway depot on the way to their new positions in the early morning. Hundreds of wounded were thronging around the wagons, very inadequately cared for. When they saw the small unit of riflemen still fit to fight, a look of hope came into their eyes. One spoke their thoughts out loud. "Hold Ivan back until the train is out." Though the effect of his words on the Lancers was almost imperceptible, they provided the necessary motivation they needed to hold out against the coming attack for as long as possible. The Soviets were only 1.5 kilometers from the depot, and the riflemen deployed from their line of march under fire and took up the fight. The train got away literally at the last minute, under direct bombardment, but only a few kilometres further along the track, Russian fighter bombers attacked the helpless train, dropping their deadly payloads without any regard for the red crosses it bore. The wagon carrying the medical personnel was hit first, the bomb killing almost all the doctors. Amid a hail of bullets and bombs, the stricken wagon then pulled the rest of the train from the track. Its wagons crashed into each other and spat out their loads, leaving wounded men lying helplessly in the dirt. The next morning, their own withdrawal led Sepp and his comrades past that place. Before them laid a scene that was uncommon even amid the daily horrors of war. Strangely contorted corpses hung from the wrecked train. Torn off limbs lay all around. Bandages were scattered everywhere, fluttering in the wind. In their panic, the survivors had tried to drag themselves away, but most were not fit enough to endure the strain. Their wounds tore open again and they bled to death. Life trickled away. Their bodies lay scattered over the ground in a circle of about 300 metres wide. The few surviving medical personnel, including just 2 doctors, were helpless in the face of such a disaster. But hope returned when they saw the riflemen coming. But there were just 50 of them, some of whom were also wounded and bandaged, and compared to the magnitude of the situation, they represented a mere drop in the ocean. Added to that, the Russians were after the little fighting group, and would catch up with them in about an hour. As fast as they could, they improvised stretchers to carry the wounded. Cruel as it might have been for those concerned, they had no choice but to help only those fit enough to walk, and those with the best chance of survival. All the wounded who were almost dead or who were unlikely to survive being moved had to be left behind. 24 hours earlier, the Lancers had envied the wounded in a way, because they were out of the fighting and theoretically on their way home. Now the war had caught up with them again, and had made them comrades in a renewed fight for their lives. Suddenly, a gunshot broke the silence. Everybody looked in the direction of the sound, and saw a rifleman with an .08 in his hand, standing petrified beside a now dead man. Sepp was already next to him, asking what he'd done for heaven's sake. The Lancer sank to his knees, sobbing unrestrainedly. He needed a minute to regain his composure before he could report. The dead man had been his friend and neighbour. Both his legs had been amputated, and the stumps had been bloodily torn open again by the crash. In addition, his chest had been ripped up by splinters. It was incredible that he had survived these wounds for as long as he had. It was clear to him that he would be one of those left behind to the Russians' mercy. And when he saw his friend, he asked for a last good turn, a fast release from his sufferings. He begged so urgently that the rifleman did him the favour, though he knew it would haunt his memory for the rest of his life. The rest of the company was now ready for the march, and they left this place of misery, hoping the Russians would care for the wounded, or at least shoot them quickly. Sepp got out his telescopic rifle and dropped back a bit to cover the group's rear. They'd been walking for about half an hour when Sepp, following about 500 metres behind, hid in a bush to look around. That was when he saw a Russian patrol at a distance of about 150 metres. He had to act fast to force them to stop. He took careful aim with his rifle resting in the fork of a branch. He had a difficult field of fire, interspersed with bushes that the Russians were cleverly using as cover. Practice, intuition, and the feeling of an experienced rifleman for the right moment really paid in situations like these. Quietly, he aimed at the patrol leader with his telescopic sight, the reticle resting on his breast and following him through the bushes. There it was, the right moment. The Russian had stood in the open for several seconds, and Sepp's shot hit him in the chest and threw him backwards into the bushes. The others were experienced enough to immediately recognise the work of a marksman. They scattered like chickens attacked by a hawk and hid themselves as well as they could. Quickly, Sepp put shots as near as possible to 2 more, whose position he could make out, hitting the water bottle that one had hanging on his belt. That was enough to pin them to the ground for half an hour. Then Sepp quickly rejoined his group, and reported that the enemy were near. A small detachment immediately joined him at the rear, but amazingly, they were not bothered again. As dusk gathered, they met another battalion of riflemen that had also left the enemy behind, and together they were ordered via radio to take position and to stop the pursuing Russians for as long as possible.
While, he says, but at the end of December a grenade ripped away both his feet. He slowly bled to death before our eyes, Varias tells us quietly. Then he is silent. We give him time to recover, but after he has had a chance to drink 2 more glasses of bear-catcher, I raise the question of Grommel again. My guess is that he also has fallen. Varias nods and closes his eyes. When and how did it happen? A couple of days after you were wounded, near Nizhny-Chirskaya. I can see little Grommel with his pale face and sad eyes in front of me. He couldn't open fire on the enemy, and as I watched him he would simply close his eyes when he pulled the trigger. Why he acted like this I will probably never know. Varias must have been reading my mind. He lays his hand on my arm. Yes, I knew about that as well. But a few hours before he died, he confessed to me that his religion forbade him to shoot people. In front of God we are all brothers, he said to me. But he was no coward. He saved my life and those of others before he died, Varias continued. I will never forget that. It was during the fighting west of Nizhny-Chirskaya, where the day before we had fought back an enemy attack. During the night, the weather changed, and we were exposed to a heavy snowstorm. So we didn't realize the Russians were attacking until they actually stormed our positions. Thank goodness we had some tanks in support, which immediately fired on the attackers. But some of the Russians had already reached our trenches, and one big bull of a bloke sprayed us with his Kalashnikov like a madman. Suddenly he bent over and aimed his submachine gun directly at me and the others. I could already feel the hot rounds pumping into my body. Then some chap standing next to him jumped up and walloped him in the chest with his rifle butt. The Russian keeled over and his Kalashnikov started to go off. The entire string went into this man's body, and he immediately fell back into the trench. We immediately shot the big Russian bully, but since the fighting was still going on, no one could concern himself about the fallen. We couldn't make out who it was because of the driving snow. It was only after we had beaten off the attack that we saw that it was our own little Grommel who had saved our lives. His body was literally riddled with bullets, and he was, of course, stone dead. When we pulled back, we carried all the dead bodies with us. Our little friend was buried with a lot of others in Nizhny-Chirskaya at the same time. We all went quiet after this, each man left with his own memories. Pictures keep appearing in front of my eyes, showing the many dead at the bridgehead on the Don, and most of the comrades I knew closely and who were important to me. But death takes no account of friendship, nor of the feelings of the survivors. 15th of March. I've been with the convalescent company for 4 weeks now. Varias's and Weichert's leave begins tomorrow, and so I'll go with them to the railway station to bid them farewell. Months will pass before we meet again. 2nd of May. Before I begin my travels, I can sew on a Gefreiter's stripe, along with which I receive a small increase in pay, although you can't buy much these days. I spend the summer holidays in an army convalescent home in Radom, Poland. The time passes pleasantly, and I recuperate well. Before long, it is the beginning of June 1943. The weather is beautiful, and at the end of it I have a fresh and healthy tan. 3rd of June. The numbers of personnel in the convalescent company have gone down significantly during the last few weeks. Those who have been here the longest are slowly but surely being sent back to their units in northern France. The remaining units from our division in Russia are also stationed in France, so that they can be rebuilt with new recruits and those returning from convalescence.
Chapter 7. Just another pre-planned catastrophe. In this other battalion, Sepp met a colleague he already knew of by hearsay. This was the marksman, Joseph Roth, a Nuremberg man of his own age who had volunteered to join the Gebirgsjäger and, like Sepp, had come up with the idea of becoming a marksman after capturing a sniper's rifle. The two immediately got on well with each other. Roth's battalion commander knew the value of correctly deployed marksmen in a defensive position, and he gave them a free hand. While the rest of the troop entrenched, they agreed on a joint reconnaissance of the enemy's movements and to work together in the coming battle. It turned out that two pairs of trained eyes saw much more than one. At about 0800 hours the next day, a shot suddenly whizzed amongst the riflemen as they were busy strengthening their positions, and a lance corporal collapsed to the ground with a scream, twitching. Fast as lightning, the others threw themselves into cover. Only one lancer stayed with the wounded man for a fatal few seconds too long. He didn't hear the bang of the bullet that went into his skull behind the left eye and came out of his right eye, leaving a hole as big as a fist. A yellowish mass of blood and brains surged from it as he fell. There was a warning cry of "Look out, sniper!" Helplessly, the lookout guards let loose a hail of machine gun fire in the supposed direction of the sniper, but without effect, as was proved by the well-placed headshot that brought down one of the gunners moments later. Nobody dared to move. Sepp and Joseph were still in their dugout when a runner rushed in and breathlessly reported the sniper attack. The battalion commander just said, "Riflemen, you know your job. Solve the problem." Moving quickly and making use of cover, the two hurried to the front line with the runner. He led them to a section of trench that was already finished, where they were welcomed by a sergeant who gave them a report of the events of the past few minutes. A little to one side, a piece of sap ended in a well-camouflaged observation position in a thicket. Sepp and Joseph were able to reach this post without showing themselves, and they started to scan the area for signs of a possible marksman's hiding place. Despite straining their eyes, they saw nothing suspicious, even though they paid special attention to one particular area because of where the first of their comrades had been hit. Still nothing. Hours passed. They discussed where they would position themselves if they were the Russian marksmen, but even the seemingly ideal location they would have chosen showed no signs of movement. At around noon, another rifleman was hit while throwing his tin of shit over the edge of a trench, but this time the victim was lucky, the projectile glancing off his helmet to strike his upper arm. Luckily, the Russian marksman hadn't used an explosive bullet, as was more usual, so the lancer escaped with a gaping flesh wound. Joseph and Sepp had been looking through their binoculars towards the Russian lines at the time, and both saw a patch of grass sway as the pressure wave of the Russian marksman's shot disturbed it. They admired their opponent's imagination. He had clearly hidden himself in an earth cave dug through a dam. But now the question was he experienced enough to leave his position, or would he stay there? The latter possibility seemed to be indicated by the fact that all of his shots had clearly been made from the same direction. So Sepp and Joseph decided to lure him into showing himself. They settled on providing him with a fake target that would be exposed by a comrade. Joseph would take position about 50 meters away from Sepp, and they would both shoot into the enemy's supposed position as soon as the grass moved when he fired. They stuffed a bread bag with grass and put it on a stick, on top of which they placed a cap. Joseph handed the dummy to a comrade and told him to hold it carefully above the trench's edge in exactly 10 minutes. Both marksmen then readied themselves and were aiming at the assumed position of their enemy when the cap appeared above the trench's edge exactly on cue. And their cunning paid off. The Russian shot too early, not calculating on a trap, and from the same position. He had hardly fired when both Sepp and Joseph shot at nearly the same moment. They had each loaded their Russian marksman's rifles with one of the few captured explosive bullets they had. Away in the earth cave there was a dull thud. Attentively, they watched the small earth dam through their telescopic sights and saw hectic activity behind it as something was carried away. A curious Soviet observer appeared with binoculars on his eyes and immediately paid with his life. Bullets from the two German marksmen's rifles simultaneously hit his head, which burst like an overripe pumpkin under the force of the double impact. Only his binoculars remained, lying intact on the edge of the trench. Now it was the Russians who did not dare leave cover, and the Lancers were able to finish their trenches without further interruption. Sepp and Josef prepared well-camouflaged alternative positions for the coming Soviet attack, dividing the approaches so that they could give each other covering fire. In order to remain unseen for as long as possible, they agreed to maintain a crossfire until the enemy was about 100 meters away, and then to switch to straight approach fire. This strategy worked well and contributed to the troop holding out for 2 days, which enabled the evacuation of their wounded and those they had rescued from the train. Bit by bit, the bridgehead around Nikopol gave way, and once again encirclement threatened. As their respective units were now regrouping, Allerberger and Roth had to split up. Knowing the special hardship and strain that faced marksmen, they shook hands for a very long time and wished each other the essential luck they required to survive the war. Then they parted, hoping to see each other again one day. But they had learnt an important lesson from their encounter. There are situations in which cooperation with a second man, a special observer, is a huge advantage. Although Sepp had sworn to only work alone after Balduin Moser's death, he had to admit that teamwork was advantageous. Sepp therefore convinced his company commander of the value of having an observer with him, and thereafter, whenever he needed an observer, he was allowed to choose one from among his experienced comrades. As the hard fighting continued, GJR 144 again and again had to lead diversionary attacks to keep important traffic junctions free for withdrawing units. Though it was bled white in these operations, it was a testimony to the regiment that it was able to hold its assigned positions against massive Russian attacks. Sometimes the Lancers even succeeded in mounting small counterattacks, but the weakened regiment suffered enormous losses, so that its very existence was endangered. Entire companies were destroyed to the last man. After 4 days of severe fighting, on the 12th of February 1944, they got the order for a general withdrawal from the bridgehead. The regiment was so decimated and had been without supplies for so long that it had no heavy weapons left, and every Lancer had only about 5 or 10 cartridges for his personal firearm. Under such circumstances, when it was harassed by the enemy, its few marksmen became the unit's artillery. Only they were able to form a rearguard that could hold the enemy at a respectful distance. In order for the marksmen to keep fighting, every Lancer gathered up Russian ammunition wherever he could. Only with great effort and huge losses did 3 Gebirgsjäger Division escape from the pocket and reach the new front line on the Inulets. The weather changed and became an enemy and an ally at the same time. It was an enemy because a storm of snow and ice began that threatened to annihilate the physically exhausted riflemen, who had to face it without any protection following their withdrawal. But it was an ally because any attempt to organize pursuit became impossible under such circumstances. Apathetically, the Lancers staggered across the steppe, the ice crystals stabbing into their faces like needles. The thermometer sank to -50 degrees centigrade. Anyone who stopped moving or fell to the ground with exhaustion had frostbite within a few minutes, which often proved lethal. The iron fittings of their mounting boots transmitted the cold right through to their feet. Boots, sweaty socks, and skin froze together. Many of those afflicted thus could only move by crawling. The medics were unable to help them much because all their liquid medicines had frozen in their containers. Only for the worst cases did they have a few morphine ampules that they carried in their mouths to keep them warm. Wounds immediately froze and became icy, There were fights over the winter clothing of Russian corpses, found frozen in the snow, and lucky was he who could get a felt cap or felt boots this way. Uncompromisingly, the riflemen kept each other moving. As soon as Sepp paused, he was kicked by a boot or hit with a rifle butt, and he likewise hit anybody who tried to stop. Despite these measures, many soldiers got frostbite or even died, so weak had they become. The number of those fit to fight dwindled daily. With great effort, the wounded were dragged along for as long as they had any chance of recovery. Those who would die anyway were mercilessly left behind, as all the baggage animals had been eaten. Their weapons, covered with ice, were useless. The extreme cold made the steel shrink so that they could not even move the bolts. The high quality of the German weapons, with their well-engineered, close-fitting parts, worked against them now. The Russian weapons, by contrast, were constructed with greater tolerances and worked even at temperatures below zero. The stone-hard, frozen ground even prevented the preparation of defensive positions. Only animal instincts of self-preservation drove the riflemen on through the depressing steppe, while the storm constantly increased. As if in a trance, numbed by hunger and exhaustion, Sepp stumbled on through the knee-deep snow, his hood pulled down around his face, his padded camouflage jacket pulled close about him, and his marksman's gun on his back wrapped in a cover. The cold was almost unbearable. Ahead, the shadowy silhouettes of a farm and a huge pile of straw emerged from the grey haze of the falling snow, and at that moment the ground below him suddenly gave way. With a cry, he fell into a hole that had been covered with snow, and found himself staring into the frozen face of a dead Red Army soldier, distorted to an ugly grin. He scrambled back to the surface again like a beetle, digging his way out from the snow on all fours. Now there was also movement in the burned-out farm that was only 30 metres away. As if electrified, the riflemen jumped to protect themselves, but their frozen hands could not get hold of their weapons, which were ice-covered and unusable anyway. The rag covering Sepp's rifle had proved itself useless. Scraps of Russian conversation were carried to them by the wind. Everyone stopped, anxiously waiting for the Russians to open fire, but nothing happened. Minutes of terrifying uncertainty passed, until it became obvious that the Russians were not in a fit state to fight either. Both parties withdrew carefully. Night was falling, and the snow was coming down even more heavily. Protection from the weather became their prime consideration. Instinctively, the Lancers approached the huge pile of straw, their only potential protection from the roaring force of nature. Then came the point when they threw all caution to the growing wind. They had to take shelter from the storm. A few more steps, and they were there. Quickly they burrowed into the warm straw and huddled together there like young pigs, and so survived the storm. For 2 days and 2 nights it roared on unrestrained, and even the rules of war had to bend to its will. The pile of straw became the refuge for the Russians too, who crawled into its shelter from the other side. Unable to fight, the Lancers and their remorseless foes were separated by no more than a few metres of straw. On the morning of the 20th of February, the storm abated, and they found that their weapons, protected from the cold, now worked again. Nervousness spread amongst the Lancers at the thought of their impending fight with the Russians on the other side of the pile of straw, because nobody knew how and when it would start. 3 riflemen dug their way out to make a reconnaissance. When they returned half an hour later, they gave the all-clear, obviously relieved. The Soviets had withdrawn in the early morning. As they trudged on through the snow to their new fighting area, the physical condition of the Lancers declined at an alarming rate, but at the last minute the regiment reached a supply depot and obtained ammunition, food, clothes and blankets. They even got small numbers of replacement personnel. They settled down in the ruins of a village for several days. Since he belonged to the battalion staff, Sepp benefited from access to such luxuries as a strong dugout and even an oven. He was daydreaming in a cosy corner when Captain Kloss returned from a regimental meeting. Shivering with the cold, he sat down in front of the oven and stretched his feet in their wet boots closer to the warmth. Then tiredness overcame him, and, leaning back against the wall, he fell asleep. Some time later, Sepp looked over and saw that Kloss's boots were smoking. Then the officer jumped up with a scream and leapt around, shouting, Shit, that's hot!" He tried to take his boots off, but failed, because the wet leather had dried too fast and had shrunk around his feet. The only thing left was to pour a bucket of water over them, so that the leather could expand again. The soldiers present grinned broadly at this solution to the crisis. Fortunately, clothing replacements were among the supplies that had been received, so Kloss was able to change from his leather boots into some new felt ones. On the 25th of February, the Russians attacked again, but the attack was halted by a successful barrage from the now operational Mountain Artillery Regiment. The riflemen used the ensuing lull to withdraw back to the new front line on the Inulets. As had happened so often before, several decisive mistakes had been made when laying down this new front line. While the front line officers were able to develop practical, strategic and tactical concepts by correctly analysing the situation and estimating their resources and the enemy's strength, the Army High Command staff at OKH again and again torpedoed their solutions by issuing ludicrous orders to hold unnecessary. Chapter 8. The signature of a marksman. Sepp and his comrades trudged alongside a column of vehicles as the divisions gathered at the river crossing. Apathetically setting one foot before the other, they thought themselves safe from enemy attack amidst such a mass of troops. Sepp had wrapped the telescopic sight of his gun with a piece of tenting to protect it from the icy rain. He was marching with the commanders of the 138th and 144th regiments, as they discussed the defence of the river crossing with their staff. From about 30 metres away, there suddenly came a cry, "Look out! The Ivans! Tanks!" At the same moment, the machine gun of a T-34 clattered as it emerged from the icy rain. Everybody ran for cover, while an assault gun tried to manoeuvre into firing position. A horse was screaming shrilly in pain and fright from a gaping wound in its hindquarters. The animal belonged to the commander of GJR 138, Oberst Graf von der Goltz, who, instead of running for cover, turned back to help it. At that moment, a shell left the barrel of the Russian tank with a harsh flash, and seconds later a group of vehicles near the command group erupted into burning and smoking wrecks. Metal splinters buzzed and whistled through the air, and the Oberst fell to the ground as if hit by an invisible fist. The horse's innards were bloodily splashed everywhere, and it screamed just one last time before it died. Now the German assault gun fired back and hit the T-34 on the rim of its turret. With a dull explosion, the tank went up in flames. Within minutes, the sudden attack was over. Sepp saw the Oberst standing up again. His right arm was missing. From his shoulder, the remains of his upper arm bones stuck out like a stick. Scraps of tissue, vein and tendons were hanging from the huge wound like torn-off cables. Suddenly, and with a look of panic in his eyes, he gazed down at his right side. Seconds later, the horror overwhelmed him, and he slumped to the ground in blessed unconsciousness. His comrades were already there to help him. For Sepp, it was just another episode like those he experienced every day. But in Oberst von der Goltz, the division had lost one of its most able commanders, who had distinguished himself not only by his above-average operational talents, but also by his personal bravery. He was a very unusual and unconventional officer, who had had trouble with his chief more than once. With the mountain riflemen, he had finally found a unit and a style of leadership that suited him and allowed him to utilize his abilities to best effect. He was the only regimental commander of 3 Gebirgsjäger Division who was awarded oak leaves to his Knight's Cross. It was not until some time later that Sepp learned of the Oberst's death from gangrene in a hospital in Odessa. On the 16th of March, the Russians intensified their attacks and involved the bridgehead held by the 138th and 144th Regiments in violent battles. But the riflemen were able to defend themselves successfully. 3GD was one of the last to withdraw across the inlets, and except for small rearguard actions, it reached the bug unmolested and settled in on the western shore. During such withdrawals, the tactical advantages of marksmen became clear. They kept pursuing patrols and infantry units at a safe distance and brought valuable reconnaissance back with them at the same time. Units were particularly susceptible during a retreat, and in order to ensure the success of such manoeuvres, it was necessary to keep the enemy in the dark for as long as possible. So a rearguard always remained in place until the rest of the troop had moved to its new position. Ideally, this detachment would hold off enemy pursuit and then make a fighting withdrawal. This called for a high amount of self-control and courage, such as only experienced officers possessed. In order to have an effect on the pursuing enemy, it was necessary that the rearguard's weapons should make an obvious impact, so machine gunners and marksmen were routinely utilised. Without doubt, a marksman is the most effective form of infantry rearguard. In a well-camouflaged position, he awaits the enemy, observes him as long as possible to gather information about his strength and equipment, and finally forces him to the ground with 2 or 3 fast and precise shots, in which the signature of a marksman is revealed. Often the pursuing infantry did not dare to leave their positions for hours afterwards. So Sepp usually remained behind after each overnight withdrawal to slow the Russians, who came after them in the morning. He prepared his positions carefully for this, so that besides providing camouflage, they also gave him a certain amount of protection against bullets. But they also had to allow him to get away fast and unseen. If possible, he settled down far ahead of his unit's abandoned positions, out in no man's land, to construct trenches and holes in readiness for his own withdrawal. If the situation allowed, he constructed blast traps out of hand grenades and tripwires to cover the approaches, which enabled him to make use of the distraction caused by the explosions, to either withdraw or to take a couple of fast shots. This game of resistance and withdrawal had gone on for 4 days now, and Sepp recognised that the Russians were getting more careful every day. Now he only took 1 or 2 shots before it seemed as if the enemy was swallowed up by the earth. On the 6th day, the Soviets approached especially cautiously. They used every cover and were careful not to expose themselves. The first ones were only about 100 metres away before he had the opportunity for a precise shot. It must have been a reconnaissance man. He had taken position behind a bush and had stretched up amongst the foliage a bit too far. Sepp saw the unusual movement of the leaves, and, looking closer, he could make out parts of his body's contours. He simply aimed in the middle. He saw his hit confirmed by the violent trembling of the leaves. In tense expectation, Sepp awaited further activity by the Russians. But nothing happened. They seemed to have disappeared. After an hour, he became extremely suspicious. Something was wrong. Concentrating hard, he searched the approaches without any result. In the meantime, his muscles had begun to ache and he had to stretch a bit. He moved his legs. He had just put his right foot up on his left heel when he felt a heavy thump into his right heel, simultaneous with the sound of a whipping bang from the Russian side. Instinctively, he slid deep into his position to look at his aching foot. The whole heel of his boot was missing, and there was a bloody scratch across the sole of his foot. Immediately he recognized the signature of a marksman, and he must have been a really good one, judging from his shot, which was masterly. Sepp's only thought was survival. Since the enemy had identified his position, he must not show a single square centimetre of himself. He stayed deep in his hiding place as if glued to it. Obviously the Russians were not quite sure about the presumed location of the German marksman, and they had not seen him hit either, so there was deadlock. None of the Soviets wanted to expose themselves to the risk of being shot, and Sepp could not see anything of his adversary despite intense observation. He hoped that the Russians would stay quiet until dusk so he could slip away unseen. Since he had expected a quick departure from his current position, he hadn't made any sanitary arrangements, and after several hours, pressure began to build up in his bladder on top of all his other strains. He didn't want to pee in his pants, so using his hands he dug a hole in the ground beneath his flies, without any more movement than was necessary. Into this hole he relieved himself. Peeing could be almost like an orgasm in such fearful situations. Slowly the day passed, and the fading light finally freed Sepp from his plight. As darkness fell, he disappeared like a ghost along his prepared path. The next day he switched to the sector of the neighbouring company, and was especially attentive. Luckily there was no sign of the Soviet marksman this time. The day after that, the unit finally reached its destination. Sepp and his comrades found well-built positions along the bug that had been constructed during their advance 2 years earlier. With a bit of entrenchment work, they were able to add comfortable dugouts. The Russians took an amazingly long time to follow them. This misleading pause gave the Lancers about a week's rest, during which weapons, ammunition, and even a few reinforcements reached them. For the riflemen, this break was like a holiday. Finally, they could take a long sleep, eat in comfort, and see to a bit of personal hygiene. But the idyll lasted only a few days. On the night of the 25th, 26th of March, Russian storm troops crossed the bug under cover of darkness and established a bridgehead beyond the steep bank. These hard and experienced soldiers got into the battalion's trenches in the first pale of light of morning like hungry predators. With knives and sharp shovels they overpowered the surprised outposts. There was no shooting. They did not take any prisoners. An attentive machine gun guard, observing the shore with his binoculars from about 200 metres, saw Russians on something like a raft in the pale morning fog. And then he looked at the German forward positions, more by chance. There he saw 2 Russian helmets for a fraction of a second, momentarily revealed above the trench's edge. Then there came shots and the rattle of submachine guns. Screams became audible. The beginnings of the Russian attack had finally been noticed, and violent, close combat broke out among the trenches. Within seconds, all the riflemen were awake, their weapons in their hands, had moved into their positions. Then the Russians attacked them across the river. In boats and on rafts they came across the water, without any regard for the deadly German defensive fire. Since the Russians attacked without the support of artillery, the defenders had all the advantages on their side, in their well-built trenches. While it took little effort to control the assault coming across the river, a threatening situation was developing in the trenches attacked by the Russian storm troops, who had crossed overnight. One sector after another fell into their hands, so the Germans quickly formed a task force to mount a counterstrike. This managed to prevent the enemy from making any further gains, but the Russians defended the positions they had already captured doggedly. While Sepp put one shot after another into the Russians attacking across the river, a sergeant looked through his binoculars into the Russian-held trenches. Through these he observed a soldier in a white fur hat, obviously the group's leader, since he could always be seen at the heart of the fighting, encouraging his men to violent resistance. The sergeant touched Sepp's shoulder. "I think the fine hat over there is their leader. If you do him, our comrades will get the Ivans." Sepp knew about the motivation provided by officers fighting in the front line, and the demoralizing effect if they fell. In 2 steps he was alongside the sergeant, and had found a good place to rest his rifle, with a clear field of fire towards the occupied trench. To ensure killing his enemy, he loaded one of his valuable explosive bullets, which were only rarely found amongst captured Russian ammunition. With his gun in a firm firing position, he awaited his opportunity for a lethal shot. The sergeant acted as his observer now. He could scan the entire trench with his binoculars, while Sepp only got a limited view through his telescopic sight. Suddenly the fur hat appeared again above the trench's edge. "Sepp, over there!" the sergeant called. The rifle swung round, but the target was gone again. Now the observer proved himself, having recognised the direction of the Russian's movement. "Sepp, he's running right. Go with him. Do you see part of his hat above the edge?" Now Sepp had picked up the rhythm of his opponent's movement. He would appear at a junction next, the only possibility Sepp would get for an aimed shot at the moment. Sepp shifted his weapon, taking the small piece of trench into the reticle. He waited for the decisive moment. Then suddenly the fur hat was visible in the telescopic sight. The shot whipped over the distance of 120 metres in the fraction of a second and struck. Sepp and the sergeant saw the fur hat puff up like a balloon and then burst bloodily like an overripe melon. Without their leader, the Russians became confused and disoriented. Taking advantage of this, the riflemen stormed into the occupied trench and in violent close combat managed to kill all the invaders. After this shot, Sepp immediately turned his attention back to the Russians coming across the river. His observer also took up his carbine again. The strength of the marksman was now fast and very accurate fire. Since the attackers on the rafts made very easy targets, they jumped into the water long before reaching the shore in order to escape the annihilating German fire. For the marksman, it was like target practice, as he picked off the heads bobbing in the water. Since the Russians continued their attack without any regard for losses, the river became a hideous bloodbath. After a few hours, it looked like the sewer of a slaughterhouse. Bloody grey bilge water loaded with corpses, torn off limbs, and bits of tissue flowed down towards the Black Sea. The regiment managed to successfully beat off all attacks and to maintain its positions. But in neighbouring sectors, the Soviets broke through the German defences. The 144th, nevertheless, held its ground until the 27th of March, despite its exposed flank. During the night of the 27th and 28th of March, the regiment finally started its withdrawal towards the Dniester. 300 kilometres had to be covered on foot. To reduce the pressure of the Russian pursuit, the division tried to put a greater distance between them by a 48-hour forced march. But it is one of the basic rules of war that a fleeing enemy should never be allowed to get any rest. And the Russians had learned this lesson during the earlier years of the conflict. Despite the strain of keeping up, their pressure on the withdrawing riflemen did not slack up in any way. To top it all, 3 GD's supply lines collapsed. No ammunition, no food, and no anti-tank weapons reached it. The last lorry theoretically carrying food brought 2 tons of plain chocolate and 500 Iron Crosses second class. One of those strange situations when a Lancer seriously asked himself who the organisational geniuses were that worked in the logistics branch. So the riflemen lived on half a chocolate bar and ship's biscuits for days. This combination was rich in roughage and gave them bad constipation, which was a nice change from the usual diarrhoea. So the forced march of 2 days did not bring the relief that had been hoped for. The Russians managed to keep their vanguard at the enemy's heels, and their main forces came on right behind them. The withdrawal of the division became a running battle without any real front line. The Soviets were everywhere again. Individual pockets of German resistance formed, which fought on in isolation as again and again they tried to unite into a more substantial fighting force. The Russian infantry began to adopt a new tactic. They now had armoured half-tracks, which could transport them right into the fighting zone. These could only be fought with anti-tank guns, but with the exception of hand grenades, the riflemen did not even have the simplest such weapon. So the full force of the protected Russian infantry hit them. With droning motors and the rattle of tracks, a dozen such half-track vehicles headed for the Lancers' positions. Feverishly they thought of ways to try to counter this new danger, since the Russian infantry's ability to immediately disembark rendered the rifleman's usual anti-tank tactic, using hand grenades, obsolete. Sepp observed the approaching vehicles through his binoculars, searching for a weak spot. There, through a vision slit in the armoured front plate covering the cab, he saw a movement, the driver, a gap of about 10 centimetres by 30 centimetres, and 80 metres away. The chance of hitting him was low, but it provided the only possibility of stopping such a vehicle with a simple bullet from a gun. Sepp paid close attention as the vehicle came on at a walking speed in order to cope with the sudden undulations in the ground. He loaded an explosive bullet and rolled a tent square to support his rifle. He got the gun into firing position and took aim. As he had practiced 100 times, he breathed regularly and quietly despite the extreme strain. The sight settled on its target, and his right forefinger took the pressure point of the trigger, all his senses keyed to their highest pitch. The half-track was about 60 metres away, and for a brief moment he could see the eyes of the driver through the slit. The shot crashed out only seconds later and found its target. Immediately the vehicle slewed off course and slithered into a grenade crater where it got stuck with its tracks spinning. Panicking, the Russian soldiers jumped from their wrecked vehicle and were immediately subjected to German infantry fire that prevented them from pushing further ahead. Obviously, there was just one driver in the cabin, and it seemed he was separated from the fighting compartment, so nobody could get to the steering wheel once the driver was shot. The Achilles heel had been found, and with it came some hope that they could reduce the danger. Using his last 20 explosive bullets, Sepp managed to knock out 7 of the 12 attacking vehicles by killing or wounding the drivers. The remaining 5 broke through the riflemen's positions and unloaded their troops, but the Lancers managed to destroy them in hard-fought close combat. Though the Russian attack was successfully withstood here, the positions of neighbouring divisions were again penetrated at many points. Another withdrawal was therefore necessitated in order to create a new defensive line. Amazingly, the army commanders at OKH managed to bring in Romanian bombers and a detachment of anti-tank guns to relieve the pressure. These provided the necessary breathing space to establish a new front line by destroying 24 Russian tanks. After fighting without air support for months, their own planes seemed unreal to the Lancers. In spite of this, the ground attack remained the main focus of action, and 3GD once again managed to hold its sector, at the cost of a third of its personnel. Failing here, the Russians switched their attack to a weaker point in the German lines, while just a few kilometres away, a fresh unit was ground down by the Russian attack, and hundreds of young soldiers died screaming. The riflemen of GJR 144 even managed to sleep for a bit in the sudden tranquility of their own sector.
Machine gun. In spite of our heavy losses, we managed to break through the Russian defences and drive the enemy fleeing before us. The flamethrower tanks take over the task of mopping up the resistance in the foxholes and trenches. They leave behind a desolate and singed landscape, from which for hours a stinking cloud of smoke rises to pollute the air. This merges with the moving white clouds in the sky, carrying the remains of the burnt corpses over a wide tract of the endless countryside. Just as we think we might be able to take things a bit easy today, the Russians counterattack. They take us by surprise with a devastating barrage from their Stahlinorgeln and field howitzers. Again, we suffer a great number of casualties, but as we in the meantime have been backed up by yet another section of Hornissa heavy tank destroyers, and in addition some Hummels with their 150mm howitzers, the enemy has no chance of breaking through in our sector. At about this time our Stukas start to attack the enemy's assembly areas, and we see the clouds of black smoke rising into the sky, indicating that they have hit their targets. After we've mopped up the old frontline positions, the 79th Infantry Division reoccupy their previous positions. Tonight we move on to a new sector, this time near Verkhny Rogatchik again. The Russian defences are weak here. We're told later that we have defeated a Russian Guards artillery division with their guns and other heavy weapons, and have also caused heavy casualties in men and equipment among 2 further Guards divisions. But our victory has cost us dear. There are more than 20 dead in our section alone, and for our regiment the total losses amount to the strength of an entire company, about 155 men. Along with the many soldiers, Unteroffiziere and Wachtmeistern, there were also a number of officers killed, among them the commanders of the 1st and 2nd battalions and 3 company commanders. In our heavy weapons platoon we lost 1 mortar and 1 heavy machine gun section. To everyone's regret and to our rage, our beloved Unteroffizier Faber was killed by a pistol bullet in the back, fired by a Bolshevik officer who was lying wounded on the ground and whom he had just bandaged. It made me think of Unteroffizier Schwarz, who at the bridgehead near Ritchow had done this sort of thing, which I reckoned was inhuman. This time I was not so much concerned, as a Wachtmeister from one of the light platoons shot the bastard with a burst from his submachine gun. God prevent my anger developing into such an intense hatred that I will ever become like Schwarz. 7th of November. Days later we miss our highly respected Rittmeister, who could always be found in the very first of our front lines. Our Zugführer tells us that he has been ordered by higher command to take over the decimated battalion, and we are to get another company commander. In the meantime, word has spread that we are, with the entire division, now at the strategically important bridgehead of Nikopol on the Dnieper. The weather has changed. Although it is freezing throughout the night, during the morning it begins to rain. The ground has become nothing but slime. Even tracked vehicles have problems trying to make it through. Most of the time we wade through the sludge, pushing our vehicles. After hours of exhausting work, we reached Dnieprovka, a large village at the eastern end of the bridgehead. We are soaked through and completely covered in mud and slime. The staffs of an infantry division and a mountain infantry unit are supposed to be stationed in the village, and their fighting elements are reported to be dug in along the MBL, defending it against a continually attacking enemy. 8th of November. We occupy the quarters relinquished by the men of an army tank unit. Our unit moves into a roomy wooden house, which we call a panier hut. Here we find a Russian woman living with her 18-year-old daughter Katya. Both live in the front room with the great clay oven, on which, according to Russian custom, both women have their beds. All of us soldiers move into the next room, which is large and is also heated by the clay oven. Outside it is clammy and raw cold, and before we clean up after the other occupants, we stoke up the oven.
Chapter 9. The Excesses of Human Violence. Spearheaded by a strong force of tanks, the Russian breakthrough finally succeeded on the 2nd of April 1944. Immediate escape from the deadly Russian embrace became necessary even for 3 Jägerbesjäger Division, an extremely risky operation since its troops were equipped with only small arms and hand grenades. But a sudden onset of bad weather provided a welcome ally. In the evening of that day, a violent snowstorm began. Vision was reduced to less than 50 metres. The division's few survivors left their positions and marched off in long lines, which wound away into the infinity of the falling snow like worms. As always in such withdrawals, that brought only misery. The wounded were those who suffered most. Everyone who was fairly mobile dragged himself through with the help of his comrades. Fear of death through Russian mistreatment mobilizing the last reserves of their energy. Those who could not be moved had to be left behind. These resigned themselves to the certainty of a speedy death. Many asked for a gun in order to end their own lives. In the silent pain of parting, comrades of hard battles looked into the sadness of each other's eyes one last time, promising to pass messages on to their families, or handing over cherished keepsakes to be taken home to their loved ones. Needless to say, many of these pictures and amulets and other unspectacular but valued mementos never reached their intended recipient, being soon afterwards destroyed in explosions or soiled beyond recognition by dirt and blood. A last handshake of mutual understanding, and the snowstorm swallowed up the abandoned men. A few minutes after the riflemen had left their positions, dull shots echoed through the darkness behind them as some of the wounded sought a merciful release from their misery. Many riflemen started, almost imperceptibly, but the pain remained, buried deep inside, beyond the thick shell of outer indifference. As usual, Sepp had wrapped his marksman's rifle in a tent square and hung it on his back, and was carrying an MP40 ready to hand on his breast. He safeguarded the flank of his marching group with some comrades. They had been walking for about an hour when he heard scraps of conversation and the sound of marching. A sense of relief welled up inside him. There were some comrades between them and the enemy, but minutes later it shot through him like an electric shock. Russian words were now clearly audible, and shadows could be seen through the snow less than 10 meters away. They were marching parallel to a Russian convoy. Don't lose your nerve now, he thought. If fighting had broken out, it would have been the end of them. Sepp tapped his comrades and signalled to them with his eyes. It was enough. A silent warning sped down the German column, and everybody understood at once. Not a word was spoken, and slowly they moved away from the Russian troop. But in the early morning hours, whilst it was still dark, they came to a Russian-held road that lay across their line of march, conveying a never-ending stream of men and material. After an hour of nerve-wracking hesitation, they decided to fight their way over the road. When a transport convoy came along, the riflemen stormed from the bushes at the roadside and forced their way across in a short but violent firefight. Sepp went first with 4 comrades. Using a gap of about 40 meters between 2 vehicles, they jumped from the bushes a few meters in front of a lorry, while 3 riflemen emptied the magazines of their MP40s into the driver's cab. Sepp and his other companion threw 2 hand grenades each into the cargo space. The front wheels of the lorry turned, and accompanied by the dull crash of the hand grenades, it veered into the roadside ditch, its cab door opened, and in the pale light of the burning track, the driver's face appeared for a moment, bloody and distorted. Gurgling, a big splash of blood shot from his mouth before he toppled to the snow-covered ground like a felled tree. While the 5 riflemen fired at the next lorry, the rest of the regiment hurried across the road. In a few minutes the whole affair was over, and darkness had swallowed the riflemen as if they were ghosts. The remnants of the division managed to reform, but it was found that their withdrawal was too late. They were near the town of Bakalovo, 25 kilometers from the mouth of the Kujurgan, a natural barrier. In a fast and brave thrust, Russian tank units had already taken the city and encircled 5 German divisions, 3 GD among them. All these units were in a desperate condition. Battalions had been reduced to half their fighting strength, and they only had light infantry weapons and hand grenades. The Lancers were hungry and at the end of their physical strength, but their fear of falling into Russian hands prevented any thought of surrender. As the highest-ranking officer, the commander of 3 GD, General Wittmann, took command of the entire German force. His decision was to burst through the deadly encirclement and link up with German positions on the western shore of the Kujurgan. The escape bid had to be mounted energetically and immediately, but in addition to their dire logistical situation, the Germans' entire radio network had also collapsed, so communication was only possible by means of runners. This resulted in much valuable time being wasted. By the time preparations for the breakout were finalised, it was already late afternoon on the 5th of April. At 1700 hours, 3 GD lined up as the advance guard. The Russians were obviously surprised by the determination of these exhausted troops, and they hardly resisted, so that by 2100 hours, Bakalovo had been taken. GJR 144 was in a little village 2 kilometers from the town. In addition to the 5 divisions under General Wittmann, it emerged that 24 Army Corps had been surrounded in a neighbouring valley, and in order to give as much weight as possible to the German offensive, the 2 commanders agreed on a simultaneous breakout. But the attempt to orchestrate their attacks failed because of their difficulties communicating with each other. Finally, contact between the 2 forces broke down completely. General Wittmann had rightly feared that the escape of the Army Corps would go too slowly, and now it seemed to have stalled. Restoring contact between their forces was vital for their mutual survival, so Wittmann interrupted his own operations and ordered his units to wait around Bakalovo. In order to relieve pressure on the neighbouring valley, he exposed his own troops to increasing and more coordinated Russian attacks. GJR 144 was hit especially hard. Amidst the burning houses of the occupied village, Cossack cavalry attacked them all night. Sepp and 10 of his comrades had settled in the ruins of a farm. With practised skill, he prepared 4 positions with good cover and a clear field of fire, taking special care to allow for the possibility of fast and concealed changes of position. There was a ghost-like aesthetic quality to the appearance of the first Cossack company, which galloped out of the red twilight of the burning fires at 21:30 hours. The riders were highly skilled in the use of their horses, and in no time they were inside the German positions. It was almost impossible to shoot the riders in the flickering light, so the Germans targeted their horses instead. From occasional shots at Russian transport horses, Sepp knew which zones to aim at. If the bullet hit the breastbone, the horse fell immediately, overturning and often trapping its rider. If the hit was in the intestines or kidney area, the animal started to buck furiously, became uncontrollable, and finally broke down and died slowly, beating with its legs violently and convulsively. Depending on the Cossacks' distance from the German positions, Sepp shot into the breastbone of the foremost animals, and into the softer parts of those that were further away. His comrades then shot at the downed riders. In this way they managed to fend off several attacks. After an hour the approaches were filled with dying animals, innocent victims of the excesses of human violence. An increasing revulsion of being forced to shoot these poor animals arose within Sepp. The fight escalated into a wild battle. A Cossack suddenly appeared about 50 metres in front of Sepp's position. He swung his gun round and fired into the horse's breast, but just as he pulled the trigger, the horse jumped over a corpse. Because of this, the bullet hit its abdominal wall and tore it open for half the length of its belly. The horse's intestines slipped out, and the horse stepped on them, pulling them out even further. Mute in sudden fear of death, which showed in its wide eyes that were as big as fried eggs, it stood there with trembling flanks, its rider turned to stone on its back. To Sepp it seemed that the animal stared at him for some minutes on end, with a look of unspeakable depth and sadness, asking for the meaning of its absurd approaching death. But in reality just seconds elapsed before Sepp put the creature out of its misery with a headshot. A machine pistol salvo shattered the breast of the Cossack, still sitting on the back of the dying horse. The next wave of horsemen succeeded in forcing its way into the village, and violent close combats broke out. Sepp had hidden his marksman's gun again and fought with his MP40 alongside a group of 7 men who had hidden in the ruins of the farm. Their situation seemed more hopeless every minute. Suddenly, the howling sound of multiple rocket launchers gave them just seconds to duck down into the supposed safety of the ruins. The roaring barrage came down right between the Cossacks and riflemen, and ironically it was the Russian horsemen who had hit hardest. Bits of horses and riders mixed with lumps of earth, and the debris rained down. Explosions and screams of death were all around them, the apocalyptic thunder now being joined by German artillery fire. Both sides had attempted to support their men without really knowing the fighting situation or the positions of their soldiers. The rocket and artillery fire lasted only a few minutes, but it destroyed an entire Cossack battalion and killed several riflemen, and resulted in a short break in the battle, an eerie silence before the next wave of the enemy came rushing up. The makeshift positions of the regiment and the insufficiency of its weapons and equipment resulted in huge losses. In the few hours of this defensive battle, GJR 144 alone lost almost 300 men, 168 of them wounded. All contact with the division was lost. Patrols failed to get through because of the Russian lines that had been established in the meantime. The regiment's very existence was now seriously threatened. In this extremely tricky situation, its commander, Oberschlorsch, decided on the only practical solution. Only an immediate breakout would give them any chance of rejoining the division. What is described as a small local action in army reports and divisional histories invariably meant hundredfold misery for the wounded that had to be left behind. The medical logistics always collapsed under such circumstances. The route between the front line and the main aid station was disrupted by loss of vehicles, petrol, and personnel, far more than was the road from the hinterland to the front, especially when the fighting situation was as confused as it was during a withdrawal. The companies were advised of Oberschlorsch's plan by runners. The few doctors and ambulance men then triaged the wounded, and where requested, the wounded who were to be left behind were given guns. These preparations proceeded rapidly, and without any room for sentimentality. The relentlessness of war obliged everybody to obey its merciless rules. To inflict death and to bear it were equally natural. The determined attack began at dawn. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, the riflemen mobilized the last reserves of their strength and threw themselves into the fight, managing to free themselves from the deadly encirclement. The subsequent official reports talked of an heroic and meticulously planned operation, but the reality was a confused mess that only succeeded thanks to a good share of luck. Many soldiers lost their nerve. Their fight became escape. Escape became panic. Just before the decisive attack, Sepp stood at one of the last field kitchens with a group of comrades, filling his water bottle with hot tea, when suddenly the dull drone of motors and the rattling of tracks drifted down the wind towards them from out of the morning haze. Immediately they were spurred into action. Their senses taut, they peered in the direction of the noise. Nothing was visible, but suddenly a call rang out. "Ivan is through! Thanks!" The rifleman ran. The cook jumped onto his field kitchen, whipped up his horses, and disappeared, tea sloshing from the still open containers. The more experienced riflemen tried to prevent a rout, bringing some lancers back to their senses by kicks and slaps round the ears. But almost half of them had disappeared in the same direction as the field kitchen. Those who remained trembled as they awaited the Russian tanks, which emerged out of the haze minutes later, and turned out to be German assault guns that had come to support them. It took half an hour to collect the panicked soldiers together again. Boxes around the ears and kicks in the pants were deemed more effective than expensive disciplinary measures right now. There was even room for cynical humour. Among the stalwarts who had stood their ground, Sepp recognised a sergeant major with many decorations. It was the Viking with a huge red moustache who had comforted him after his first hit and had offered him booze. He had come through the whole operation with stoic calm and had kept his men at it relentlessly. While the others formed up again, he remarked in his special way, dry like a fart, "Boys, did you know that there'll be no pay any more?" There was uncomprehending silence all around him. "In future, there will just be Fersengeld." which means literally to give heels money, a German expression for turning tail. And with that he roared with laughter. He was a guy Sepp would remember again and again. Around noon, the Field Reserve Battalion of the regiment northwest of Bakalovo met opposition of a special kind. Extraordinarily precise gunfire came towards them from a forest. Within minutes, 11 lancers of the leading company had been brought down by head and chest shots. The cry, "Snipers!" went up, and everybody pressed into cover as well as they could. 2 company leaders, who raised their heads from cover to look through their binoculars, paid with their lives. Russian explosive bullets shattered their skulls. The huge number of hits made only one conclusion plausible. There had to be a whole company of marksmen before them. The riflemen had only heard of such things, and had only ever encountered single Russian marksmen until now. Without artillery or heavy mortars, they were helpless. The fire came from the impenetrable green of the conifers. Machine gun salvos in that general direction were without any visible effect, and were answered by accurate fire that proved deadly to those machine gunners who exposed themselves. As carefully as possible, the riflemen withdrew into protected positions, the damaged buildings of a kolhotz, a Soviet collective farm, providing them with cover. Then a runner was sent to report the situation to regimental headquarters. The battalion was hoping that heavy weapons would be able to bombard the forest, but the combat situation and the lack of artillery rendered such a conventional solution impossible. Sepp was by now recognised throughout the regiment as an intelligent and successful marksman, who was also known to the regiment's commander. So Oberschloss, although he seemed to have regarded the Russian opposition as token resistance, gave a written order to the runner that he should take to the command dugout of 2nd Battalion. It ordered marksman Allerberger to fight an entire company of Russian snipers. 3 hours later, Sepp was inside the ruined farm buildings, being apprised of the situation. The forests lay about 300 metres from the Kolholz. To spot any Russians in the thick woods, Sepp had to get nearer, and to make them fire a shot. For that, he had to present them with a target. He therefore filled 5 grenade bags with grass, put helmets on them, and with a charred piece of wood drew in eyes, a nose, and a mouth. He always kept the clothless frame of an umbrella with him, to which grass and branches were now attached, leaving just one small hole in the centre to look through. 100 metres from the farm buildings there was a small hollow with bushes along the edge, an ideal observation position that he could reach by crawling without being seen by the enemy. He arranged a signal by which the other riflemen would know when to carefully reveal the target's heads in different positions amongst the ruins. Some 20 minutes later, Sepp reached his observation position and carefully set his camouflage umbrella in place so that his movements would not attract attention. Then he attentively scanned the Russian positions for possible locations that might conceal marksmen. Analysing the hits they had scored up until now indicated that the Russians had a good view of the Germans, so they must have elevated positions, logistically among the thick treetops. But Sepp could hardly imagine that experienced marksmen could make such a cardinal error, shooting from a tree without any possibility of withdrawing safely or taking cover. He gave the arranged signal, and his comrades showed the artificial heads. Suddenly there were several shots from the Russian side, and he saw branches move from the pressure waves of their fire. Sepp set off back to the Kohlhofs immediately, where he discussed his plan with the sergeant, who had assumed command of the company after the death of its 2 officers. Sepp placed 5 machine guns in well-hidden positions with a good field of fire in the direction of the forest, and relocated the soldiers in charge of the fake heads. Slightly to one side, he chose a well-camouflaged position for himself. Then he signalled to the riflemen to raise the artificial heads from cover while he observed the Russian line. When a head was shot, he could make out the marksman's position. Then, While the machine guns fired into the treetops, Sepp put in his aimed shots. This way he could camouflage his fire for as long as possible and conceal the presence of a German marksman from the Russians. The fact that the Soviet snipers had shot for their enemies' heads 5 times but were sitting in the trees proved to Sepp that they were good shots but tactically inexperienced. This reduced his fear of the upcoming duel against their superior numbers. His plan worked with almost frightening efficiency. When a head appeared, 1, 2, or sometimes even 3 Russians shot at it at the same time. Sepp located the moving branches, took aim, waited for the machine gun salvo, fired, and hit one target after another. The hit Russians fell from the trees like sacks. A quick change of positions, and the game started all over again. Within an hour he had shot 18 enemy snipers this way. Then suddenly the fire on the artificial head stopped. It was 1700 hours, and since there had been no shots from the forest for about an hour, the sergeant decided to advance into the woods. Sepp and a machine gun provided fire. The company reached the forest without coming under fire, and it became obvious that the enemy had withdrawn. The sergeant waved over to Sepp and the others. Carefully mistrusting the deceptive silence, he approached the forest and saw young women lying dead in the grass before him. This massive deployment of marksmen was a special Russian tactic that, amazingly, owed its origins to German influence. In the 1920s, the two former enemies had got together in a marriage of convenience. Russia had been brought to its knees technologically and economically by the turmoil of revolution, while Germany was not allowed to develop military equipment by the terms of the Versailles Treaty. Although they were political opponents, their governance made a virtue of necessity. The Germans provided Russia with technical know-how and industrial equipment, and in exchange were allowed to develop and test their new military machines in Russia. In the development of fighting vehicles and aircraft in particular, there was close cooperation. As part of the deal that was also viewed as being of insignificant importance at the time, Germany also provided the Russians with the technological and tactical expertise to construct an efficient telescopic sight and improve Russian marksmanship. The Russians had not used telescopic sights up to that point. While the Wehrmacht thereafter relied on a highly mobile war of movement and neglected proper development of infantry weapons and tactics, the young Soviet army, because of its limited means, concentrated on the latter. Examples of their innovative developments were self-loading guns, anti-tank weapons, and the multi-barrel mortar. And while the German army continued to use old pre-war telescopic sights until 1940, the Red Army developed modern sniper weapons and made use of extensive numbers of marksmen. These operated alone, as sniper and observer teams, or pairs of snipers who worked together, and in entire troops of up to 60 marksmen. From the very beginning of the Russian campaign, the Soviets had inflicted considerable losses on the approaching Wehrmacht, especially amongst its officers and leaders. Often they managed to halt the German advance for days without any heavy weapons. In the euphoria of their victories during the opening months of the campaign, the Germans wrote off the marksmen as insidious snipers and ignored the latent danger they represented. But in 1942, with the onset of the more static warfare and defensive actions, the problem became more obvious and urgent. The lack of telescopic sights in the German army was now critical. The introduction of a telescopic sight with a magnification of only about 1.5 was utterly inadequate for precise, long-distance shots. Until regular production of more powerful telescopic sights could begin, ways had to be found to improvise. Captured weapons, such as Sepps, were pressed into service, and hunting weapons with telescopic sights were gathered up in Germany and sent to the front. The few marksmen's rifles available from barracks back home and in the possession of the police were brought together and provided the first equipment of the Wehrmacht's marksmen. Guidelines on telescopic-sighted guns and the deployment of marksmen initially appeared at the end of 1942, but the first official instructions were not issued until May 1943. Back in the forest, there were sudden shots as Sepp's comrades gathered the weapons and ammunition of the women who had been shot from the treetops. One young woman, not yet in her 20s, was lying face down across her rifle, and one of the riflemen had reached down and rolled her apparently lifeless body over to get to the gun. Her right hand was inside her blood-soaked uniform jacket, in which a bullet hole gaped right between her breasts. Bloody foam was on her lips. When the rifleman bent over to pick up the rifle, she suddenly pulled a Tokarev automatic pistol from her jacket, gurgled, "Schmert, Fascistam," death to the fascists, and pulled the trigger. Alerted by her movement, the rifleman jumped aside so that the shot only nicked his backside, leaving a bloody stripe across his trousers. As he jumped back, the Lancer swung round his MP40 and pulled the trigger. Dully smacking, the bullets went right into the dying Russian's chest. She writhed again as if electrified, and her features hardened in death. It was the first time the riflemen present had knowingly fought against women. Now that they stood before the lifeless bodies and saw the broken young faces, they all experienced a strange feeling of revulsion and shame. Even though they knew that in the end there was no way to avoid the law of kill or be killed. If they had known that their enemies were girls, they might have thought with less vehemence and in consequence have become victims of their own morality. At dawn the following day the Russian lines were broken and the division pushed its way through, but it took hours for individual units and scattered groups to get back to the main body. Sepp's battalion, which had been reduced to 60 men, was one of these. As ever, during the withdrawals, they tried to leave nothing but scorched earth and a destroyed infrastructure to the enemy, and German engineers therefore prepared to blow up a railway tunnel that was an important escape route for the soldiers pouring back from the front. When 2 battalions had emerged from the tunnel, Captain Kloss told the leader of the engineers that another detachment of engineers was following as the rearguard, and he should delay demolition until they had passed through the tunnel. But the engineer officer's nerves were shattered, and he detonated the charges less than 10 minutes later. After another 10 minutes, just 2 dirty and disillusioned engineers from the rearguard caught up with the rest of the battalion and reported that the tunnel had exploded at the very moment they were passing through it. These 2 men had survived only because they had been the vanguard of the detachment. Rage spread. Many thought about the futility and increasing madness of this war. But what could a single soldier do about it? Survival was all that mattered now. They continued on their way and after an hour reached the agreed rendezvous place. A guard suddenly called out to them, "Halt! What's the password?" "What password, arsehole?" a rifleman in the vanguard called back. "Where would we get it from anyway? Stick your password in your penis." And with that he continued on his way. The lancers behind him stiffened in disbelief when suddenly a machine gun barked and the volley blew the lancer's chest apart, blood splashing everywhere. Within seconds they had all dived for cover. Captain Kloss crawled forward and screamed, "Stop firing, arsehole! This is 2 battalion. Get your chief now." Some minutes later a lieutenant called out questions that Kloss answered bad-temperedly. Finally Kloss was asked to come forward alone. He got up carefully and went towards the guard posts with his gun held out. He was full of rage about the death of the soldier and the loss of his pioneers. Now the lieutenant got up too. At his
17th of December. Today has for some of us been a very special day. Because we have continually stuck our necks out and can still count ourselves among the living, we are being decorated with the Iron Cross Second Class and the Bronze Close Combat Bar. Fritz Hamann, Varias and I are the ones from our age group. I can't deny that I'm rather proud, less because of the IC2 than because I can now be counted among the so-called Frontschweiner. The business of decorations is a strange matter. First, of course, the leaders are decorated. Well, that goes without saying. How could we carry on if, say, a soldier received the Iron Cross First Class and his Zugführer didn't? What would happen to the pecking order? We soldiers know how it is with the handing out of decorations. One for all, they say, and the one is always the chief and the superior. When the chiefs are taken care of, then something can also be dished out to the Indians. For example, if a regular soldier is written up for an IC1, then he really must have risked his neck. As a result, we, the Frontschweiner, do not rate the decorations awarded to our superiors as highly as those at home do. Officers' decorations are usually awarded on the basis of what their soldiers contribute, when, en masse, they manage to save their officers' necks. In general, no one quarrels with this system, as long as the superior has demonstrated his ability to lead. Unfortunately, I have also met those who never remotely deserved their decorations based on their own performance. Although I would receive a higher decoration a few months later, I don't rate military decorations that highly. They are, after all, very much dependent upon luck, and all the brave soldiers who didn't receive any, and, what's more, all our dead comrades, are undervalued. I knew brave soldiers in the close combat days of Ritschov, and later towards the end of the war, who several times over-deserved higher decorations, but never received them because their superiors had become casualties in the fighting, or because commanders had come and gone, and nobody was left to attest to their bravery, or commanders who perhaps didn't want to commend their men in order to reap the glory for themselves. That is the soldier's fate. In the end, it is always down to the opinion of his superior, unless, because of a fortunate combination of circumstances, his contribution is so outstanding that it is drawn to the attention of higher authority. This did happen to one of our friends some months later. He received the Knight's Cross for his actions. I made notes about this incident in the spring of 1944, as we were engaged in the most horrific retreat, dragging our way through the deepest mud and mire which I have ever experienced in my life. We pulled back all the way to the Bug, and from there we were transferred to Romania. This retreat took place over several months, during which many of my good mates were lost forever, or, thank God, were only parted from me because of their injuries. Today, after I had received my first decoration, I had a few drinks, having kept away from them for some time. In this atmosphere there is always a lot of talking going on, and as a result we got to bed rather late. 18th of December. During the night it snowed again. We wash our bodies with fresh snow and afterwards have a snowball fight. In the morning sun the snow sparkles as if diamond splinters have been scattered over it. Everything is unusually quiet. The only noise from the front is the occasional explosion or sound of gunfire, only the normal harassing fire. Yesterday a group in the village was showing films. Part of the Schwadron went yesterday, and today it's our turn. When we return to our quarters from the movie, the place smells seductive. Katya and Matka surprise us with a Russian borscht soup, a sort of hot pot. It contains sauerkraut, stuffed tomatoes, and of course plenty of canned beef, and it tastes superb. The soup makes a real change and is delightful. Paul Adam is frequently hanging around Katya. They laugh a lot together. I do not begrudge him. As I wander up to them, Katya is showing him some family pictures. A couple of them are painted portraits. "Who is that?" I ask. And Katya becomes serious. She says something I don't understand. Paul has learned Russian very well, and he tells me that they're paintings of her brothers. They also are in the war. One of them has painted most of the pictures himself. He is reckoned to be a good portrait artist. Then suddenly Katya begins to weep. She curses the war, and then raises her rough hands and calls out, "Wojna kaputt!" and again, "Wojna kaputt!" which means the war must end. Poor Katya. We want the war to end too, but who knows if it ever will. 19th of December. Today is different. There is no more peace. Immediately after I wake up, a rolling barrage starts, But as it continues, it gets louder and louder. It's the long-awaited major Russian assault. Will the troops in the trenches on the MBL be able to hold the enemy back? No. He breaks through our lines, and immediately thereafter the alarm is given. As we sit in the vehicles, Katya comes to us and says her goodbyes. She has tears in her eyes. Does she sense something? This engagement will be one of our heaviest yet, with very many dead and wounded. It's a good thing we don't know about this beforehand. Katya follows our vehicle for quite a distance, and as we start to pick up speed, she waves to us until we disappear around a bend. The vehicles drive to the village exit, and then take cover in a natural hollow in the terrain. The noise of combat in front of us gets louder and louder. We jump down from our vehicles and await the order to engage. Then suddenly several T-34s appear in front of us. They are only a few hundred meters away, on top of a ridge, and are firing into the village. Word spreads like wildfire that the enemy has broken through the infantry lines and sections of the mountain infantry, and have apparently rolled over the artillery position in the gorge a few kilometers from the village. The Russian troops that are now pouring through the breach in the line are already moving out the German prisoners. Behind us, our assault guns and tanks drive into position, and an aggressive exchange begins between them and the T-34s. The T-34s make very good targets, sitting as they do on the snow-covered high ground. Before long, we have taken out over 20 of them, with only 2 losses on our side. The rest of the T-34s seek safety. Towards noon, we, the Panzergrenadiere, go into action. We have to cross open country without any cover. The enemy has been waiting for this, and he greets us with a furious bombardment using all his heavy weapons. All hell breaks loose around us, and a tumultuous inferno of violence and unceasing destruction comes pouring down. A score of combat aircraft swarm over our heads, raining bombs on us and our tanks. The tanks rapidly make smoke to avoid being seen. In the meantime, we are lying flat on the ground without any cover, wishing that we were moles so that we could crawl to safety. The ground beneath us shakes with the impacts and explosions. All around us we hear painful cries from the wounded calling out for the medics. We run forward through the thundering hell, with only one thought in mind, to somehow find some kind of cover there in front of us. Even though we make it through the artillery crossfire, death waits for us 1,000 times over. The Russian machine gunners hammer away at us with all barrels, and the enemy anti-tank weapons and divisional artillery fire at our every movement. Bursts of hot bullets swish by me and tear up the thin snow cover around. I can feel a hot burning on my skin and throw myself on the ground again. Unfortunately, I hit my chin on the steel jacket of my machine gun, which I have allowed to slide off my shoulder when I hit the ground. For seconds I am knocked out, but I jump up again and bound over towards my right, where I have seen a flat, snow-covered hedge. The bullets are fizzing into the ground. For seconds I am reminded how many times over the last few weeks I have sped through the enemy's rain of fire. Up till now I have been lucky and have, with God's help, always come through. Will I manage it this time? I do now what I have always done. I run, bent double, driven on by fear that I'll be hit any moment. My body seems as if it's electrically charged, and I feel hot waves running down my back. Sweat pours from my forehead down into my eyes, making them sting. Every now and then I throw myself flat on the ground and stick my head in between my shoulders like a tortoise. Thinking that a hit low down in my body would not cost me my life, I prefer to cover the distance to the hedge, crawling flat on my stomach, feet first. But I jump up again and run on, the machine gun on my shoulder. It seems like an eternity has passed before my assistant and I reach the hedge. Finally we get there and find a little bit of cover. On the churned-up field behind us the wounded are whimpering, for they can no longer run. They lie amongst the many dead bodies and roll over in pools of blood, often in their death throes. Less than 10 paces behind me I can see Willi Krause lying in a pool of blood. Willi is dead, and still has the gun mounting from Fritz Hammann tied to his back. Beside me lies a young Panzergrenadier from the group belonging to Dreyer. He is bleeding from his head and is trying to reach the mounting. He can't reach it. I see him hit by a burst of machine gun fire, and his bullet-riddled body just collapses. Paul Adam, who has also seen it, lies next to me and coughs from wheezing lungs. His eyes flicker. He had untied his mounting during the run and carried it in his right hand, so as to present the enemy with a more difficult target. Behind us, an armoured personnel carrier tries to collect the wounded. Further along the hedge, the Russians are lying in trenches. Machine guns from the light platoons are now firing from the flank into them. Our attack goes on. Our tanks and assault guns advance along a broad front and fire into the Soviet positions. Then the Russian artillery begins to open up again. This time the shells land between us, but also on the Russian lines. The Russians hurriedly fire green flares, and the next rounds land only in the area between us. "Hurry! Fire green tracers!" someone yells, and immediately the lights zip away from our lines into the sky. The trick works. The next shells whine over us into the quagmire beyond. With support from our tanks, we are making pretty good progress. The platoons on our right are already tossing hand grenades into the Russian trenches. I've inserted a fresh belt in my machine gun and am now storming forward with the others towards the trenches. The Russians are surprised and disorganized. Some of them start to jump out of the trenches and run towards their rear without their rifles. 2 of them are still standing behind a heavy machine gun and firing. Still at full pelt, I empty my magazine at the pair of them and hit them. Then I slip on the ice on the rim of the trench and dive headlong into it. A shining metal point glints in front of me, and I feel a rip on my right cheek. I hold my machine gun in my right hand and am about to get up just as the Russian in front of me is about to run his bayonet through me. At that moment he crumples from a burst of fire. Fritz Kaczynski is standing on the edge of the trench with his submachine gun, but before he can join me in the trench, he too buckles and sinks to the ground. I grab hold of his camouflage suit and someone helps me pull him into the trench. He moans and grimaces in pain. The other man is a really young medic, his face as white as a sheet. He mumbles something, and we both stare at the blood-soaked spot on Fritz Kaczynski's white camouflage battle dress. The medic wants to turn him a little bit on his side, but Fritz presses both hands on his stomach and groans. "Just leave me. It hurts." The medic nods. "Shot in the stomach," he remarks. Fritz tries to support himself. "I can already feel it running into my stomach." I want to give him some encouragement and mutter something about sewing him up. Then I give him my hand and say, "Until then, Fritz, we didn't have much time. Good thing you got him." He nods and tries to smile. The fact is, Fritz Kaczynski saved my life. Another time it will be someone else, and I'll save others in turn. That is the way of things at the front. Everyone tries as best as he can to save his own life as well as those of his mates. No one talks about it much. It is the natural thing to do. The attack continues. The enemy trenches are still not all rolled up. I run after the others until I catch up with Paul Adam, who is the last of them. He turns around and says with a worried look, "Good God, you're bleeding like a pig. Where did you get that?" For the first time I notice that blood from my cheek is running down my neck. However, I can't feel any pain. Then Valdemar Kreko squeezes through the narrow trench and wipes my cheek with some bandage. "Lucky for you, it's only a surface wound," says Valdi, and covers the cut with a plaster. When I tell him his good friend Fritz has been shot in the stomach, he is shaken and says, "Stomach wounds are very bad. I only hope that Fritz didn't fill his belly before he was hit." Everyone knows what Valdi means by that. Although no one orders us not to eat too much before going into action, old hands have warned us never to fill our bellies with food beforehand. If you get shot in the stomach and it is empty, you have a much better chance of surviving than if it's full. No one knows for sure whether it's true, but it sounds plausible. Many soldiers, including me, follow this advice. Others can't help themselves and just have to eat. More to the point, they can't resist tucking into their cold rations when they arrive, even just before going into action. Some eat during the drive up to the jump-off point, with comments such as, "What's gone is gone," and "I can't leave good food behind for Ivan to eat." I get the impression that many of the men who speak in this way do so to calm their nerves, from which all of us suffer just before combat. Fervently hoping that Fritz Kaczynski will survive his stomach wound, we press onwards in the narrow trench. At one point, there are so many dead Russian soldiers lying on top of each other that we can crawl over them only with difficulty. Poor devils, most of them have faces as young as ours. They were our enemy, and they wanted to kill us. Now they can harm us no more, and are lying still and silent, like many of our comrades on the snow-covered fields behind us. The only difference is the uniform, and perhaps they are not, as are our dead, given a wooden cross on their graves in Dniprovka, but when time permits are buried in a mass grave and incinerated by our rear echelon troops when we have successfully ejected the enemy from his assembly area. During darkness we withdraw a short distance and occupy a new line. We're pleased that there are defensive positions all over the place and also shelter from tanks. Digging out new positions in the frozen ground would call for a back-breaking effort. Even now the sweat is pouring from us as we break up blocks of deep frozen earth to camouflage our machine gun in its new firing position. During the night we can hear the enemy return and start to dig himself in out there in front of us. We can clearly hear him using picks and other tools to break the ground up. He stops work only when we send a mortar round or two across. Since the Russians are so busy digging in, we are spared further close combat, and so our fresh supplies of food and ammunition arrive unhindered. From the drivers we hear the bad news about the number of dead and wounded this attack has cost us. Apart from the loss of the commander of the 2nd Battalion, we are told that our former Schwadronschef and current commander of the 1st Battalion has also been wounded, as have 2 other officers from the battalion and a senior doctor. The old man is also supposed to have taken a hit in the left arm. The leadership of our Schwadron is now reported to have been turned over to a lieutenant whom nobody knows. It's said that our Schwadron has suffered 7 dead and 21 wounded, among them Willi Krause and the young Panzergrenadier Hanke, who comes from our heavy weapons section. 2 more wounded soldiers are added to the total, and they've only been with us for a couple of days. The mortar section report 4 wounded. The 2nd Schwadron is supposed to have suffered particularly heavy casualties. It now has only 19 men, with many wounded and 12 dead. This has been a very bad day, and it does not pass unnoticed. It tempers all the feelings of confidence I have, which as a winner you often experience, when I think of the high price we have had to pay. 20th of December. Paul Adam and I work all night to improve our defences, and as a result can keep ourselves warm. The frost got more severe during the night, and we were given a blanket to help. As dawn breaks, there's no sign of the enemy. The Russians are masters of camouflage. After an hour or so, the clouds thicken, and it begins to snow. This is fine from our point of view, since the snow covers everything with its white sheet, and therefore camouflages our position. Powell, forever peering through the telescopic sight, spots a couple of mounds of snow in the distance, under which we suspect the enemy is hiding. However, the Russians are keeping quiet. Towards noon we are subjected to intensive mortar fire, and shortly afterwards, on our right flank, there is some close-range shooting. We can also hear tank and anti-tank guns, but all is quiet directly to our front. After nightfall we can again hear the picks and shovels at work, and the noise lasts well into the night. The enemy is reinforcing his jump-off positions, and he will again try to throw us out of the MBL. Orders from the regiment are that we stay in our holes until the danger has passed, and the infantry and mountain troops will take over the positions again. Fat chance. 21st of December. The day begins with poor visibility, but it doesn't snow. During the night we were supplied with straw, which helps to insulate the frozen ground and keeps the feet a bit warmer. The enemy is firing continuously with his mortars and machine guns. We can't raise our heads, so we keep quiet and don't give him the advantage of discovering our positions, assuming he doesn't attack. In the evening it's quiet again. Valdi and Dreyer come and see us. They tell us that an enemy deserter has divulged that the Russians are preparing for a major assault. We therefore get together several extra boxes of ammunition for our position. During the night it is really cold, and there is no way we can even think of sleeping. With every breath of air, tiny icicles form on our stubble. I suggest digging out a tunnel at the narrow end of our trench, knee-height, so that we can crawl into it for sleeping. Powell is delighted with the idea, and so we make a start. After digging straight into the bank for about half a metre, we excavate at a right angle so as to protect us from splinters. The frozen walls give us additional protection against being crushed. 22nd to the 23rd of December. The front has been quiet, and we are asking ourselves if the Soviets are going to be as tolerant over Christmas. It would be nice, but we don't trust them. We are told that the Spieß has prepared something special for us at the front line. We hope the Russians won't disturb us on Holy Night. 24th of December. It's been freezing cold again during the night, with a heavy frost, but we didn't notice this in our sleeping tunnel. I covered myself with a blanket and the ground sheet, and between shifts I slept really solidly. Soon the mortar rounds are whining in over us. The Russians are again trying to surprise us with sudden shelling, and sometimes they unfortunately manage to catch us in the open. As I hear the rush in the air overhead, I prick my ears like a fox and listen intently to the sounds. My ears are so well attuned that every type of noise along the front is picked up. In front of me nothing has changed, only the mortars continuing to fire at our positions for another half an hour. When it's all quiet, Gefreiter Plischka, whom we all know as the Professor because we respect him for his knowledge, from the other heavy weapons section, runs up excitedly and tells me that sadly Stabsgefreiter Dreyer has been killed by a direct hit from a mortar round. 2 young Panzergrenadiere were also killed. He has also learned from a medic that Fritz Kaczynski died from his stomach wound while at the main dressing station. This is bad news, reminding us how near death is all around us. Much to our surprise, the day passes without an attack. The clouds are low, and now and again it snows. Often we hear the sharp report of a rifle shot, and shortly afterwards the bullet exploding with a light crack. The Russian snipers are using explosive rounds, which tear large holes in any flesh they hit. When it becomes too much for our machine gunners, they answer with a short burst. We get our rations while it is still dark, and because it's Christmas Eve, we receive potato salad and a lump of meat. Instead of coffee, the canteens are filled with tea and rum. In addition, each man receives a Frontkämpferpäckchen, 2 packages of cigarettes and Christmas biscuits. Our Spieß had held up delivery of the packages from home for several days in order to hand them over to us tonight. Paul and I each receive ours. We place everything on the ground sheet. As well as some sweets, lovingly packaged up by my mother, I discover a small artificial pine tree branch, decorated with silver threads and dotted with small toadstools. A Christmas tree candle and holder are also included. "Great, now we can celebrate Christmas," says Powell, holding up the branch. "Yes, why not?" I agree. Using the ground sheet, weighted down with some ammunition cases, we cover our narrow foxhole. Then we crouch down and light our candle on the branch, which Powell has laid on top of the flattened paper cartons from our packages. We think about our loved ones at home and munch on the biscuits. The tea with the rum goes to our heads a bit. Then Powell interrupts the silence and says, "Merry Christmas." I nod. "Merry Christmas, Powell." I wonder about him as he suddenly breaks into a carol. He is usually the one who waits until someone else does something. He begins with "Silent Night, Holy Night," and I mumble along. But our voices sound pathetic, and Powell notices this as well. After the first few lines he begins another carol, "O come all ye faithful, joyful and triumphant." Powell's voice sounds soft and dejected. Then he stops in the middle and shrugs his shoulders. "It doesn't work." I understand what he means. It is not the best moment to sing Christmas carols. Too much has happened recently, and we can't help but think of those of our comrades who can't be here to celebrate with us. Only a few hours ago we lost Dreyer and the 2 young Panzergrenadiere, and 3 days earlier Willi Krause, Fritz Kaczynski, and the other young grenadier Hanke, to mention a few. They were looking forward to Christmas back in the barracks as well. We understand that for some of them there are still mail and packages waiting in the orderly room. Those who have written them do not yet know that they will not be reading their mail. Lost in these thoughts, we suddenly hear the familiar whoosh over us, and then the impact of shells. So, Ivan is not going to give us any respite this Christmas Eve after all. We blow the candle out and peer into the darkness. Over the entire front, tracer bullets are rising into the night sky. "Well, at least we have festive lights on Christmas Eve," says Powell rather bitterly. Still nothing moves in front of us, but then we hear the unique noise of incoming rockets. "Stalinogel!" yells a soldier from our light platoon. We duck down into our tunnel in the ground, and the next minute we hear an explosion and a piece of rocket shrapnel hits one of our ammunition crates and tumbles into our foxhole. The Russians play their organ twice more before it becomes quiet again. 25th of December. At 8 in the morning, the Russian drum roll breaks loose over us like a devastating hurricane. We crawl into our tunnel and come up only now and then to check the conditions in front of us. We are ready to defend ourselves, but we know that this will begin only after the enemy has advanced so far that our defensive fire can be effectively directed. Even though I have experienced enemy barrage fire with heavy weapons several times before, I can't help but get anxious all over again. The endless waiting makes me nervous and restless. I know that the barrage will lift sooner or later, and only then will the actual fighting begin. However, until that happens, 1,000 thoughts swirl around in my head. With these thoughts come memories of earlier engagements. Images appear before my eyes, and I see again the despair and the disaster at Ritchow on the Don, bitter experiences which I thought I'd long forgotten, but which now stand again before me. Again I am seized by terror as I was at that time, and I pray quietly and fervently that I will again come through this attack without injury. The grueling shelling lasts nearly 2 hours. Then someone yells loudly, "They're coming!" Finally. I take a deep breath, but I am uneasy because I know that again some will not survive this battle. It is, however, also my freedom from the grinding barrage, which I am unable to ignore by willpower alone. As soon as I get behind the heavy machine gun with Powell, my thoughts are all concentrated on the advancing enemy. The Russian artillery has lifted a little, and the heavy rounds now howl over our heads. When we suddenly open fire, we are filled only with the desire to defend ourselves from the enemy in front of us and prevent him from being able to overrun our positions. The shells from our defensive fire are now screaming over our heads from behind. It is though 100 cannon are loosing off their deadly projectiles all at once. In front of our artillery, a defensive line of tanks and assault guns has rapidly driven up, and is now firing point-blank into the enemy assault waves. The enemy does not have a chance to come even close to our defensive positions. He has already been destroyed before we can attack him with our infantry weapons. In the end, our machine guns stop a few small groups which have been able to escape our deadly crossfire, and who still attempt to reach our positions. During the evening, we learn that our shells have been fitted with impact fuses, which cause the rounds to burst on striking the target, and with their anti-personnel splinter charges cause havoc amongst troops. This results in a terrible massacre for the enemy, and we couldn't help but feel a certain satisfaction. When all's said and done, he had dared to disturb us during our holiday. During the late afternoon, the Soviets try to dislodge us with another barrage and advance. This attempt is just as unsuccessful as the first. Now we know that their intentions were to disturb us during Christmas, which the Russians do not celebrate until the New Year. Our losses were within reason, although we did suffer several dead, and one dead is one too many. We were told that the enemy has lost 35 T-34s throughout the sector. It appears as if he has decided to calm down for a while, because the next few days we would see no combat. 28th of December. The day at the front has passed quietly. We believe that the enemy has enough to do and can leave us alone. 29th of December. The troops who occupied these positions earlier are relieving us. They take over their old foxholes on the main battle line, from which they had been ejected by the Russians in their last major assault. We are delighted to be able to return to our quarters and make ourselves half-human again. If any of our friends back at quarters hope to recognize us, they will have to look pretty carefully, as we are bearded and covered with dirt. It is surprising how quickly our attitudes have changed. As we sit in the vehicles and get closer to the barracks, we joke and talk about what we will do when we get back. But as soon as we see Katia standing there, waiting for us with tears in her eyes, we become serious. Again she has placed small woven wooden crosses on the bed covers of our fallen comrades. Because she wants to hide her tears from us, she runs quickly away after a brief welcome, calling back as she does so, "Rabote, rabote," which means something like, "I must work." After we have cleaned up, we collapse and sleep until evening. Then we get our rations, in addition to which each man also receives a bottle of brandy. I give my bottle to Valdi, because in his grief over the loss of his friend, he is still sitting in the corner pouring alcohol into himself. In the evening, I am again with Paul Adam, as well as Katia and her mother. We are learning Russian and enjoying ourselves with our gibberish. Once, when Katia touched Paul's hand, he looked into her shining blue eyes and blushed. Aha, I thought, there is some flirting going on here. When I got tired and left, Paul and Katia stayed behind.
Chapter 10. Aftershock. At Chequers, Churchill shook Averil Harriman awake around 7 a.m. On opening his eyes, the American diplomat found Britain's war leader looming over his bed, in a yellow sweater covering a short nightshirt, his pink legs exposed. Churchill told Harriman, "Hell of a battle going on." The evening of May 23rd had dragged on, as Churchill, Harriman, and other weekend guests waited in vain for concrete news from the Admiralty. They knew Prince of Wales, untried and untested, was in company with Hood, and discussed how the latter might be old, but was well armed, big, and fast. They also knew there were cruisers trailing Bismarck and Prince Eugen, one of them at least holding on to the German ships via use of radar. The duty captain in the Admiralty was on the other end of a telephone, and so had the pleasure of dealing with the Prime Minister's frequent inquiries. Dispatch riders on motorcycles also brought messages to Chequers from military, Foreign Office, and Secret Service sources. As expected, the German ships were trying to make their breakout via the Denmark Strait rather than other routes, but the Admiralty messages could provide no further detail, as the drama was still unfolding. Everything was still uncertain and unknowable. So finally, everybody went to bed around 3 a.m., with no definitive news of whether or not the German ships had been brought to battle. 4 hours later, Harriman barely had time to digest the fact that Bismarck had been engaged, before Churchill gloomily remarked, "The Hood is sunk. Hell of a battle." He asked about the fate of Prince of Wales, and Churchill brightened a little, remarking, "She is still at her." Showing the tenacity in the face of adversity for which he was well known, Churchill added, "The Hood is blown up, but we have got the Bismarck for certain." His defiance at such a dark moment made a significant impression on Harriman, who would report back to Roosevelt that the bulldog spirit burned bright. Churchill later confessed that when first told about the battle and the cruel fate of one of Britain's most cherished naval possessions, he was afflicted by bitter grief. The Prime Minister went back to bed, but at 8:30 a.m. was awoken by his principal private secretary, John Martin. Hoping Prince of Wales had avenged Hood, Churchill inquired, "Have we got her?" "No," responded Martin, "and the Prince of Wales has broken off the action." The Prime Minister felt a sharp disappointment. The loss of Hood and the failure of Prince of Wales to achieve revenge heaped misery upon misery for the mercurial British leader. There were also very heavy naval casualties in the Mediterranean at this time, Admiral Andrew Cunningham's fleet suffering grievously at the hands of the Luftwaffe as it tried to prevent the Germans from seizing Crete. In the space of a few days, many key ships were lost, and with Hood's destruction added in, 3,500 sailors and marines were killed. In the Atlantic, should Bismarck evade her pursuers, the loss of life could be heavier still, with Canadian troops on their way in a UK-bound convoy, and thousands more British servicemen and women headed for the Middle East and Indian Ocean and other equally vulnerable convoys. However, the Royal Navy remained the most powerful maritime force on the face of the planet, with an unsurpassed record of success. While hard-pressed, surely it still had the flexibility and strength in reserve to hunt down and destroy a single German battleship. But with Prince of Wales breaking off the action, which way had Bismarck gone? North, and home to a hero's reception for destroying the biggest warship in the British fleet? Churchill confessed, "Here was my great fear." He continued to be nagged by a feeling of anger at the inability of Britain's new battleships to tackle Bismarck on equal terms. In late October 1940, Churchill had visited King George V at Rosyth. Dressed in his yachting cap and naval reefer jacket, the Prime Minister gave a speech to her ship's company, telling King George V's men how important it was for the ship to get in fighting order as soon as possible to be ready to take on Bismarck. Afterwards, in private, Churchill again expressed his dim view of the King George V-class battleships due to their lack of gunpowder. Now, 7 months later, 2 of those flawed battleships were perhaps Britain's best chance of stopping Bismarck, with one of them, Prince of Wales, further handicapped by battle damage. News of the clash pulsated around the globe via Navy-wide signals, but neither the name nor nationality of the ship destroyed during the fight in the Denmark Strait was revealed at first. In Rodney, several hundred miles to the northwest of Ireland, escorting the troop ship Britannic to Canada, the battleship herself heading for a refit in Boston, Gunnery Officer Lieutenant Commander William Crawford initially hoped the unidentified sunk ship was Bismarck. Within seconds, the awful truth was revealed via a follow-on signal from Rear Admiral Wake Walker in Norfolk. "Hood has blown up." Elsewhere in Rodney, Lieutenant Peter Wells Cole found, "The loss of the Hood was a great shock to everybody," while spirits in some parts of the lower deck were less than buoyant. He added, "Morale at that time was already low, and on a point of honor we knew we were going to have to sink Bismarck." The atmosphere in Rodney's wardroom was subdued. There was none of the usual good-natured banter and laughter, and those who chatted did so in hushed tones. The ship's doctor gave the opinion, without lifting his head from a newspaper, that if death should come in a sea fight, then it had better be swift, like Hood's. He added, "One has no time to think in the heat of battle, but it's better not to talk about it." In HMS Cossack, Captain Vian read the words, "Hood has blown up," and felt real pain. He would recall, "I believe I felt no stronger emotion at any time in the war than at the moment I read this signal." Having headed north from Plymouth as recently as May 20th, Cossack was now a key component in the escort force for convoy WS-8B, which departed the Clyde on May 22nd, carrying troops for the Middle East and East Indies. Some of Cossack's older salts would have recalled that they had lost somebody they knew well, for Captain Kerr, the battlecruiser's commanding officer, had at one time served in their destroyer. Also hearing news of the battlecruiser's destruction, Lieutenant Commander William Donald, in command of the Harwich-based corvette Guillemot, recalled a prophetic meeting with Kerr when the latter was in command of all Rosyth-based destroyers. Donald, at the time first lieutenant of the sloop Black Swan, which was in dockyard hands for repairs to mine damage, had called on Kerr to ask about being appointed to another warship. Smiling at the young officer's eagerness for action, Captain Kerr responded that he might actually get a ship command. Kerr added, "I'm hoping for one myself soon." Recalling Kerr's jest, Donald reflected, "His little joke had a tragic sequel." The Electra's shock at hearing of Hood's loss was all the greater for having just hours earlier been in company with her. When the fatal moment came, due to being sent north by Admiral Holland, Electra's men found themselves out of sight behind the far horizon, frustrated, bewildered, and powerless to help. The yeoman, who had been infused with eager excitement just 5 minutes earlier when he took the news of Hood engaging the enemy to Commander May, now climbed up to the bridge looking utterly crestfallen. Perturbed, Kane asked him, "Any further news?" "From Prince of Wales, sir. Hood sunk." Kane was stunned for a second, and then felt a rush of blood to his head and exploded in anger. "You can keep your sense of humor to yourself." Reeling, the tearful yeoman responded, "My God, sir, but it's true, sir. It's just come through. I have told the captain." Commander May was instantly thinking of the survivors in the water who would need rescuing. Electra's navigator informed him the scene of the disaster was 60 miles to the south. Ordering the ship turned around, May signaled the other destroyers under his command to follow suit. Meanwhile, Lieutenant Kane glanced at his watch and thought it must have stopped, for it was indicating only 10 minutes had passed since he had heard news of Hood opening fire, and here he was, an eon later, trying to absorb the dreadful revelation of her destruction. Kane thought, "Our watches are still ticking, and the Hood is dead." Aboard the cruiser London, off the coast of Portugal, escorting the liner Arundel Castle, carrying evacuees from Gibraltar back to the UK, Surgeon Lieutenant R. Ransom Wallace felt a deep sense of personal loss. He had been boyhood friends with the battlecruiser's first lieutenant, and recently treated a young midshipman in London's sickbay who, having narrowly survived the sinking of his ship, heard with pleasure that he was being drafted to Hood. The plucky youngster told Ransom Wallace, "I shall be all right now, sir. I am going to the Hood." In the sloop Egret, escorting a slow-moving convoy in the North Atlantic, signals traffic revealing the Bismarck breakout had been studied with anxiety by ordinary telegraphist Derek Breen. Now he double-checked his decrypt of the fateful signal about Hood before sending it up to the bridge. He sent it up. The voice pipe whistled. It was the navigator, demanding I check the signal. Breen did as he was told, and confirmed again that it said Hood had been blown up. But still there was a reluctance to accept it was true. It took time, however, for the full import of the signal to be digested. Then the engines kicked up and over, and, like a sheepdog, we set to work herding and chivying our convoy, scraping another half-knot out of them while we rode shotgun. Some convoys turned around, but Egret's was right in the middle of the area through which Breen felt the German raiders might now sail. Breen imagined that his small ship would only have time to lay a smoke screen before being sunk by the enemy's big guns. Those like us with our heads in the trap could do no more than whip 'em up and keep running. We searched the horizon with eyes sharpened with dread. In the Home Fleet flagship, now around 360 miles southeast of the Denmark Strait, Admiral Tovey received news of Hood's loss from an emotional Commander Jacob, his fleet wireless officer. Tovey told him to calm down, adding, "There's no need to shout." Because it was so incredible, different cipher officers in King George V were tasked with producing their own transcripts of the signal, just in case there had been an error. Perhaps it actually said Hood had been damaged. However, the only conclusion was, Hood has blown up. This was conveyed back to Admiral Tovey, who had already convened a meeting of his key officers to decide what to do next. Before Captain Patterson could even make a broadcast on the public address system, news of Hood's loss spread swiftly throughout the flagship. Royal Marine Henry Bridewell, one of the crew of a 5.25-inch gun in the starboard secondary armament, felt it plunged the ship's company into deep depression. A mood of dismay and disbelief best described the feelings at that point. No one said very much. There wasn't much to say. Midshipman Dalrymple Hamilton had pulled the middle watch from midnight until 4 a.m., but was shaken awake in his hammock down in the gun-room to be told Hood had blown up. He thought it unbelievable. Like many of his fellow midshipmen in King George V, he knew a lot of Hood's midshipmen. King George V's young men felt it was most appalling and shattering news, and we could hardly believe it, that she had blown up. They realized that it now fell to the rest of the home fleet to get the German battleship, for, as Dalrymple Hamilton reflected, "We knew quite a lot about the Bismarck. It had always been accepted that our whole reason for being at Scapa was to get the Bismarck, and nobody was under any illusion that she was an extremely tough nut to crack." As King George V knuckled down to the pursuit, her midshipmen speculated about what might happen next. After Hood had been sunk, we were pretty shaken, and we knew that we'd really got a job on our hands. 3 of Hood's ship's company still clung to life. Having watched Prince of Wales plunge past, guns blazing, Ted Briggs looked around, finding burning oil on the surface of the sea nearby. He decided to paddle away in case it spread, flames consuming the raft and him along with it. The exertion got his blood pumping, staving off the onset of hypothermia. Out of breath, having ingested some oil, and with his arms weakening, Briggs paused, glancing back to see if the oil fire had extinguished itself. On the horizon he could see hazy outlines of what he thought were British cruisers. Then he spotted somebody on a raft, arms waving frantically. Close by was another raft with someone else trying to attract his attention. Sprawled face down on his raft, Briggs paddled over, discovering Tilburn and Dundas. Having escaped going down with Hood, Tilburn had spotted the patch of debris, so swam over. He found a raft floating in oil, so decided against trying to reach it. With the warmth seeping out of his body, limbs growing heavier by the second, Tilburn realized he wouldn't last much longer if he stayed in the water, so paddled around looking for an alternative. He noticed Briggs and Dundas on their rafts, and, on finding his own, laid himself across it, chest down, propelling it over to them. Somehow Dundas had managed to get himself into a sitting position. The other 2 attempted to do likewise, but every time they tried they slid off into the water. Briggs and Tilburn gave up and settled for lying face down across their rafts. The trio of survivors hung onto the ratlins of each other's rafts, a bid to ensure they stayed together. Tilburn thought it was all very well, the 3 of them joining up, but they were hundreds of miles from the nearest land. There appeared to be no other survivors, and now there was no sign whatsoever of any ships, British or German. Dundas was relentlessly cheerful, realizing that anyone who gave in to the strong desire for sleep would slip into a coma and die of hypothermia. He therefore made them sing "Roll Out the Barrel." Despite this, Briggs found the lure of sleep increasingly hard to resist. It would be easy to slip into the blessed relief of unconsciousness after everything that had happened, but he was prized from death's embrace by Tilburn suddenly shouting, "There's a plane!" The Hood survivors splashed the water with their hands, shouting at the tops of their voices, "Help! Help! Help!" The RAF Sunderland flying boat flew on, unable to see them in the debris field. Briggs's teeth started chattering uncontrollably. Dundas suggested they stay awake by telling stories of how they each survived Hood's destruction. Agreeing none of them had heard any loud explosion before she sank, they felt it was a real puzzle. Dundas and Tilburn compared injuries. The former had sprained an ankle when he kicked the compass platform window out, while the latter managed to cut himself in the act of hacking away at his sea boots. Briggs had escaped without even a scratch. He and Dundas agreed they went into the water on Hood's starboard side. Recalling that he broke the surface on the port side, Briggs realized he must have been sucked right under the ship. All the talk was actually counterproductive, for together with the cold, it exhausted them so much the ratlins slipped through their fingers, the rafts drifting apart. Meanwhile, at Chequers, Harriman next saw Churchill at 10 a.m. and asked for news of the battle. During the interim, the Prime Minister had been studying telegrams and trying to shape events with a series of messages to the Admiralty. Churchill claimed he kept anxiety at bay through action, observing that, "As long as one is doing something, The mind is saturated and cannot worry. He was able to tell Harriman that Bismarck was steaming south. One of Churchill's major fears was that, in order to pursue and bring Bismarck and Prince Eugen to destruction, convoys were being steadily denuded of their escorts. The German wolves might soon be among the convoy's sheep, with no warship shepherds to beat them off. Churchill rang the duty captain at the Admiralty and questioned him about a troop convoy to the south of Ireland, being reassured there was a lot of salt water between those ships and the Nazi raiders. Churchill had high hopes that, so long as British vessels maintained contact with Bismarck, they could dog her to doom. However, the Germans could still get away in the vastness of the Atlantic, and the British were vulnerable almost everywhere. The Prime Minister was most anxious to deliver some good news to MPs when he next addressed the House of Commons in a few days' time on Tuesday, May 27th. Just a fortnight earlier, Parliament had been forced to evacuate its usual home at the Palace of Westminster by a Luftwaffe bomb. MPs decamped to nearby Church House, which Churchill described as a port in a storm. It had the extreme inconvenience of, as it were, not having any conveniences. Nor did it have the usual smoking, dining, or writing rooms, but instead poor substitutes. Heaped on top of that, the Luftwaffe was still making a nuisance of itself, causing further interruptions to parliamentary business. MPs were likely to be in a foul mood, so they would not react well to news that Hood's loss was unavenged, convoys cut up or even massacred, or that Bismarck had reached a German or French port. Then there was the situation in the eastern Mediterranean, where Crete was a lost cause, and heavy casualties had been suffered. Pondering all this, Churchill managed to mask his true feelings, smiling in the face of adversity. For as he later admitted, "It costs nothing to grin." The British leader, somewhat mistakenly, believed the Royal Navy's senior commanders at sea were not aggressive enough. Without having all the facts, he was contemplating pressing the First Sea Lord, Admiral Sir Dudley Pound, to court-martial Captain Leach of Prince of Wales for breaking off the action with Bismarck. The Prime Minister believed the Navy was generally too cautious with its ships. On May 22nd, before leaving for Chequers, and nearly 2 days before Hood's great sacrifice, when discussing British warship losses off Crete with his private secretary, John Colville, Churchill declared Royal Navy vessels were there to be risked for the greater good. He asked querulously, "What do you think we build ships for?" In the North Atlantic, for Hood's survivors, the allure of sleep grew strong again, so Dundas returned to bawling, "Roll out the barrel." Due to a distance of several hundred yards between rafts and sleepy mist in his brain, Briggs heard this only dimly. He tried to tune in to the words, but found it too much effort and grew irritated, thinking, "Oh, why don't you shut up, man, so I can get some sleep?" On his raft, tossing up and down on the considerable swell, Tilburn drifted off into a drowsy fog. He recalled something Jack London wrote in one of his novels about the effect of extreme cold in Canada. "You go to sleep and die, so I thought, if I'm going to die, I might as well die in my sleep." However, before he could drift off into death, Tilburn heard Dundas stop his infernal singing and shout, "What's that?" The midshipman then yelled, "There's a destroyer coming along!" Tilburn snapped out of his doze, looked around, and, sure enough, saw a destroyer steaming hard. What a beautiful sight, he thought, but she went straight by. 2 of Electra's 3 boats had been wrecked during the night, leaving one to be sent off in search for survivors. So as their ship steamed south, the destroyer's men worked hard on preparing other means of getting people aboard. Thinking back to their Athenia experience in late 1939, they anticipated saving hundreds of lives, so scrambling nets, climbing ropes, and lifebelts were all made ready on the upper deck. Surgeon Lieutenant Seymour, the doc, decided to turn the destroyer's main mess deck into a makeshift hospital to back up his sick bay, while the officers' bunks would also be needed for the many patients he expected to treat. Crashing south at top speed just before 8 a.m., smoke was sighted to the southwest. Realizing the moment was upon them, Lieutenant Seymour took Kane to one side, suggesting that some of the younger sailors should be sent below, in order to avoid seeing some of the more gruesome injuries many survivors would no doubt have. Kane responded sharply, "Bloody nonsense! We'll need everyone we've got to help the poor devils inboard." But the spike in tension was for naught, as the smoke turned out to be a merchant vessel, which soon lay in their wake. Not long after, Electra cut through a large patch of oil and a small amount of wreckage, but there was no sign of the hundreds of bobbing heads they anticipated. Kane thought, where were the boats, the rafts, the floats, and the men? Where were the men? An image of the massive Hood, her large ship's company, like a small army, assembled on her quarter-deck for divisions, flashed into his mind, and the scale of disaster was hammered home. This was it, all that remained of the mighty Hood and her men. Then someone shouted out that there was someone in the water, to starboard in the distance. 2 men appeared to be swimming, and one looked like he was sitting on a raft. One of Electra's senior ratings released an anguished cry. "But there must be more of them! There can't only be 3 of them! Where the hell are the others?" There were no others, and Kane felt that it was a moment never to be erased from the memory. It was a revelation of horror. Ted Briggs recognized the ship's pennant number as she flashed by and, joining the other 2 in waving arms frantically, screamed, "It's the Electra! 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 Electra!" The destroyer cut her speed and turned towards the survivors, approaching each of the separated rafts one at a time with the utmost care. Sailors with climbing ropes at the ready to throw down lined Electra's upper deck, and the scrambling nets were put over the side. As his savior approached, out of sheer delight at being saved from a watery grave, Midshipman Dundas broke into song again. "Roll out the barrel, let's have a barrel of fun." Electra's surviving sea-boat was lowered, and was rowed off to see if anyone else could be found, alive or dead. Tilburn found himself hoisted up, like a sack of spuds, onto the destroyer's upper deck by 2 sailors who had clambered down to render assistance. He looked around at a circle of sailors staring at him as if he was some kind of circus curiosity. Shaking himself like an angry dog shrugging off water, he snarled, "And what's up with you, you poverty-stricken crowd? Ain't you got no bloody boats?" Briggs was thrown a line, which he held on to for dear life, but was too cold and exhausted to haul his raft over to the scrambling net, so Electra's sailors pulled him over and then bundled him up onto the ship. As a Portsmouth rating through and through, Briggs couldn't resist a rather caustic joke. "Now isn't that just my rotten luck, to be picked up by a Chatham ship?" Electra's sailors forgave his jibe and smiled indulgently. The youngster's eyes filled with tears, which ran hot and bitter down his black, oil-covered cheeks. Briggs turned to gaze out across the surrounding sea, lamenting, "Oh, God, my mates!" They gently laid him on the deck, cutting off his wet, oil-sodden clothes, a calloused hand placing a cup against his lips as he was softly urged to drink. Briggs did as he was told, the fire of his first taste of Navy rum blazing a path through oil covering the inside of his throat. He immediately threw up. To the men of Electra, the 3rd survivor's behavior was most peculiar, and Kane thought he'd never seen a man more nonchalant or less put out by his unexpected circumstances. From his position on the destroyer's bridge, Kane could see that this man made no attempt to precipitate his rescue by trying to swim. Instead, Dundas waited calmly, perched on his life raft, for someone to come and rescue him. The Electra's sailors threw lines to him, hoping he would make some effort to catch them, but not even curses could provoke him to move. Eventually, one of the sailors was lucky enough to land the end of a line in the survivor's lap. Grasping it, Dundas was hauled over to the ship and helped up a scrambling net. Welcomed aboard by Electra's first lieutenant, he apologized for losing his cap, which meant he was unable to offer a salute. Identifying himself as a midshipman, and probably the most senior survivor from Hood, Dundas tried to stand up, but found he could not, due to his ankle injury. Lifted onto a stretcher, he was taken down to the destroyer's sick bay, protesting all the way that he was perfectly well. Electra, together with Anthony and Icarus, stayed a while longer, their sailors scanning the surrounding ocean for any further signs of life, but all they saw was drifting debris, and not much of that. Bobbing down Electra's side came a desk drawer. Two of the destroyer's men clambered down a scrambling net to fish it out of the water. Inside the drawer were dozens of Ratings' personal records. They must have come from a desk in a clerical office well below decks in Hood, and had been blown into the air, for both drawer and documents were unscathed. Kane and his shipmates thought it a bitter irony that the blast had not used its human victims with an equally freakish tenderness. Giving up the futile search for more survivors, Electra and the other destroyers, running low on fuel, headed for Iceland, a blanket of depression smothering them. Senior Rating Bill Lowe, who had been a member of Hood's ship's company in the early 1930s, was on leave in Brighton. Going out for a beer with his dad, as they entered the pub, a man coming out told them in shocked voice, "The Hood has been sunk." Lowe exchanged a disbelieving look with his father, gasping, No, I don't believe that." There were hushed conversations about the loss of Hood on all sides. Nobody could get their heads around the news they had just heard over the pub's radio. In the wake of this body blow, the following morning the Sunday Pictorial thundered on its front page, "British warships cleaved their way through the North Atlantic last night, seeking vengeance for the battle-cruiser Hood, which was sunk by a freak shot in battle with the Germans early yesterday. Thoughts of every British sailor, as our ships chased the Germans, were fixed on Bismarck. It was every man's hope to see her sunk."
Survive the journey there, even though there might still be a spark of life left in him now. According to him, there was not much hope. Thus Schroeder was the second man to die in my blasted foxhole, and for some unknown reason I survive, even though I have been observing from this hole for a lot longer than they had. Fate is terrible, and not to be dismissed lightly. I have been fated to experience, close up, how my comrades can be snatched away within the blink of an eye. I am doomed to bear the pain and the sorrow over their loss, and also to bear the fear for my own life even more strongly than before. "Come on, you take the legs," I hear the medic saying, and together we lift the lifeless body out of the hole and lay him in the churned-up snowdrifts behind us. It is almost quiet, with only the occasional rifle shot. It is already so misty that visibility is very low. "Let him lie here for a moment. I'll fetch a stretcher from the Schwadronsgefechtsstand," says the medic, and he disappears to the rear. He returns after a couple of minutes with a Sanitätsunteroffizier. He bends down over the lifeless Schroeder. "I don't think there's much we can do, but we'll take him with two others to the main dressing station, where the surgeons can take a look at him." After they have placed him on the stretcher, I take a look at little Schroeder one last time and gaze into his pale face. I think I can see his eyelid twitching, but I'm not sure. He really looks like all the other dead men I've seen during combat. And, amazingly enough, I would see Schroeder again, 10 months later, when, after a serious wound, I ended up at a convalescent centre. I will mention this again at the right time. Up until this moment we had all considered Schroeder to be dead, and as far as most of the war casualties were concerned, we never had any feedback as to what had become of an individual, except if a known officer was concerned. With Schroeder taken away, several of my friends come to me in my foxhole. In the course of our conversation, an awful lot of expletives rise into the frosty air, directed at the snipers. In all, 5 men have fallen victim to them, based on the fact that all these 5 men had been killed by shots to the head. By the time it is dark, everything is over, and the enemy has been thrown out of his positions near to our front. The troops relieving us enjoy some respite. But for how long? When the next day dawns, we are again en route back to our quarters. 2nd of January. Katia has, as usual, cleaned and organised things, and made sure that they are pleasantly warm when we return. On Paul Adam's bed is a woven wreath, in the middle of which a lighted candle has been placed. Little Schröder has his bunk in the neighbouring hut. I wonder how Katia could have known. No one has come back from the front since yesterday. The ration vehicle was not at the front either, because they knew that we were being relieved, and the first bodies were only brought back this morning. I begin to get an uneasy feeling about Katia's uncanny ability to sense what is going on. She doesn't welcome us as she usually does. The candle has not been burning for long, so she must have been in here only a short while ago. We do not see Katia until the evening. Her eyes show that she has been crying, and she doesn't talk to us very much. Nor do we have much time. Our unit has again been reorganised, and Perronnier from the light platoons joins us. Later the Spieß comes and tells Varias, Fritz Hamann and me that we can now sew the long-overdue second stripe on our arms. This promotion means a bit more pay. Since we now are expected to offer a round to the men, I'm glad I saved a bottle of juniper brandy from the last canteen supply we were given. 3rd of January. During the evening we suddenly receive our marching orders. We're told to move to another village not far from Dniprovka. We assume it's a parting gesture from General Schöner. Everything happens so fast that we don't even have time to bid a proper farewell to our lovely Katia. She's in the kitchen, and only her mother is in the house. Her mother tells us that Katia has been crying and praying a lot. Paul's death must have affected her badly. We see Katia when our vehicle has taken up its position in the convoy, and we're about to move off. She tries to run after us, but she can't quite manage it, and stands waving to us with both arms. Maybe it's a good thing that it happens so suddenly, a goodbye so quick and sudden, just like death so often is, completely unexpected from one moment to the next, but final and irrevocable. It's a good thing we don't know about it beforehand. Now it's all behind us, the good days and the bad, which we experienced in Dniprovka. That place is now history. But the war will go on, with a future full of blood, fear, and sorrow, from which death will garner a rich harvest. 23rd of January. During the night we are ordered out of the bridgehead. There is talk about giving it up altogether, but that's in the lap of the gods. The weather has turned. An hour ago it started to rain. As we wait in front of a bridge for traffic to pass from the opposite direction, we recognise the outline of one of our Ferdinands. In conversation we hear that the engineers are busy dismantling it, and that it will eventually be blown up. 24th to the 27th of January. We reach a small village during the morning hours and take over a couple of empty houses for our quarters. We remain here for 2 days, and then we travel northwestwards. The roads are now softened up and are becoming seas of mud. We stop at another village. The houses are nearly all occupied, but we find an empty one at last and move in with 20 men, packed together like sardines. During the night it begins to stink something awful, and the next morning we discover a heap of rotten cabbages and a vat of sauerkraut in a corner. 2nd to the 3rd of February. Tonight we have reached a village called Apostolova. It is a large place, almost a town in fact. We hear explosions coming from all over the place. No one seems to know where the front line runs. The Russians have broken through the MBL north of Krivoy Rog and are marching south, driving elements of the German army before them. The roads are a disaster. Not only wheeled but also tracked vehicles are sinking deep into the mud and clogging up every even halfway passable road. We are always leaving our quarters to pull our vehicles out of the mud, a never-ending task. When daylight comes, Russian combat aircraft strafe and bomb the vehicles stuck in the mud. Petrol tanks explode, and everywhere vehicles are in flames. During the day, the Russian artillery fires into the melee. Then we are told that the Soviets are close to the town. Chaos ensues when everyone tries to save himself as best he can. Many of the vehicles from our unit and from others are stuck fast in the mud. Those who can blow up their vehicles to make sure they don't fall into Russian hands. We run across to ours, which has been standing under cover, and are lucky enough to be able to jump-start it and get away. But a few days later we lose our truck in the mud as well, and now we have to walk. 8th of February. A general retreat towards the west gets underway. While our men try to save as many vehicles and heavy weapons and as much equipment as possible, struggling through the mud or by using the railway, we are employed as rearguard security to prevent the advancing enemy from reaching the main column. The road takes us, with many engagements along the way, over Shirokoye and Mykolaevka to Inghul, and from there by means of a harrowing march through the sticky mud all the way to the river Bug. This is a terribly demoralizing time, trudging through gluey slime without sleep and with very little food, our feet blistered and bloody, our ears aching because of the unrelenting yells of "Hooray!" from the pursuing enemy, whom we had to fight off in order to stay alive, and I have neither time nor opportunity to make any notes. However, as soon as my battered body has had a bit of time to recuperate in Voznesensk on the Bug, I catch up with recording my never-to-be-forgotten experiences and traumas. I have given up trying to quote the exact dates of the various incidents of the retreat in favour of concentrating on what actually took place during this awful period.
Chapter 11. The Hunters and the Hunted. For the cruisers, watching from a distance as Titans clashed, the action ended as suddenly as it began. They saw a British ship exploding, another on fire and retreating. Lieutenant Commander Collett, in Suffolk, stared anxiously at the pillar of smoke marking the demise of a capital ship, and thought of his brother John in Prince of Wales. Was he among the dead? It seemed an eternity waiting for the news as to which ship had been sunk, because it was fairly obvious from the size of the explosion that there could not be many survivors. In impotent fury, Suffolk fired 3 salvos with her 8-inch guns that fell far short of the enemy. The shattering signal came through, and while Collett was relieved to discover his brother's ship was not the victim, he was still devastated. It was a terrible shock. I found it difficult to believe that our biggest and most beautiful ship had gone so suddenly, and that I had seen it go, but a relief to know that the POW, Prince of Wales, was still afloat, but had been hit. But what if Brother John was among casualties in Prince of Wales? When Suffolk intercepted a signal listing dead and wounded, Collett was relieved to find his brother was not among them. After destroying the British battlecruiser, Admiral Lutyens and Captain Lindemann disagreed profoundly on what should happen next. Lindemann said Bismarck must pursue and destroy the apparently badly damaged British battleship, which they believed to be King George V, but Lutyens refused to yield. The admiral stuck to his incomprehensible decision. Unaware of this bitter disagreement between their commanders, Bismarck's ordinary sailors celebrated their achievement, believing they would now turn for home. However, as Bismarck and Prince Eugen pressed on into the Atlantic, the German battleship was already suffering from a handicap that would, ultimately, doom her. One of 3 14-inch shell hits achieved by Prince of Wales punctured oil tanks, and a pumping station was out of action in a flooded section of the forecastle, denying the ship access to 1,000 tons of fuel. Another hit, probably the source of the fire British warships claimed to see, destroyed boats on Bismarck's upper deck. Bismarck suffered no casualties, but flying wreckage on the boat deck damaged the aircraft launch gear. With 2 holes in her hull, she rapidly took in 2,000 tons of water, losing 2 knots off her speed and leaving an oil trail. Not only was Bismarck down by 3 degrees on the bow, she also developed a 9-degree list to port, although counter-flooding corrected this. She had also, of course, damaged her forward radar when firing at Norfolk on May 23rd. Considering the damage to his ship, Lindemann counseled returning to Germany, but Lutyens insisted Bismarck should head to Saint-Nazaire for repairs, possibly because he had in mind a later venture into the Atlantic with Scharnhorst and Gneisenau. Bismarck and Prince Eugen had by now disappeared over the horizon, but lookouts in Suffolk spotted a Sunderland flying boat overhead, which swooped down to make a light signal. The RAF aircraft advised the cruiser it could provide directions to the probable location of Hood's survivors. However, with 2 German raiders making good their escape to rampage among sea lanes bulging with British merchant ships, that was not a job for a cruiser. Suffolk flashed a signal back, asking the Sunderland to find and report the location of Bismarck and Prince Eugen. It flew off in search of the enemy ships, a trail of oil glinting on the surface of the ocean, pointing the way. With the necessary information passed back by the flying boat, Suffolk steamed hard to resume her shadowing duties. Of Norfolk and Prince of Wales there was no sign. Re-establishing contact with the enemy and marking them for destruction might be down to Suffolk alone. But her men were near the limit of their endurance. Collett realized, "I had been standing up straining my eyes to catch sight of the German ships for close on 11 hours, without anything to eat or drink, and no dinner since the night before. I suppose it was about 6:30 a.m., but I completely lost all count of time. Some very good sandwiches were dealt out at about this period, and they put new life into me. After about half an hour we sighted smoke on the horizon, and, as we came nearer to it, then it became obvious that it wasn't only smoke from a funnel, but from what must have been a considerable fire on board Bismarck. We were steaming at full speed, and soon masts and bridges of the German battleship and her attendant cruiser were visible, and we reduced speed so as not to get too close. And so the knife-edge duty of shadowing was resumed, with its mix of long stretches of boredom, interrupted by intense moments of extreme danger. According to Commander Porter, Suffolk's ship's company had lived and eaten at odd moments at the guns. An odd doze snatched during lulls served for sleep. Some slept on their feet, but the work and watching of arduous months had been worth while. There were lighter moments. One of the cruiser's older officers, who had seen action at the Battle of Jutland and the battle-cruiser Princess Royal, calmed his nerves by knitting, while perched on his uncomfortable seat in the after-gunnery director. Some of the cruiser's anti-aircraft crews kept their spirits up by holding sing-songs, while Royal Marine gunners allowed out of their turret for a breather rolled up an old rag for a game of football. While Prince of Wales had retired from the fight, the prospect of further combat could not be discounted. The ship remained taut at action stations, so there was no time for rest and recuperation, although a hot drink and a sandwich fortified Medic Sam Wood. After a mug of cocoa and a corned beef doorstep, I reported to the surgeon commander for further instructions. I was told to remain at my action station after obtaining further medical supplies. The Prince of Wales was quite seriously damaged, the 8-inch shells of Prince Eugen doing the most visible harm. In total, she had been hit 7 times, 4 15-inch shells from Bismarck and 3 8-inch from the Prince Eugen. There were hits aft, both above the waterline and below it, with flooding of some spaces, not forgetting the 15-inch shell from Bismarck that passed through the bridge and caused such mayhem. The most dangerous was a hit below the waterline on the starboard side. An unexploded 15-inch shell lay between the outer armored skin and the inner hull of the ship, next to a magazine. The chief engineer had detected water contamination in oil from tanks in that area, indicating shell penetration. It could explode at any moment, though nobody in the ship was aware of quite how perilous the situation might be. A grim battle readiness assessment was given to Captain Leach. Out of 10 14-inch guns, only 3 were capable of firing. The Y turret, which had jammed when the ship made her turn away from battle, could not be rotated. Around 400 tons of water had been taken in astern. The maximum speed the ship could make was 27 knots. Meanwhile, Suffolk found she needed to make only 22 knots to keep up with Bismarck, a further indication that the German battleship had slowed due to damage. By now, Norfolk, in company with Prince of Wales, was not far behind Suffolk, all 3 coming under the command of Rear Admiral Wake Walker. The weather, which had been fair all day, deteriorated, and mist banks and rain squalls frequently obscured the German ships. Suffolk's commander, Porter, reflected on the dangers of hanging on to the coat-tails of powerful enemy ships in such tricky conditions. To maintain contact in the filthy weather which now set in, the shadowers closed up on the enemy. Each time the Germans disappeared into one of the patches of rain and murk, one was reminded of the traditional habit of the wounded buffalo to lie up in a thicket to savage his pursuers. As the clock marked 6:30 p.m., the German ships melted into a thicker patch of fog and squalls, Bismarck making a sharp turn to the west. This was the second time she had conducted that maneuver in order to mask attempted separation from Prince Eugen, which was ordered by Lutyens to head off, first of all to seek fuel from one of the pre-positioned tankers lurking in the Atlantic, then to hunt down and destroy enemy merchant ships. The first time this move was attempted, at 3:40 p.m., the British ships were too close, and weather not quite bad enough to hide what was going on. 3 hours later, as both ships entered a fog bank, Bismarck again signaled Hood, the agreed code word to initiate the maneuver. The battleship turned sharply away to the west and then north to confront the enemy and distract them, while Prince Eugen steamed south. This coincided with a British show of aggression triggered by a signal from the Admiralty, itself prompted partly by Churchill piling on pressure from Chequers for Prince of Wales to avenge Hood's loss. The signal asked Wake Walker, "Request your intentions as regards the Prince of Wales re-engaging." With such a dangerous quarry and poor weather conditions, Wake Walker could not be blamed for keeping a respectable distance. The poor state of affairs in Prince of Wales, plus the inherent vulnerabilities of lightly protected cruisers against two adversaries who had destroyed a battle-cruiser in short order, also had to be taken into account. Wake Walker believed Tovey and the King George V group were close enough to effect an interception by the early hours of May 25th, if he could just hang on to Bismarck and Prince Eugen long enough to mark them down. Shadowing was surely the wisest course. However, Wake Walker, prompted by the career-threatening tone of the Admiralty signal, decided to go on the offensive. The Admiralty was implying that more was needed in the aftermath of the Royal Navy's most famous ship being lost, along with 1,415 men. Wake Walker decided, in consultation with Captain Leach via light signal, that his force should creep up on Bismarck, with Prince of Wales in the lead. They would bring about a short engagement, then withdraw to the east, hoping the Germans would take the bait and follow. This would shorten the distance to Tovey, making it more likely the Royal Navy could destroy the German ships. However, observers in Suffolk saw Bismarck turning just as she slid into a patch of mist. Wary of a trap, Suffolk proceeded carefully, changing course and withdrawing a little. As one of her officers wrote a few days later in a letter to his family, the British cruiser went where angels normally fear to tread. Suffolk's radar operators warned that the range to Bismarck had decreased from 15 miles to just 10, indicating she was coming their way. 4 minutes later, with lookouts straining their eyes to catch sight of the enemy, not more than 2 miles away, the great bulk of Bismarck emerged. Suffolk's Lieutenant Commander Collett reported, "Suddenly she appeared out of the mist, a huge, terrifying monster, and much too close for our liking. Once again Providence protected us. For some unknown reason she held her fire. It was as though her captain had decided to give us a sporting chance, whilst everyone gaped at her, expecting to see the vivid orange flashes from her guns, which would almost certainly have caused us grievous harm if they had gone off at that time." Suffolk immediately piled on the knots as her helm was put hard over, turning away to seek safety. Bismarck's turrets trained on the British cruiser, guns flashing. Officers whose action stations were below decks, and who were referred to by those in more exposed positions as the idle rich, had come up for a breath of fresh air. Commander Porter reported that, as Bismarck appeared from her lair in the murk, The idle rich thought she was a British battleship of the Ramillies class, until they saw the flash of her guns and stayed not on the order of their going. At his action station, Commander Porter counted off the seconds to impact. For half a very slow minute we waited, and then, short of us, the huge fountains of water leapt into the air. Again and again she fired, the salvos jumping nearer and nearer. 3 15-inch shells plunged into Suffolk's wake, spaced no more than 2 yards apart, throwing up a single gigantic column of water. The British cruiser fired back, to no effect. For Suffolk's snaking maneuvers threw her aim off. 15 seconds later, another salvo of 15-inch shells hit the water, in the same spot as the first. Suffolk was long gone, twisting and turning as she endeavored to put as much distance as possible between herself and Bismarck. Collett saw the third of Bismarck's salvos fall about 300 yards astern, and it was obvious that she was getting our range. Then came the enemy's fourth. I saw the flash of her guns for that fourth salvo, and I must admit that the time that elapsed between those flashes and the fall of shot was most unpleasant to me, as I expected us to be hit. I did, in fact, dodge behind our gun director, which is a most flimsy affair, and couldn't possibly have protected us against anything but the smallest of splinters, a sort of vain endeavor to obtain shelter. It was a most absurd thing to do, but the urge to get behind something was terrific. I should like to add here that I was by no means the only person to act in this manner. People who had something to do and to occupy their minds were lucky, because they probably did not realize our imminent danger, or if they did, they couldn't just drop it and hide. Our captain, however, had a similar idea as to where this salvo might fall, and, as her guns fired, the helm went over, and we altered course about 45 degrees to port. This almost certainly saved us, because the shells fell, as far as I could judge, just exactly where we should have been if we hadn't altered. Her next salvo fell in line with us, but about 300 yards short, and then we altered course again and started making a smoke screen, which we eventually retired behind and hid ourselves in. Veiled by the smoke, Suffolk still caught sight of Prince Eugen and unleashed some 8-inch shells. These fell so short the German cruiser did not even notice she was being fired at, believing Suffolk's gunfire was part of the general battle in the far distance. The men of Prince Eugen heard rumbles and saw orange and yellow flashes reflected by the clouds. As the weather cleared all the way to the far horizon, they caught their last sight of Big Brother Bismarck. Encircled by a halo from the salvos of her own heavy turrets, militant and proud, Bismarck disappeared, firing beyond the clear horizon. It was a scene which none of the men of the Prince who saw it would ever forget. Bismarck fired around 7 salvos, and Suffolk in return fired 100 8-inch shells, but the German battleship lost interest when the cruiser disappeared into the smoke screen. As Suffolk retired towards them, Prince of Wales and Norfolk, the former at the limit of her gun's range, and Norfolk well beyond that of hers, entered the fray, more as a gesture of protection for the other British ship than with any realistic hope of hitting Bismarck. The Germans had preempted the British attack plan, which was now a damp squib. In Norfolk, Rear Admiral Wake Walker watched 3 8-inch salvos fall short, while it appeared, despite the extreme distance, Prince of Wales managed to straddle Bismarck. In Suffolk, Collett wondered what the hesitant encounter looked like to his brother. We heaved a sigh of relief as we joined up with Prince of Wales in Norfolk. I couldn't remember what John's action station was in Prince of Wales, but I remember wondering whether he was watching our little battle and what his reactions were.
We had no idea what the drill was in the rear areas. On the front line, it was all you could do to stay alive. I have often heard tales from Russian prisoners about the supposed treatment of POWs by German frontline troops. These stories served their propaganda purpose, making sure that the Russian soldier would prefer to fire his last cartridge and fight to the death rather than surrender. There is no doubt that it was this fear that often persuaded Russian soldiers to put up unbelievable resistance in completely hopeless situations. But it's the same with us. I have seen atrocities perpetrated on German soldiers, and the fear of similar treatment is greater than the fear of dying in battle. Many incidents involving acts of brutality and murder were committed by the Russians against their own people too, and they definitely tried to blame these on the German troops, especially during the turbulent times of our retreat. I will report on my own personal experiences on this topic later in this chapter. As the prisoners are transported to the rear, it again becomes quiet. The professor and Otto Krupka, who in the meantime had been promoted to Unteroffizier, come to see us in our foxhole. "What's with the tanks?" I ask. "They were immediately taken out by an anti-tank gun," says Otto somewhat quietly. The professor takes the part of the enthusiast. "Wow, it was quite something, you seeing off the Russians with one machine gun," he says in admiration. "I had no choice but to stay here. You blokes all ran away without saying a word," complains Valdi. "We only ran after the lieutenant," Otto protests. "When the tanks appeared, the entire left flank ran for it. And when the ATG was destroyed, there was no stopping them." "No one's blaming you," I add. "If we'd noticed them earlier, we would have run with you too. But as it happened, it was too late. And if it hadn't been for our ammunition carrier, Josef Spitzke, we would all have been lying here dead now," says Franz Kramer, whose nerves are still jumping. For our lieutenant, the hard-fought defensive close combat was apparently nothing unusual. He probably doesn't talk to us because he can see what we think of him. A responsible superior waits until all of his men have been able to reach safety. He can probably read this from our stares. While other soldiers come up and want to know all the details, the lieutenant only talks to Valdi, our section leader. Later we hear that he had been awarded the Iron Cross First Class because of his supposed heroism. However, he is quickly forgotten because by the end of February we have our respected Oberleutnant Prinz Moritz zu Oettingen-Wallerstein back again as Schwadron Commander. Shortly before nightfall, the clouds quickly cover the sky, and a light drizzle starts to fall. Wachtmeister Fender says we have to vacate the position by 2100 hours. A few kilometres further west, the rest of the unit is collected and a new defensive perimeter created. Although the advancing enemy is quickly stopped, we nevertheless have to move off again at once, since the Russians have moved forward on both flanks, without meeting any resistance, in an attempt to take us in a pincer movement. Unfortunately, not everyone manages to get away. This hopeless situation repeats itself almost daily. During this time we lose Franz Kramer, who, with his heavy gun mount, was apparently unable to get away quickly enough, and fell into enemy hands. We are repeatedly trying to hold the enemy back, but it is a hopeless venture, as we are busy running almost all the time. As soon as a soldier is on the retreat, nothing will persuade him to stay in one place to await an onrushing enemy. We cannot consolidate until we get to Nikolaevka on the 28th of February, under the leadership of our well-respected Schwadronschef, who, following his recovery, has returned to us. We hold the enemy back for quite a while here, and even launch a number of successful counterattacks, but as the Soviets quickly begin to envelop us on both sides, we are forced to withdraw again. Behind the village of Petropavlovka, we are spread out in all directions when we are suddenly attacked. We've been without sleep for days and are totally exhausted, so we, as the rear guard of our unit, have been looking for quarters in the last houses of the village. After a while, the Soviets come storming into the village, yelling "Hurrah!" and mowing down everything in their path. I just have enough time to escape out of a rear window with Otto Krupka. I can't take my machine gun with me. It wouldn't do me any good in any case. I'm out of ammunition. Later on in the retreat, Otto and I run into some more of our mates from the Schwadron. We all haul ourselves through the mud and slime, tired and exhausted. Then, one day, they too are gone, and I am now alone with Otto. We join up with a combat unit made up of personnel from a mishmash of all types. In the meantime, it begins to rain, and the mud now becomes even deeper. The ice-cold easterly wind whips through our starved bones. The hunger gnaws at our intestines. During the nights, we seek shelter in the panier huts. They are always mostly full. The men lie stacked up like herrings, helping each other to keep warm. Their faces are dirty and pale. They listen intently to every little noise outside, reacting to anything out of the ordinary. Only a few have got weapons with them. When each morning breaks, and assuming Ivan hasn't driven us out of the houses with his shouting, we pull ourselves together and stumble on. In every village we come to, we meet up with new groups of German soldiers fleeing from the pursuing Soviet army. Some of them have misjudged the speed of the Russian advance. These men are mostly rear echelon troops from field bakeries, repair and maintenance shops and so on, and supply troops who have never seen the front line. Once in a while we would even come across so-called Kriegsverlängerungsräte, whose uniforms for the first time have come in contact with dirt. Kriegsverlängerungsräte, or Schmalspuroffiziere, are the administrative managers of the army. You can pick them out by the narrow epaulets of their tailored uniforms. They are the finest soldiers of the Reich who manage all the goodies the army gets, the sort of supplies which the average soldier never even lays eyes on. During the turbulent times of the withdrawal, these stuck-up and officious administrators were often done away with if they refused to open the gates of their overfilled supply depots to the angry, starving and tattered common soldiers trying to escape the clutches of the pursuing Soviets. They would quote orders given by their superiors, who themselves were long gone to the rear, to secure the depots and blow them up or set them ablaze before the Soviet army could take them over. One day, Otto and I found ourselves standing in front of just such a depot, in front of which a Kriegsverlängerungsrat had placed himself, together with his assistants, to stop famished soldiers from getting in. In spite of the fact that the Russians were not far from the village, the official stood his ground and denied the soldiers access, saying that he had orders to blow the place apart, but not to let it be opened before that. As the crowd of soldiers steadily grew and the official stood his ground, the debate was settled with a sudden burst of fire from a submachine gun. The corpse was unceremoniously shoved aside, and the starving men went into the depot, egged on by an Oberfeldwebel, as the charges were set to blow in 20 minutes. We couldn't believe what we saw. Everyone stuffed his pockets full. "Take only the best," Otto suggested. "When the Russians are after us, you'll throw away half of it." Otto was right. But what was the best? Everything we saw was of value to us half-starved individuals. Where did all these goodies come from? These luxuries I had never seen up at the front? Who were these delicious hard salami and smoked hams supposed to be for? At the front we had soft cheese or canned meat at best. In one corner I discovered cases of wonderful chocolate cola in cans. In my entire service career I had been able to get this from the canteen precisely twice. "Man, look at this golden liquid," Otto called over as he held up a bottle of French cognac. "A bit different from that kidney-water juniper brandy which we soldiers always get." Otto was eagerly tearing open some of the highly sought-after Frontkämpferpäckchen, which we seldom had the luck to receive. He only took out the packs of cigarettes, throwing the rest of the goodies away. There was no knowing what treasures were being stored in this warehouse, while we at the front had suffered hunger for days on end when our kitchen could not deliver food to the front line. Or was this stuff just not meant for us? I wanted to know. Meant, yes, but the best stuff always gets looted on the way. Mostly it goes to the staffs. I've seen that myself, Otto explains. What I've seen would make your eyes pop. I saw it all when I was an orderly. It's always that way when something passes through a lot of hands. It's not even the high-ranking officers who take advantage, but those who want to brown-nose their superiors. It is no different with the kitchen-wallers. The best goes to the person they want to suck up to. Otto shoved a huge piece of cheese in his mouth, which he had taken from another Unteroffizier on the blade of a knife. "We should get a job like that," interjected his friend, who in the meantime had half-emptied the bottle. "Well, that'd be okay, but it's not for us old foot-sloggers, right?" He grabbed his friend around the shoulder and said heavily, "We have both been lying in the dirt too long." As the Oberfeldwebel hurried us out because of the danger from the explosions due any moment, I came across a room with some new jack boots next to some uniforms. As my own boots were soaking wet and swollen up, I quickly tried on a new pair. However, in my haste, I decided on some which were one size too large, thinking I could fill out the extra room with an extra pair of socks or foot warmers. I shouldn't have, because in the deep slime, the new boots rubbed my feet and made them so bloody that I could only drag myself along in agony, and at times literally got stuck. The only one who stayed with me was Otto. He also had blisters on his feet, but he said he could stand it. I often wonder how I will be able to manage to run as the Russians beat us back, now my feet are raw flesh. As soon as I stop, I suffer awful pain. Now I understand what you are prepared to go through when your life depends on it. During the day I go through hell with my feet, and at night the yells of the oncoming Soviets rip me out of my death-like sleep. I recall that for weeks afterwards, on quiet days, I would wake up from nightmares in which a deep voice of a yelling Russian had been following me around. He was forever on our heels, shouting, "Hurrah!" and never giving us any respite. How I would have loved to have given this noisy devil a burst. But only having my pistol, Otto's submachine gun, was out of ammunition, it would have been suicide. So, in my terror, I preferred to run for my life on raw flesh. Many soldiers did not manage to get away and were shot out of hand or bayoneted. Others were driven crazy and went for the attacking Soviets with their bare hands, or fell on their knees and begged for mercy. The Soviet soldiers just laughed as they massacred them. I didn't notice any prisoners being taken. It was days before the yelling behind us stopped, but instead we can now see the Soviet soldiers marching forward on both sides of us, almost near enough to touch. They do not even bother to get into position to fire on us. We are a sorry sight, tired and bedraggled. They do take the liberty of taunting us with a victory pose as they pass by on their little wagons, loaded with all kinds of things. This seems to me to be downright grotesque, to see the enemy so near at hand just marching by instead of fighting with him, and to be shown only threatening fists and ridicule. Occasionally, their advance units run into strong German opposition. Then they withdraw and leave behind masses of murdered Russian women and children in the villages, hacked to death along the muddy roads and in the houses. Above all, there remains an unremitting hatred towards the Germans, and towards all those who have served them during the occupation. They don't ask if those who have served have done so voluntarily or if they have been forced to do it. It's enough that they have lived under German occupation. The Russian army demands obedience without equivocation to the patriotic slogan, "Rather dead than enslaved." The same words always come from those on the winning side, the motive always being hatred for all who think differently. If everyone temporarily forced to do something against his will or his convictions had to be struck down, very soon there would be nobody left. These women, murdered by their own forces, were really only normal, everyday women. God knows they didn't want to work for their occupiers. They only wanted to survive. These terrible pictures send an additional shiver into my body, driving me forward ever more determinedly. I have the feeling that I am wading through blood in my boots. When we arrive at a village in which a group of stout-hearted soldiers has just driven the Russians out, I suffer terrible pains which I simply cannot stand. My feet are burning, as if I've been running over hot coals. For the first time, I shout with pain. "I am finished, Otto. Nobody can run on raw flesh all the way to the bug." "You have to," Otto insists, and tries to calm me. We are about 100 metres behind the last of the trailing party. Nobody pays any attention to us, and why should they? Everyone's had enough. And what difference would it make anyway if one person stays behind and dies? But I don't want to peg out, not yet. I grit my teeth and drag myself forward once again. The fire in hell can't be worse than this, I think, and at the same time I bite my lip until it oozes blood for having let my willpower slip. But after a short period, the pain is so unbelievable that I resign myself to my fate. I am completely finished, and my willpower is paralyzed. I can go on no further. I can't take another step. With a groan, I let myself fall into the mud. Otto wants to get me going. He even tries the Russian yell and calls me a lazy dog and so on. I don't react. My spirit is broken. The pain almost finishes me at every step. "It's over, Otto. I can't take any more. I'm going to stay here, come what may. I just don't give a damn, I moan. When the Russians come, I've got my pistol. But you hurry on, Otto, so you can catch up with the rest. Otto is livid. Don't talk such nonsense. At least let's go to the next hut. When you have rested for a bit, we might be able to go a little further. He takes me under the arm and helps me up. A hot current runs through my body, reaching up into my throat. Is this the end? Damn! I've been on the front lines for months, and have at most been slightly wounded in the many close combats, and now my life is hanging in the balance all because of a couple of lousy army boots which are tearing the skin off my bones. Well, I guess it has to be that way. I could, of course, have pulled off the boots long ago and run barefoot, as so many others are doing. However, when I see what has happened to so many of the men who have done just that, and what infections and other problems they have picked up from the mud, I decide that I would rather keep the boots on. In any case, I would probably never have been able to get the boots back on again due to the swellings. With Otto's help, I manage to drag myself to the next cabin. It's empty, but we come across a small chunk of bread and a glass jar containing some beets. The food gives us some new energy, but it also makes me dead tired. And while Otto snoops around the cabin and outside, I lie down on an iron bedstead with the army blanket wrapped around me, and immediately fall asleep. Eventually, I can hear my name being called, as if from far away, so I get up and drag myself to the door. Otto is waving to me from the other side of the street, beckoning me to join him. Beside him are two scruffy-looking Russian ponies, two hemp ropes rather than the normal bridles around their necks. He has a broad grin on his face. Took me a good half hour to round up these little beasts, but they're our only chance of getting out of here in a hurry. With that, he presses one rope into my hand and is already on the back of his pony, without even asking me if I can ride. My pony is not a big animal, and with a single bound I am on his back and pressing my legs around his belly. He immediately stands up on his front legs, raises his hindquarters, and starts shaking like a wet cat. I slide forward and am almost thrown off, but at the last moment manage to hold on to his bushy mane. "Davai! Davai!" yells Otto as he slams his heels into his animal's flanks. The pony trots along and is soon several meters in front of me. Then my one scurries after Otto's, jolting my bones, and only by clinging on to the mane can I manage to stop it unseating me. This riding is good fun, I decide, but only if you know how. I have only ridden once, and that was on a fat old farm horse. It was in the first year of the war, when we were ordered by the school to help bring in the harvest. I remember that riding on that thing was much easier than riding on this spindly creature. Otto's pony goes too slowly for his liking, so he smacks the nag on the neck and digs his heels into its flanks, but the little horse doesn't move any faster. In return, it tries to snap at his legs. My pony copies what his is doing, just as if they had agreed upon it. He too bends his head back towards me and snaps at my knees. I move backwards and just about manage to cling on to his mane. One foot is already dragging on the ground. "This devil will be the end of me yet," I moan, and because of his jerking gait, I am rattled from side to side, and it sounds as if I am stuttering. I slide from left to right and back again, and feel like a bundle of clothes on an old wheelbarrow. I can feel every jolt the blessed thing makes as my backside lands against the animal's bony spine. "No, Otto, I'd rather get off and walk, even on these bad feet," I call to him in a stuttering voice. Otto, who is in front of me, turns around, then ducks suddenly flat along the neck of his nag. "The Russians!" he calls, and then rifle salvos rattle off from between the houses, and the bullets zip around our ears. My nag makes a leap and stretches his legs in a gallop, with me pressing my chest against his neck and clinging to his mane. We easily overtake Otto, who is also now galloping. Suddenly, I find riding to my liking. I feel as if I am in a cradle, and notice with pleasure that we are very quickly putting some distance between ourselves and the enemy fire. Both animals have passed the last of the houses, and are now galloping out on the open steppe. Then mine, out in front, stops suddenly, and snorts so heavily that the foam flies into my face. As I turn around, Otto comes sweeping by. The mane of the little beast waves in the wind, and Otto, in his fur cap, looks like a Cossack on the attack. He stops beside me. Even though it is light, we can't see the village behind us. My pony moves off at a canter, and I again start bouncing around like a bundle of rags. Later we come across another village, and he stops and decides not to take another step. Otto's follows its lead, and they both look at us scornfully. "We have to get down," says Otto. "They're in one of their moods. I've seen this before. Pannier ponies are unpredictable." "Good. We'll walk until they get over it and let them stretch their legs," I say, glad to be able to dismount. Every bone in my body is aching, it seems, and my rear end has pretty well had it. Nevertheless, thanks to the food and sleep, my feet have had a chance to recover a bit, and I'm not now in so much pain when I walk. As we approach the village, Otto can see through his field glasses that there are lots of Russians there, so we are forced to skirt round the village using a rachel. By the time we are almost past it, shots are again being fired, from behind and also from the side. We are up on the backs of the animals again like lightning, and fortunately they are already upset and want to get away. They are off at a gallop, as if the devil himself was after them. We don't mind. They relax into a trot only when we reach the broad, well-used mud road of the retreating troops. We continue westward through the mud and the hard-packed steppe. There are frequent downpours, and the ice-cold wind causes our bodies to stiffen. We give the ponies food and water on the way, but instead of being grateful, they continue to be temperamental. Every now and then they stop and stand still, and nothing we say will cajole them into moving. Even when we try to trick them with a few rounds from Otto's submachine gun, the little devils show no reaction. They know full well who it is that's doing the shooting. Us, not the enemy. When we go to pat them kindly on their heads, they snap and even try to bite us. They don't react to friendship, the aggressive little buggers. We reckon they must have been very harshly treated in the past. And every time my pony stares at me with his pale yellow eyes after he has been having a go at me, I always get the feeling that the little devil is laughing. Not until we have organised some old blankets and placed these over their sharp bones do they become a little easier to get along with, allowing us to ride for a bit longer, but again only until they decide to stop and go through the old routine about not wanting to move. We're completely dependent upon the mood of these small, shaggy beasts, but even so we're thankful that they have carried us for days on their backs, although I will frequently think about my seriously taxed rear end. Somewhere, far beyond the Inghul and near the Jelaniec, our riding days are over. One day, as we are looking around in some houses for quarters, having tied up the ponies at a tree, they suddenly vanish. As the ropes had not been torn away by force, we know full well that they've been stolen, along with their blankets, by other soldiers. It is the middle of March and the height of the muddy season. From now on we join the retreating masses once more. Resistance is only offered if the enemy comes too close. Superiors are always trying to form combat units out of the demoralised men, but these dissipate after short periods of resistance. One day we find ourselves at a supply depot. We fill our pockets with chocolate, cigarettes, and other items. Just as we are about to down a thick slice of beer sausage, several mortar rounds crash nearby, and a soldier on the outside yells, "The Soviets are coming!" Electrified, everyone jumps up and runs to the exit. An Unteroffizier from one of the vehicles has already rolled out several diesel and petrol drums and then set fire to them. The jets of flame just miss his back. The Soviets are at the other end of the depot, and we soldiers run and pile onto the vehicles to get away faster. The crews curse and try to push some of the men away, but they cling to the vehicles like blackfly and fight each other for any free space. We manage just to hang on to a bit of the side cover, mainly to help us get through the mud a bit faster. A soldier calls out, "No more space, comrade. Let go, otherwise we'll have to get down." The damn fellow then stamps on our fingers with the heel of his boot until they bleed. We just have to let go, and we fall into the mud. There are many more like us. Otto is angry. "They aren't human anymore. They're just animals, and don't give a toss if other people die. just as long as they can save themselves. And they have the cheek to call us comrade. No space any more, comrade. I'm sorry, comrade. They're the ones who are getting away, damn it. I'd like to punch them on the nose. What the hell do they know about comrades and the friendships which exist on the front lines? They spit the word out so easily without understanding what it really means. Otto has worked up a real fury, but afterwards he feels a bit better. He has also said exactly what I am thinking. We clean off the worst of the mud and then run along in the trail left by the half-track. The Soviets are to the side, behind us, and are shooting at individual soldiers who try to take refuge among the houses. "Here comes another half-track," Otto yells. "We've got to get up on this one, otherwise we've had it." This vehicle is also full to bursting with soldiers. We run along beside it and wave to the driver. Then a Stabswachtmeister sticks his head out and gives the driver a signal. The half-track is now driving at a walking pace. We notice that the man's epaulet piping is the same gold-yellow as ours. He has also noticed that on us, and he stretches out his hands to Otto and me and asks, "Which Schwadron?" "First of the 21st, we answer in union. "Come on, I'm from the 8th of the 21st, he replies, and shoves one soldier from the running board to the front mudguard and pulls another into the driver's cab. We both jump up onto the running board and hold on to the door. That's what you call being saved at the last moment. We are thankful that the Soviets behind us haven't got any heavy weapons, otherwise we would not have got away so easily. We managed to escape with only a few slightly wounded, me among them. I caught a glancing hit below the knee, a ricochet. It's only a graze, though, as were the others earlier. It doesn't cause any problems. At the next stop, I need only stick a plaster on it. Although we lose sight of the other vehicles for several hours, we drive over the bridge on the river Yelanets. There we run into another combat unit, which has a number of men from our own unit. A capable officer has tried to hold up the advancing enemy by counter-attacking, and has even managed to push him back for a short while. In one of the recaptured villages, I get hold of a German submachine gun from a Soviet officer, and with it several magazines of ammunition. He also has 2 German wristwatches on his arm. In the village, we can see the atrocities that have been committed by the Soviet soldiers against their own people. This bloody war, involving women and children. I think of Katya in Dniprovka and her prayer that the war should be over soon. Vojna kaput. How often she and many others prayed for that. And now, if her own troops move into her village, it will be their death sentence too. The hatred for those who had lived under the Germans has become bestial. The thorn of revenge sits so deep in their flesh that they can't stop killing even their own people. And then they tell us in their propaganda leaflets that they will treat us, their enemies, very well if we surrender. In the next few days we'll be getting close to the River Bug. This is supposed to be our interim destination. We're told that the enemy will be brought to a standstill here by strong German forces. However, before we reach the Bug, we have to survive a couple of very dangerous days, with our units scattered in all directions because of the overwhelming strength of an attacking Soviet force. To add to the misery, the rain is teeming down by the bucketful, making the mud and slime deeper and deeper and making walking virtually impossible. We hang on to the frame of the pannier wagons, whose wet tarpaulins are blown about like the sails of a ship by the freezing easterly wind and smack us round our ears. It is a pitiful picture. The little pannier wagons, along with the tenacious, hardy steppe horses, are in the end the only means of transport for the troops. Tired, beaten, and as hungry as wolves, we reach the German reception stations at the Bug. Our unit has already been transferred from Voznesensk to Kantakusenka on the west side of the river, where there is another reception station. Here we discover that most of our unit has already been flown by Ju-52 to Chisinau in Romania. Otto and I remain in our quarters for 3 days, making ourselves more or less human again. Then, as it is assumed that the last of the stragglers from our unit have already reported in, we and some others are flown in an old Ju-52 without seats directly to our unit in Chisinau. Although I have flown at the glider school at Sensburg in East Prussia, this is nevertheless my first flight in a motor-driven aircraft. Thinking back, I can say that this flight in the old Tanta Yu was really enjoyable, not least because we were finally leaving Russia.
Chapter 12. Swordfish Strike. By 8 p.m. on the evening of Saturday, May 24th, King George V was 450 miles southwest of Reykjavik, with the enemy to the west by some 180 miles. Admiral Tovey still hoped he could meet Bismarck and Prince Eugen in battle on the morning of May 25th. It was possible they could be brought to action via an attack by torpedo bombers from Victorious. The timekeeping in KGV was British Midsummer Time, 2 hours ahead of GMT. This meant that, as the ship was by then 30 degrees west, sunset would not be until 00:31 a.m. on May 25th, and dawn would break at 6 a.m. Just 5.5 hours of what passed for darkness in those latitudes. The British admiral decided to detach Victorious from his force. The carrier headed off at high speed to reach a position where she was within range to launch her aircraft. Tovey hoped this could slow the enemy down by inflicting critical damage. As Victorious departed on her mission, with 4 cruisers in escort, King George V's men settled down to await news of the looming airstrike's success or failure. It would, in turn, decide whether or not they took up the fight against Bismarck the next day. As he turned in to snatch a few hours' sleep in his sea cabin bunk, the commanding officer of the flagship, Captain W.R. Patterson, wrote in the captain's order book, "Course 212 degrees, speed 27 knots. Call me in accordance with standing instructions. Pass enemy reports down the voice pipe as they come in. Call me at once if cruisers lose touch with enemy, and at 0530. 14-inch turrets to close up at 0200. King George V's guns would be ready for action before dawn. The young naval aviators of Victorious were embarking on a mission that was the true definition of British pluck. If the Royal Navy had been asked to pick any swordfish unit to undertake Tovey's bidding, it would not, in ideal circumstances, have been 825 Naval Air Squadron. It had suffered heavy casualties, and had therefore recently drafted in novice naval aviators. Their squadron leader, assisted by 2 veteran sub-flight commanders, was Lieutenant Commander Eugene Esmond. Though born in England, his aristocratic family hailed from Tipperary and was of Norman origin. The 825 Naval Air Squadron boss was a descendant of Colonel Thomas Esmond, who won a Victoria Cross during the Crimean War for rescuing wounded men under fire, at one point snuffing out a fizzing cannon shell by smothering it with his body. A scion of both Irish nationalists and British patriots, one forebear of Lieutenant Commander Esmonds was hanged for treason in the late 18th century, while another from the same era became captain of the British frigate Lion. After proving himself unsuited to life as a Catholic missionary, Eugene Esmond joined the Royal Air Force in 1928, finding he relished the challenge of flying fighter bombers from the Royal Navy's aircraft carriers, in an era when the senior service had to rely on the grace and favor of the RAF to provide a naval air arm. In the mid-1930s, Esmond left the Air Force for a career as a commercial pilot, flying on postal and freight routes between India and Australia, also taking the controls of luxury flying boats run by Imperial Airlines. In 1939, he received a letter from the Admiralty, which was anxious to recruit anyone with experience of carrier operations for the newly established Fleet Air Arm. After some negotiation over pension entitlement, necessary because Esmond wanted one day to play his part in financing his family's large ancestral home, the 30-year-old aviator joined the Royal Navy as lieutenant commander. Esmond was appointed to a squadron in the carrier Courageous, surviving her sinking off Ireland on September 17, 1939, thereafter being sent to command a swordfish training unit at Lee-on-Solent, and serving at other shore bases before receiving orders to take command of 825 Naval Air Squadron. Victorious and her fledgling aviators were the only solution available to Tovey in late May 1941, all other operational carriers being committed elsewhere. launched on the Tyne 11 days after war broke out. Victorious had only been commissioned into service on March 29, 1941. A product of the desperate race to build warships in the years just prior to the war, she was an armored-deck fleet carrier of the Illustrious class, true cutting-edge ships for their day. The aircraft that formed the main striking weapon for Victorious were, however, not exactly at the forefront of military technology. The maiden flight of the Swordfish biplane torpedo bomber was in the spring of 1934, but the first squadrons were not formed until the summer of 1936, around a year before Victorious was laid down. A large, ungainly-looking aircraft, the Swordfish appeared peculiarly old-fashioned, especially compared to sleeker, faster monoplane naval aircraft, such as the U.S. Navy's Douglas Devastator torpedo bomber, ordered the same year the Swordfish first flew, which had its own maiden flight in 1935 and was in service by late summer 1937. The Swordfish was also slow, with a top speed of 138 miles per hour, while the Devastator could manage 206 miles per hour. The British torpedo bomber looked like a flying museum piece, but for its role was a superb workhorse, some of its perceived faults actually proving to be advantages. Its low takeoff speed meant the Swordfish could get airborne even when a ship was at anchor. At sea, during storms, when it wasn't possible for a carrier to manage the forward momentum needed to launch other, more modern aircraft, it could still get into the air. The Swordfish had a low stall speed, which meant it could land back aboard ship even in gale-force winds, and was also highly maneuverable. During the famous raid on Taranto of November 1940, Swordfish torpedo bombers showed their dexterity by flying between the cables of barrage balloons meant to deter air attack. As the German Navy would soon discover, the slow speed of Swordfish also made them difficult to shoot down. Constructed principally from wood and metal struts, across which was stretched fabric, the Swordfish might seem too fragile for modern warfare. However, the fact that anti-aircraft shells would pass through without exploding, rather than detonate on hitting a metal-skinned machine, made it surprisingly tough. The true worth of the sturdy Swordfish can be seen in the fact that, while it served in several different guises until the end of the Second World War, with some 2,400 built, only 130 Devastators were ever constructed, the type being withdrawn from combat service in 1942. However, the Americans were putting huge investment into carrier aviation, the Devastator having a short shelf life because the U.S. Navy was able swiftly to bring into service more formidable strike planes, like the Avenger, which far outclassed the Swordfish and most other British naval aircraft. The less well-funded Fleet Air Arm stuck with the Swordfish and made the most of it, particularly as so-called successors, such as the Albacore, were little better. As it emerged that Bismarck was intent on a breakout, the 9 Swordfish of 825 Naval Air Squadron were ordered to join Victorious, just in case. They made a short flight from the Naval Air Station at Campbelltown, on the Kintyre Peninsula in the west of Scotland, landing to refuel in Orkney, and then flying on to Victorious. For many of the young aviators, it was their first landing on a ship. Indeed, there were no more than 7 people with relevant flying experience in the squadron. The squadron should have been blessed with 8 weeks of workup training on joining a carrier, but not even that number of days was available, much less hours. As the carrier returned from a flying training session in waters beyond Scapa, some of the air crews and ship's company watched Prince of Wales and Hood sailing northwest at top speed on their ill-fated pursuit of Bismarck and Prince Eugen. To the men of Victorious, the rate at which those departing ships were steaming signified something big was afoot. Instead of sailing for the Clyde to meet the elderly battlecruiser Repulse to help escort a convoy to Malta, carrying 48 crated Hurricane fighters for the defense of the fortress island, Victorious was soon accompanying the fleet flagship in pursuit of the most dangerous quarry in the world. A few days later, the young men of 825 Naval Air Squadron assembled in their ready rooms, in a state of barely suppressed tension, coiled for action, and awaiting the order to man their aircraft. With the shock of Hood's destruction just that morning at the forefront of their minds, the Swordfish crews regarded themselves as have-a-go pugilists, with Bismarck, a dreaded heavyweight, challenging the Royal Navy to last 10 rounds. Sub-Lieutenant Pat Jackson, one of the 825 Naval Air Squadron pilots, recalled, "The prelude to our airstrike was horrible, sitting and waiting your turn to get into the ring. You feel, God, I'd get out of this if I could." Since being detached, Victorious had steamed northwest at her top speed of 30 knots into an increasingly severe gale. The ship rode a 32-foot swell, lunging ahead and crashing down, the angry, frothing sea cascading across her bows, washing around the superstructure, her flight deck whipped and pummeled by driving rain and howling wind. The plan was for the Swordfish, under the protection of Fulmer fighters that would take off from Victorious shortly after the torpedo bombers launched, to attack Bismarck first. Then, with the Fulmers maintaining contact, the Swordfish would recover to Victorious, rearm, and then assault the Hipper-class cruiser. The aircraft were tightly packed at the rear of the flight deck, wings folded back. With butterflies fluttering in their stomachs, the young aviators emerged from below, walking across the drenched flight deck, spray and rain stinging their faces, bodies leaning into the wind. Each of them wore a well-insulated Sidcot flying suit and heavy, lined boots, with a Mae West life vest over the top. This assembly was crowned with a leather flying helmet and goggles, the latter kept raised until pulled down just prior to takeoff. There were no oxygen masks with microphones in Swordfish, for they did not fly high enough. Instead, the observer, pilot, and telegraphist air gunner, TAG, communicated by shouting down a flexible voice tube. The men climbed up the high sides of their aircraft, assisted by the helping hands of squadron handlers. Each Swordfish was armed with a single 18-inch torpedo, fitted with a contact fuse, set to run at 31 feet, as it was estimated Bismarck had a draft of around that depth. Their air crews exposed to the savage weather in open cockpits. One by one the Swordfish were brought forward, their wings unfolded and locked into place. On the signal, they rumbled down the flight deck and staggered into the sky. At least one Swordfish, hurling itself into the stormy night, dropped alarmingly, wheels skimming the heaving waves before clawing its way into the murk. With sunset not expected for a further 2 hours, the torpedo bombers set course for the enemy in daylight, but were swiftly swallowed up by a rain squall. Ahead of them was a 120-mile flight into strong wind and lashing rain. Behind the controls of his Swordfish, Pat Jackson felt his nerves settle. Once you get into the cockpit and start up and fly in formation, you're doing what you're trained to do. The torpedo bombers formed on their leader, Esmond, climbing to 1,500 feet, and flying southwest at 85 knots through patches of stratus cloud. The idea was to fly at the bottom of the cloud layer, so it would mask their attack. To help find and fix Bismarck for strike, the Swordfish were making use of Air-to-Surface Vessel, ASV, radar. This duly picked up a contact, but, sighting a warship through a gap in the clouds, 825 Naval Air Squadron found Prince of Wales, which they only realized was not Bismarck by virtue of the 4 guns mounted in her A turret. A signal lantern flickered aboard the British battleship, advising that Bismarck was off her starboard bow, 15 miles distant. Norfolk also provided directions to the enemy, gleaned from her own radar. As dusk finally came on, the light faded dramatically and the sea rose, the Swordfish turning over Suffolk, from which Lieutenant Commander Collett bade them good hunting, feeling that they were a cheering sight, and we waved to them and wished them the very best of luck. Between the strike group and their target lay the U.S. Coast Guard cutter Modoc, searching for survivors from a recently sunk merchant vessel. Modoc would find herself risking destruction not once, but twice, merely for looking on as the latest episode in the great drama unfolded. With a displacement of less than 2,000 tons, she was tiny in comparison with the battleship that now crossed her path. The Americans knew of Bismarck's breakout, having picked up news of Hood's demise via radio. Modoc later encountered a British corvette that revealed the Germans were still heading south. The possibility of being mistaken for the enemy by either side had occurred, so Modoc was flying huge U.S. Coast Guard battle ensigns and making regular radio broadcasts to identify herself as neutral. Now her lookout's binoculars were filled with a battleship around 10 miles away, steaming south, emerging from the gloom and giving no sign of having seen the American cutter, the ship's gun turrets remaining pointed fore and aft. The vessel ignored Modoc's light signal inquiry. What ship? Attempts by radio to ensure the battleship knew Modoc's identity and nationality gained no response, and the Americans suddenly realized it was Bismarck, news going swiftly through the cutter. Men off watch rushed up ladders and along passageways to gain a vantage point on the upper decks, gawking at Bismarck as she exited stage right into the fog. Then there were shouts as Modoc's lookouts spotted biplanes dropping from the low clouds. These aerial intruders seemed to float like leaves on the air current, rather than be subjected to powered flight. Having climbed back into cloud to gain cover for the final leg of their attack run, the ASV of Esmond's Swordfish had picked up a contact, which looked likely to be Bismarck, exactly where he had been told she would be. But it was Modoc they were preparing to attack. Aboard the cutter, general quarters sounded, men dashing to man her 3 anti-aircraft guns. As the British aircraft swooped on their target, they realized it was too small to be Bismarck, whose location was given away by her own anti-aircraft gunners opening fire. The Swordfish had totally lost the element of surprise. Suffolk's men were not able to see the Swordfish press home their assault, relegated as they were to watching a horizon which was lit by flickers of flame and by the pinpoint bursts of anti-aircraft fire. Although Lieutenant Commander Collett claimed he saw Bismarck's AA shells bursting in the gloom, Modoc was, of course, much closer, her crew enjoying a ringside seat as the Swordfish attacked. Bismarck twisted and turned, her guns sparkling, upperworks wreathed in smoke. Some of the shells headed towards Modoc, whose captain, Lieutenant Commander Harold Belford, saw them landing dangerously close to our bows. There was a stark band of light on the horizon in the north and west, but a gathering darkness in the south and east. The attacking British torpedo bombers were organized into 2 sub-flights of 3 and 1 of 2 from the northeast, hoping to be hidden in the gathering darkness while they turned in against Bismarck, finding her silhouetted against a setting sun. One Swordfish had lost contact with the squadron and did not take part in the attack, but the others pressed on. The German battle wagon's 15-inch main armament and her secondary battery contributed to the barrage, creating fountains of spray amid a rainbow-colored storm of tracer. As the torpedo bombers skimmed in, Bismarck raised her speed to 27 knots. The Swordfish dropped to 100 feet and under, initially approaching on Bismarck's port quarter, the German ship making a hard turn to starboard. Their pilots watched for the heavier guns firing, some taking evasive action to ensure they skirted around the shell's point of impact. Pat Jackson's Swordfish was in the second sub-flight of 3 aircraft, led by Lieutenant Percy Jick, and he found it chaotic as we went in for the attack. Heavy flak bursts all around and the stench of burning explosives. Petty Officer Les Sayer was Jick's TAG, finding that whether he lived or died depended on the skill of a pilot who hardly ever spoke to him. Such was the class divide between officers and lower deck ratings, even in the close confines of a Swordfish crew. Heavy shell spouts some 100 feet high erupted between the aircraft, some Swordfish flying through them, faltering and dropping momentarily before shaking the water off and going on. Sayer's Swordfish had its fabric fuselage punctured. He could see his aircraft's torpedo through a hole between his feet. With all hell breaking loose around the aircraft, the sky filled with lazy arcs of tumbling, glowing shells that looked like pretty fireflies. Sayer stared at the red tail fin of the torpedo, waiting for it to disappear, signifying the fish was on its way. While he had been working around to the Bismarck's starboard side, swerving across the enemy bows, the lower aileron of Esmond's aircraft was damaged by enemy fire, throwing it briefly out of control. Having got his swordfish back on course, Esmond decided to come in as he was, dropping his torpedo from an altitude of 100 feet and just 1,000 yards off Bismarck's port beam. Bismarck turned tightly to port, successfully combing not only Esmond's torpedo, but also those of the other two aircraft in his subflight. Jick, whose aircraft had flown under Esmond's as the former began his attack run around midnight, was not happy with his first approach to target on Bismarck's starboard side, so turned away. However, the other two swordfish in Jick's subflight carried on, dropping their torpedoes to no avail as Bismarck again skillfully evaded them. The two swordfish of the third subflight unleashed their torpedoes on Bismarck's port side and also missed, the German ship twisting and turning to evade harm, her anti-aircraft guns putting up a storm of steel. The Germans grudgingly admired the suicidal bravery of air crews who, it seemed, did not expect to return from their mission. Amid the smoke from Bismarck's own weapons, Lieutenant von Müllenheim-Reckberg caught glimpses of the attack via his gunnery director optics. To him, the antiquated British aircraft appeared to be moving so slowly they were standing still in the air. They got so close before releasing their torpedoes, it looked like the enemy aircraft intended flying right over Bismarck, which struck him as a height of impudence. As each swordfish turned away, its TAG sprayed Bismarck with machine-gun bullets. Though this did no damage, it made the enemy duck for cover. Esmond, having used up his chance to strike a mortal blow, tried to assist by leading other swordfish that had expended their torpedoes past Bismarck, a valiant attempt to draw fire away from those that still might land a blow. Jick flew a wide dogleg, bringing his swordfish back in on Bismarck's bow around 60 seconds after Esmond's attack, flying at about 6 feet over the water, right ahead of the enemy. Les Sayer stood up, looking past his aircraft's observer and pilot, seeing the huge bulk of the battleship getting bigger and bigger. The Germans had still not spotted the lone swordfish. Sayer thought his aircraft would be ripped to shreds the moment Bismarck woke up. It was a single torpedo, a pair of light machine guns, and just 3 British aviators against the might of the German Navy. They couldn't possibly survive. But no, the swordfish kept going, and nobody in Bismarck noticed until after the torpedo was dropped. The aircraft leapt in the air as it parted company with the weapon at around 500 yards out, turning low over the waves to make an escape, zigzagging as it flew away, chased by crisscross tracer arcs. The Bismarck's anti-aircraft guns could not get the range. They were calibrated for targets flying a minimum speed of 100 knots, but the swordfish were flying at 90 knots, the required speed for dropping torpedoes. The mixed calibers of the German AA guns did not help either, nor did the violent maneuvers of the ship herself, making it virtually impossible for the gunnery directors to keep their weapons on target. The Germans tried again with their large-caliber guns, but the British aviators watched for the flashes, trying to calculate the time of flight and fall of shot, throwing their aircraft away from where they fervently hoped the shells would land. One shell passed rather too close to Les Sayer's swordfish, ripping another hole in the fabric of the biplane's fuselage. As the battered aircraft hightailed it away from Bismarck, Sayer exclaimed over the voice pipe, "It's bloody drafty back here!" About 30 seconds after Jick's torpedo was dropped, one of the British aviators saw a white cloud, which may have been spray, erupting on Bismarck's starboard side, quickly followed by a large dark cloud, which eventually rose to a height of 500 feet, then drifted away. 2 Fulmar fighters watched from a distance, ready to take up shadowing duties in the aftermath of the strike. Fulmar pilot T.W. Harrington, of 800X Naval Air Squadron, later revealed that In common with the other fighter, his aircraft was not allowed to tune its wireless set to the exact wavelength in case the Germans got a fix on Victorious. This would make it difficult to send a sighting report once they had confirmed contact with Bismarck. Harrington banked his aircraft, which was buffeted by the gale, rain running in wavy rivulets down the outside of the cramped cockpit, and somehow saw something very black with breaking water on our port bow. We altered course towards this faint object, and lo and behold, it opened fire at us. Well done, the Bismarck, for making up our minds. Despite the poor light and rain squalls, Harrington spotted the German battleship was trailing oil, and he estimated she was heading southeast at a speed of 18 knots. The Fulmer's observer sent out a sighting report, a fragment of which was picked up. Bismarck continued firing at the Fulmers until they retired to about 10 miles, before turning back for Victorious as their fuel got low. It was anticipated that a pair of relief Fulmers would soon take up shadowing duties. One of the departing Fulmers reported a hit on Bismarck to Victorious, confirming an earlier signal from Esmond that only a single torpedo had struck home. The weather had deteriorated so severely that there were fears the Swordfish could not be brought back aboard Victorious safely. The 825 Naval Air Squadron pilots had barely got the hang of landing aboard a carrier in daylight, so coming back on a stormy night would test their fledgling skills to the limit. They would have to cope with a heaving flight deck, driving rain, and howling wind. As if this wasn't bad enough, the homing beacon supposed to help guide them back to the ship was out of order. The Swordfish would be able to use their radar to find Victorious, but what if they found her, only to run out of fuel before they could land? It was imperative they get it right first time, especially as the crews would be very tired, and probably, in several cases, flying damaged aircraft. However, just as they were homing in on a radar contact, a rain squall masked the ship, and they flew by Victorious. As the drone of passing aircraft was heard amid the storm, a huge risk was taken, Victorious shining searchlights and signal lamps into the clouds. Fortunately, there were no U-boats prowling nearby. Wary of the possibility there might soon be, Rear Admiral Alban Curtis, cruiser squadron commander and also senior officer in the task group, ordered the commanding officer of Victorious, Captain H.C. Beauville, to turn the light show off. He acknowledged this instruction by using his brightest signal lamp, hoping the errant Swordfish might spot it. In the end, the intrepid torpedo bomber crews turned around and were able to find their way home thanks to the cruisers guiding them back by using low-intensity signal lamps. The second Swordfish down managed to land just as the carrier's bows plunged into the sea, a huge surge of water washing over the aircraft as it taxied forward to the parking area. Fortunately, the bottom of the cockpit had been shot out, so the water swiftly drained away. All the Swordfish had been recovered safely by 2 a.m., while 3 of the 5 Fulmers also returned safely. T.W. Harrington found landing his fighter a daunting prospect, for, in addition to having never before seen the layout of the new ship's flight deck lights in the dark, the exhaust vents on the aircraft's nose had no baffles. Therefore, as he brought the aircraft in to land, Harrington was blinded by lots of red exhaust gas flaming in just the area where you were trying to see the batsman, landing officer. Climbing down from his cockpit, Harrington was congratulated by the batsman for making a perfect landing. However, the other 2 Fulmers failed to find Victorious and were forced to ditch on running out of fuel, with only one aviator being rescued many hours later by a merchant ship named Ravenshill. Meanwhile, back aboard Victorious, the aviators were rewarded for their heroic endeavors with a delicacy that was very rare in wartime, bacon and real eggs. They were also warmed with a special tot of rum. Les Sayre and the other TAGs were not privy to the post-mission debrief, which was for officer aircrew only. However, Sayre was also convinced a hit had been achieved, which he felt certain he had seen. In reality, the damage to the German battleship was negligible. Just one of her sailors was killed, a senior rating passing ammunition forward hurled against something hard. The corpse of this first fatality in Bismarck, Warrant Officer Kurt Kirchberg, was sewn into a sailcloth shroud and placed in a boat on the upper deck for burial later. The flooding of the boiler room was exacerbated by collision mats used to stem the flow being shaken loose by the ship's violent maneuvering. Bismarck was forced to reduce speed to 16 knots and institute further temporary repairs, after which she attained 20 knots, continuing her race south ahead of shadowing British warships. Shortly after the Swordfish undertook their attack, Prince of Wales was involved in her own drama. Lieutenant Commander McMullen found himself resisting orders to destroy Modoc, which he sighted on the starboard beam in the murk, ordering Prince of Wales' 14-inch guns. Chapter 13. A Day of Fearful Gloom. When news that Bismarck had been lost hit Chequers, it plunged the mercurial British Prime Minister into dark depression, and again stirred up latent anger at the Navy's performance. In his diary entry for May 25th, Churchill's private secretary, John Colville, recorded, "A day of fearful gloom ensued. The PM cannot understand why the Prince of Wales did not press home her attack yesterday, and keeps on saying it is the worst thing since Troubridge turned away from the Goeben in 1914. Churchill's fury and depression had its roots in his experiences during the First World War. Rear Admiral Ernest Troubridge was in command of a cruiser squadron in the Mediterranean that, as hostilities commenced in August 1914, shadowed the German battlecruiser Goeben, but failed to bring her to action. Goeben's escape to Turkey, along with the cruiser Breslau, was an event that is held to have brought the Ottoman Empire into the war on the side of Germany. Rear Admiral Troubridge, father of Captain Thomas Troubridge, the naval attaché in Berlin who was to be present at Bismarck's launch in 1939, felt the full fury of First Lord Winston Churchill. Troubridge was arraigned before a court-martial aboard the pre-dreadnought battleship Bulwark in Portland in November 1914. He was acquitted on the charge of negligence, but never received another sea command. In 1941, looking back at the consequences of Goeben reaching Turkey, Churchill would have no doubt feared Bismarck's escape could lead to similar national and personal disaster. The Dardanelles campaign of 1915-16 that tried to take Turkey out of the war cost many thousands of lives, led to Churchill losing his job as First Lord of the Admiralty, and to his subsequent resignation from government. A quarter of a century later, there was a feeling at large, and that also seems to have gnawed at the Prime Minister, of the home fleet representing a great investment in national treasure, so needing to prove its worth. The Grand Fleet of the First World War, a magnificent weapon in large part created by Churchill when he was in charge at the Admiralty, had been the shining hope of a quick victory for Britain. As Churchill knew only too well, it had appeared to fumble the ball at Jutland. Would the home fleet now do the same with Bismarck? One contemporary observer acknowledged the pressure on the home fleet to deliver at a time of high crisis in the Second World War, but also pleaded for greater understanding of the mysteries of exercising sea power. The movements of the home fleet as it closed in on Bismarck had to be kept hidden from the enemy, but this meant its activities were therefore also kept away from a British public hungry for news, especially in the wake of Hood's loss. Pressure was on the home fleet to deliver spectacular action of the type which, although it could not win the war in a few minutes, might well lose it. The same Royal Navy officer also observed, "It is remarkable that in a seafaring nation there should have been in our history so many instances of inability among landsmen and politicians to appreciate the silent and secret work of those commanding the main fleet." Churchill naturally understood that exercising sea power could be a mysterious and uncertain process, but that did not help erase the painful memory of Goeben and the Dardanelles. He would have recalled sharply how much energy he had expended in 1916, even after leaving the Admiralty, in trying to explain to the public how the magnificent Grand Fleet still held the strategic upper hand, despite suffering more losses at Jutland than the Germans. In May 1941, it was one thing to have cruisers shadowing Bismarck with various units converging on her, but now the German battleship appeared to have pulled a disappearing act. The admirals would not have to face MPs, nor would they need to explain to the public how Bismarck had escaped retribution, or find excuses for the Navy's dismal performance in letters to President Roosevelt. Churchill had become Prime Minister after the Norway disaster, which had made Chamberlain's continuing as British leader impossible. Could the same now happen to him, all because of the Royal Navy letting him down not only in the Atlantic, but also elsewhere? The situation in and around Crete remained dire, and Churchill felt Cunningham's Mediterranean fleet continued to show a tendency to shirk its task of preventing a seaborne landing. He complained that losing half the Mediterranean fleet would be worth it to prevent the Germans from taking Crete. What sacrifice would the British leader therefore permit in order to bring about Bismarck's destruction? In the vast Atlantic, ships, even big ones like Bismarck, were specks of no significance. The hunt for Bismarck could be compared to a number of snails searching for a particular snail who is doing his best to avoid them on Lord's cricket ground in thick fog. Tovey's slim hopes for a morning battle on May 25th had evaporated, and now the home fleet commander weighed up 3 potential courses of action the Germans might take: attempt a rendezvous with supply ships and U-boats to unleash a sustained campaign against merchant shipping, head for a French port, sail back to Germany via the Greenland-Iceland gap. King George V had Victorious close by, and Tovey could also number 4 cruisers and 9 destroyers in his immediately available striking group. Considering the calamity that had befallen Hood, he had already decided to keep battlecruiser Repulse out of harm's way, sending her away to refuel. Meanwhile, the Admiralty was considering which of its scattered units should be instructed to converge on the area where the 2 German ships might now be. In this way, it could marshal far-flung assets and hopefully put them at Tovey's disposal. Among them was battleship Rodney and escorts, to the southeast of the home fleet flagship, while further to the south was the old and slow battleship Ramillies. The Gibraltar-based Force H, spearheaded by Renown, carrier Ark Royal, and cruiser Sheffield, under the command of the formidable Admiral James Somerville, was steaming hard, heading northwest into the Atlantic. The 4th destroyer flotilla, led by the supremely aggressive Captain Vian, was still escorting a convoy, but could be pulled away. Cruisers Edinburgh and Dorsetshire were on convoy duty off the coast of West Africa and heading north. Also among those potentially available was the heavy cruiser London, which had been diverted away from convoy escort duty early on the evening of May 24th and asked to head northwest, specifically tasked by an Admiralty signal with proceeding at economical speed to close the enemy and prepare takeover shadowing duties on Bismarck. However, at 9:19 a.m. on May 25th, the Admiralty retasked London with playing a key role in preventing Bismarck from mounting a prolonged raiding sortie should she evade the home fleet. The signal instructed London to search for enemy tanker. In all these ships, as the Admiralty's instructions flew out, the feeling of shock at Hood's loss gave way to a grim determination to avenge her and the men who had lost their lives. They would hunt Bismarck down and kill her. The disposition of ships made, all that could be done on Sunday was to steam and hope. It was too dangerous to send troop reinforcements from west to east across the Mediterranean, so convoy WS-8B was initially headed for Gibraltar and then would skirt the west coast of Africa before heading into the Indian Ocean. This was one of the convoys that Churchill felt was at risk should its escorts be diverted. Riding shotgun on WS-8B and Cossack, Captain Vian was monitoring signals intercepts and wondering, indeed hoping desperately, that his flotilla Cossack, Zulu, Maori, Sikh, would soon be called to participate in the hunt for Bismarck. Other ships in the escort force were the Polish destroyer Piorun, anti-aircraft cruiser Cairo, carrier Argus, and destroyers Eridge, Restigouche, and Ottawa, the latter two Canadian. The cruiser Exeter, legendary veteran of the Battle of the River Plate, was also providing cover at a greater distance, carrying a Royal Navy Commodore. This was the convoy that Repulse and Victorious had originally been assigned to cover. On May 24th, at around 8:30 a.m., a German Focke-Wulf Condor long-range maritime strike bomber flew low over the convoy, between its two westernmost columns of ships. This provoked an angry barrage from both merchantmen and escorting warships. 2 bombs were dropped, exploding in the sea close to the liner Aboso, causing shock damage that stopped her port engine. To enable repairs, the convoy was slowed down, but while a damaged cargo vessel might be left to fend for itself, a ship packed with hundreds of troops could not possibly be abandoned to her fate. By the morning of May 25th, WS-8B was far to the west of Ireland, sailing southwest. While Tovey had to consider all eventualities, Vian fortunately only had to take precautions to protect the convoy, which would be most at risk if Bismarck continued at speed on a southeasterly course, as last reported before contact was lost. It was decided to send Cairo 30 miles to the west, so that she could provide early warning should Bismarck's deadly silhouette crest over the horizon. However, while Vian was left as the tactical, local escort commander, the buck did not stop with him. With so many lives at risk in the convoy, the overall boss of WS-8B was Vice Admiral Sir Geoffrey Arbuthnot, Commander-in-Chief East Indies Station designate, who was taking passage in the liner, now troopship, Georgic, to Ceylon. Vian recalled that he communicated with Sir Geoffrey via a code of my own devising. Vian acknowledged that it was at least wise to keep the convoy ships informed of events as they unfolded, to avoid giving what might well prove to be needless alarm. The thrusting destroyer flotilla commander decided it was of the utmost importance panic did not spread through the troop ship Georgic, due to rumors of Bismarck and Prince Eugen bearing down on the convoy. Therefore, in the coded messages sent by flag and light signal, Bismarck was referred to as Beaver, while Prince Eugen, in reference to the fact that the man the German cruiser was named after fought alongside John Churchill in the 7 Years' War, was dubbed Marlborough's friend. Judging that John Jack Tovey and King George V would be seeking to join forces with Frederick Dalrymple Hamilton in Rodney, in one signal from Cossack to Georgic, Vian told Arbuthnot that Jack and Freddie could be in the picture. Hinting at his skepticism at such a command arrangement, the combat-proven destroyer captain would observe rather sarcastically of this pantomime. As the senior officer present, he had evidently to be informed. At around 1 a.m. local time in Gibraltar on May 24th, men of the naval provost had been sent out into streets and alleyways nestled at the foot of the rock, to winkle out those sailors and marines of Force H with special dispensation to sleep ashore. The Admiralty in London had sent a signal ordering Force H to raise steam and prepare to sail in 2 hours. News of this order interrupted a sing-song in the wardroom of Sheffield, while men who had been on a run ashore or hauled from their beds were soon steaming up gangways, many of them carrying string bags bulging with bananas and oranges. A few hid bottles of Spanish brandy, illicit copies of Lady Chatterley's Lover, or smutty postcards depicting senoritas in various states of undress. Force H had departed Gibraltar shortly after 3 a.m., and at 7 a.m., as her men consumed a breakfast of chopped kidneys on fried bread, Sheffield's commanding officer, Captain Charles Larkham, told them via the public address system about the rapidly evolving situation in the northern Atlantic. For the time being, Force H was to ready itself to provide protection for convoy WS-8B as it came further south. To Mitty it seemed their ships, being so far south of the scene of the action hundreds of miles to the north, would not be drawn in. Fate was to decide otherwise. The ships of Force H picked up the signals revealing Hood's destruction, and like sailors and marines in British warships around the world, the men of Sheffield could barely believe it. It came as a terrific shock to all of us to hear about the loss of the Hood. As his ship battered her way northwest, an aviator in Ark Royal thought it unbelievable news that the greatest, most impressive and handsome warship in the world to most of us since we were boys was no more. One swordfish pilot in Ark Royal, Sub-Lieutenant Alan Swanton, yielded a pithy reaction to news Hood had been sunk. Well, bugger me. For many in Ark Royal, the battlecruiser was familiar as their ship's partner in the uncomfortable attack on the Vichy fleet at Oran. Swanton felt that throughout Ark Royal there was a strange mixture of incredulity, anger, and loss. How dare the bloody Germans blow the pride of the Royal Navy out of the water and every single man aboard? Later, as they noted the deciphered instructions directing ships from all over the Atlantic to join the pursuit of Bismarck, the aviators in Ark Royal reflected with grim satisfaction that vengeance would assuredly be achieved. Swanton declared, "We soon came to realize that the Admiralty weren't going to let Adolf get away with sinking Hood." The thirst for revenge, the sheer excitement of being involved in one of the great dramas of the war, distracted Ark's men from the weather, which at other times would have made their lives miserable. Sheffield's men had confidence Suffolk and Norfolk would hang on to Bismarck to enable Hood's loss to be avenged. Then they picked up more bad news. It was not until Sunday morning that we heard that these two ships had lost touch, just before daylight, that we realized for the first time that the Renown, Ark, and ourselves were the only ships between Bismarck and Brest. Force H steamed northwest at 26 knots, the weather deteriorating by the hour, the 6 escorting destroyers suffering most. New orders from the Admiralty took the force away from convoy escort duty and instructed Admiral Somerville to place his ships between Bismarck and the French Atlantic coast. Somerville was aware that lurking in Brest were Scharnhorst and Gneisenau. Chapter 14. Steering to Intercept Enemy. In the immediate aftermath of Hood's sinking, Captain Frederick Dalrymple Hamilton recognized that HMS Rodney, old, slow, and desperately in need of the refit she was due to start in Boston at the end of May, might well be required to do her bit in the pursuit and destruction of Bismarck. The commanding officer of the 16-year-old battleship decided to put together a war cabinet of sorts, which was dubbed the Operations Committee. It combined the best tactical brains aboard ship, in order to help Dalrymple Hamilton make what he considered could be decisions of crucial importance to Britain. Among its members were Rodney's navigator, Lieutenant Commander George Gattaker, her executive officer, Commander John Grindle, and the torpedo officer, Lieutenant Commander Roger Lewis. Two of its members did not belong to the ship's company, being among the 512 supernumeraries taking passage to Canada and the USA in the battleship. Captain Cuthbert Coppinger was the newly appointed commanding officer of the super-dreadnought Malaya, undergoing repairs at New York Navy Yard, while Lieutenant Commander Joseph Wellings was an assistant naval attaché from the U.S. Embassy in London. In July 1940, Wellings had been expecting to join the destroyer USS Hopkins in Hawaii, but was instead sent to the United Kingdom, where he witnessed the Battle of Britain unfold overhead and bombing raids on London, also clocking up sea time in a number of British naval vessels, including the destroyer Eskimo, battlecruiser Hood, and cruisers Birmingham and Curacoa. Tasked with conveying secret documents to Washington, D.C., Wellings was finally going home to be reunited with his wife and young daughter. On New Year's Day, he had joined shipmates in Hood for a toast to victory and peace in 1941. Now a good many of them were dead. Wellings would be a key player in Rodney's Operations Committee, working closely with Lieutenant Commander Gattaker, who was actually on attachment from the Royal Australian Navy. Formidably armed, carrying 9 16-inch guns, the heaviest fitted to any British capital ship of the Second World War era, and with a dozen 6-inch guns as secondary armament, Rodney was 40,000 tons fully loaded and very heavily protected. Should Bismarck confront Rodney, in terms of armament and protection, she would find the British ship very hard to beat. However, Rodney's top speed of 23 knots, at a push, was some 6 knots slower than Bismarck's. It was unlikely she could catch Bismarck in a chase. If the German ship chose to stand off at long range in order to bombard Rodney with plunging fire, then the latter would be unable to close the range to get within the so-called immune zone. Such salient facts were very much in the forefront of Captain Dalrymple Hamilton's mind as he discussed options with his operations committee. Many hundreds of miles to the north, in King George V, Admiral Tovey, a former captain of Rodney, was well aware of her strengths, a tough, hard hitter, and weaknesses, old and slow. He recognized that while King George V was faster, newer, and well protected, her 14-inch guns did not offer the same certainty of devastation as Rodney's. A combination of the two ships would be the most effective means to wipe out Bismarck. Turning his attention to how best to make a rendezvous with Dalrymple Hamilton's ship, whose exact location he did not know thanks to radio silence, Tovey was mindful that, with Rodney so far south, the only way a meeting could happen, if at all, would be if Bismarck was still heading southeast. Tovey would have been aware that Rodney was due to depart Greenock on May 22nd, destined to accompany the troop ship Britannic across the Atlantic, with 4 tribal-class destroyers, Eskimo, Tartar, Somali, and Mashona, in escort. They soon hit heavy weather, and this took its toll on the destroyers, forcing Rodney to reduce speed as signals traffic revealed dramatic events in the Denmark Strait. Always aware that at any moment he might be required to assist, Dalrymple Hamilton as yet saw no reason to divest himself of the encumbrance of Britannic, for the course his group of ships was pursuing would place Rodney perfectly if Bismarck broke out and headed south. But then again, Dalrymple Hamilton reasoned that it was all a case of what if, for surely other ships further north would take care of business. He must have wondered if his son, Midshipman North Dalrymple Hamilton, serving in King George V, would soon be seeing action. When the signal came through early in the morning of May 24th that a British capital ship had been destroyed, Dalrymple Hamilton was no doubt gripped with high anxiety for his boy. While relieved it was not King George V, the revelation that Hood had been annihilated would have filled him with resolve to stop Bismarck if the opportunity presented itself. At 10:22 a.m. on May 24th, Rodney received a signal from the Admiralty providing the enemy's last reported position and speed, ordering, "Steer best closing course." 4 minutes later, the Admiralty signaled Rodney, "If Britannic can't keep up, let her proceed alone with 1 destroyer." Therefore at noon, around 500 miles northwest of Ireland, Britannic was left behind with Eskimo as her escort. At 2:28 p.m., as she headed west, hopefully placing herself on Bismarck's anticipated course, Rodney signaled the remaining trio of accompanying destroyers, "Am steering so as to intercept enemy." With Suffolk sending regular shadowing reports, it seemed to Rodney and her escorts that they were likely to be in battle sooner rather than later. Everyone in the battleship was getting excited about possibility of making contact. And at 7:01 p.m., the destroyer flotilla commander, Captain Clifford Caslin, sent a visual signal to Rodney. "Please confirm that as soon as enemy has contacted DDs, destroyers, are free to attain position for attack." Rodney flashed back, "Yes, confirmed." Rodney picked up a signal from Suffolk, sent at 4:01 a.m. on May 25th, confirming she had lost radar contact with Bismarck, and Dalrymple Hamilton immediately convened a meeting of the Operations Committee. It was decided Rodney should attempt to stay where she was, well placed to prevent Bismarck reaching Brest. The battleship's second gunnery officer, Lieutenant Peter Wells Cole, recalled of this phase, "We just plodded along, hoping we could catch her." It was of the utmost importance the battleship maintained radio silence in order not to give away her perfect interception position, but on the other hand, it was essential Tovey knew where his most powerfully armed unit was. When he read in an intercepted signal that repulse had been sent off to refuel at Newfoundland, Dalrymple Hamilton correctly deduced Tovey would be even more anxious to link up with Rodney, so at 9 a.m. he decided to let the home fleet boss know where he was. As well as transmitting his ship's position, Dalrymple Hamilton suggested he could loiter with the intention of intercepting Bismarck if and when she tried to go southeast in a bid to reach safety. He also informed Tovey he had 3 destroyers with him, and visibility was 10 miles. It was Dalrymple Hamilton's only wireless transmission of the entire pursuit, but it was perfectly timed, confirming for Tovey he had the firepower needed to defeat Bismarck decisively, God and fuel willing. It was all a huge gamble, but in the best traditions of the Royal Navy, calm professionalism reigned. Polish Sub-Lieutenant Erich Sopatsko was taking the mid-morning watch on Rodney's Bridge on May 25th, where he saw, "The captain was talking in quiet tones to the navigator. I could hear the measured tick of the electric log, occasionally the patter of bare feet as a messenger ran with an order. Someone near sighed tiredly. At times, rain rattled on the bridge screen. At times, one heard the whine of the wind as it swept over us in gusts." Lieutenant Commander Gattaker and Lieutenant Commander Wellings analyzed Admiralty signals traffic and composed a summary to assist Captain Dalrymple Hamilton in making a decision on what Rodney should do next. It was likely Bismarck was damaged, something given away by her oil trail and reduced speed. The single hit by a torpedo during the Victoria strike may have made the German battleship's condition even more precarious. An attempt to return home via the northern route could be tricky, as RN forces would now be lying in wait. Such a course would take Bismarck within range of British bombers. Both Brest and Saint-Nazaire could handle major repairs on capital ships, and Gneisenau and Scharnhorst would soon vacate the dry docks at Brest. The Luftwaffe and German U-boats could combine, once the Bismarck was within 400 miles of the French coast, to provide very effective protection. Wellings and Gattaker also said they believed Brest was more likely than Saint-Nazaire, as it was an easier port to get into, by virtue of its wide, well-protected bay. Now it was Dalrymple Hamilton's turn to carefully weigh up the options. He asked a few questions to clarify his thoughts. He decided Rodney should head north, to place herself better for a rendezvous with the home fleet, while retaining the possibility of blocking Bismarck's run to the French Atlantic ports. At 10:47 a.m. on May 25th, Admiral Tovey ordered all ships to search north of Bismarck's last confirmed position, for a serious error had been made in King George V, with the German battleship's position plotted wrongly. Admiral Lutyens did not believe he had managed to shake the British off, so had made long wireless signals to the German naval headquarters in France, which were picked up by intercept stations in Britain. In the Admiralty, they plotted Bismarck's estimated position, and it appeared the German battleship was heading southeast. It was suggested Bismarck's plotted location should be transmitted to King George V. However, before sailing from Scapa, Admiral Tovey had instructed that raw data only should be sent, as he would have destroyers with him equipped with radio direction-finding equipment, and they could use it to try and achieve a precise triangulation. However, the destroyers were no longer with King George V, and when the intercept data was applied to a chart in the British flagship, an error was made, seeming to indicate the German battleship was heading north. Rodney had plotted the same land station intercepts, but came to the conclusion Bismarck was heading towards Brest. Rodney's Operations Committee was astonished to read the general signal instructing British warships to search accordingly to the north, when they reckoned Bismarck was actually 60 miles south of where Tovey stated she was. Dalrymple Hamilton cannot imagine the order applied to his ship. If Bismarck really was going back to Germany via the northern route, then Rodney was too far south and too slow to be of any use. The Operations Committee agreed it was best for Rodney to remain where she was, just in case Tovey was wrong. Captain Dalrymple Hamilton predicted the Admiralty would soon correct Tovey's instructions. At 11:58 a.m., a signal was sent by the Admiralty, telling Rodney it was probable Bismarck was heading for Brest or Saint-Nazaire. At that moment, she was positioned just 100 miles south of the most likely direct course Bismarck would take. In King George V, Admiral Tovey read intercepts of Admiralty signals to Rodney and found they fed a sense of unease. He began to suspect the Admiralty was taking a different view of Bismarck's course, and so sent an irritated signal asking why nobody had thought to share their doubts with him. Tovey wanted to know if Admiralty analysts thought Bismarck was heading south rather than escaping back to Germany on the northern route. However, on balance, once he had calmed down, Tovey decided the signal to Rodney was merely a precautionary move by the Admiralty to cover all options. However, in Rodney, the Operations Committee was reading a decoded signal sent at midday to shore bases, including Plymouth and Portsmouth, which said, "The Admiralty believes the Bismarck is headed for Brest." With their propellers pushing their ship through the sea at 21 knots, Rodney's men fully expected to see Bismarck cresting over the horizon at any moment. When this looked less likely, the 16-inch gun crews, who had been closed up just in case, were allowed to relax. The Admiralty signaled new instructions to Rodney. She was no longer to head for Biscay and should instead steer northeast. Rodney had, however, already altered course away from Brest, sailing south towards Cape Finisterre, to place herself across the route to both French and Spanish ports. The majority of the British fleet had been heading in the wrong direction for nearly 4 hours, and now the Admiralty could not make up its mind where Bismarck was headed. Having not encountered Bismarck by 4:20 p.m., Captain Dalrymple Hamilton went into a huddle with the navigator and executive officer. They decided to now comply with the Admiralty's orders and sail northeast at speed. It was later reckoned Rodney missed Bismarck by only 25 miles. At that range, the German vessel would anyway have been below the horizon. Lieutenant Commander Lewis later reflected, "If we had sighted her, we would have had a private action between the Rodney and Bismarck, so we did not think about what would happen, and we were very dubious of the result." With Bismarck's speed so much superior to Rodney's, he thought, "She could outmaneuver us and complete the whole engagement at maximum range until she'd hit us. I think, in point of fact, we wouldn't have sunk her. We'd possibly have been damaged a bit ourselves and lost the chase." Instead, for gunners in the 16-inch and 6-inch turrets, there was the usual boredom of being closed up with nothing to do, except maybe read a book or play cards. At 6:05 p.m., the Admiralty sent a signal to Rodney. "Proceed on the assumption that the enemy's destination is a French port." By 6:10 p.m. on May 25th, Admiral Tovey had decided, on the balance of all available information, Bismarck was probably heading southeast after all, and turned King George V around, with instructions issued for other ships to do the same. At 7:15 p.m., Tovey finally received confirmation from the Admiralty that it was felt Bismarck had to be heading for the French Atlantic ports. A signal advised, "Bismarck is heading for a port on the west coast of France." Until that evening, the Admiralty had believed Bismarck could also possibly be heading north, but its judgment had now hardened in favor of the German battleship heading for France. Rodney was, meanwhile, still carrying out her lonely search, and Dalrymple Hamilton, having not sighted Bismarck by 9 p.m., ordered his ship around to head southeast, directly towards Brest, at a speed of 21 knots. At 11 p.m., as dusk finally fell, Rodney's men were again relaxed from action stations. Sub-Lieutenant Sopotsko had earlier managed to get his head down in the 16-inch shell room below X turret. He found he slept there, head nestled on a folded coat, better than anywhere else in the ship. The idea of sleeping at action stations surrounded by so much explosive, which had bothered him when he first joined Rodney 2 months earlier, no longer troubled the young Pole. Now, like hundreds of other Rodney sailors and Marines, Sopotsko was able to return to his proper resting place, in his case a hammock slung on the poop deck. However, everyone was ordered to sleep in their clothes, for the call to action stations would come at dawn. They must close up with speed, just in case Bismarck loomed out of the rising sun. At Chequers, the British war leader remained a twisted knot of anger and anxiety, even though he might try to put a brave face on it for his guests. But nobody could fail to notice the obvious signs of Churchill's agitated and depressed condition throughout the weekend. There was his vigil over a huge map of the North Atlantic, on which were marked last known positions of Bismarck and her pursuers, his wet cheeks on the morning of Hood's loss, fury at his son-in-law Vic Oliver for playing Beethoven's funereal Appassionata on the piano, which provoked him to thunder, "Stop it! I want no dead march, I tell you." Then there was his neglect of paperwork and his hangdog expression. During dinner on May 25th, his dismay over events led Churchill to declare melodramatically that he would resign as Prime Minister to take direct command in the Middle East. With a flash of black humor, he added that he would even renounce cigars and alcohol if it won him the prize of showing how the war could be better managed in the eastern Mediterranean. No such dinner-table hubris was noted when it came to the Bismarck situation. While Churchill may have seen combat as a young cavalryman in the Sudan, briefly led a battalion in the trenches on the Western Front during the First World War, was First Lord of the Admiralty twice, he had never commanded a warship in peace or war, never mind a fleet. That was a task which even a man as naval-minded as him surely realized contained mysteries of judgment best left to the professionals of the senior service, which is possibly why he reserved his greatest ire for its leaders. Out there, in the vast ocean, they contended with the vagaries of weather, time, distance, never mind the logistics of applying firepower to a moving target, often at huge distances, and inspiring men to risk their lives in battle. In naval warfare, ultimately the loneliness of command belonged to the ship captains and admirals alone. For Captain Dalrymple Hamilton, the need to use utmost care in positioning Rodney may have brought to mind another fraught pursuit some 136 years earlier. In the summer of 1805, the exact position of a Franco-Spanish fleet had been lost for several weeks, until Vice Admiral Robert Calder, thanks to judicious direction from their Lords of the Admiralty, found his fleet in a similar location to that of Rodney in 1941. Calder initiated an action that failed to defeat the enemy ships decisively, and saw them escape to the protection of Spanish ports. While Calder did manage to prevent the enemy fleet from joining forces with French warships in the Channel, Nelson, arriving too late to take part in the action, was extremely frustrated to find a truly devastating blow had not been inflicted. It would take the Battle of Trafalgar finally to destroy the Franco-Spanish combined fleet, which Nelson had chased to and from the Caribbean prior to Calder's action. Bearing in mind Churchill's love-hate relationship with the Royal Navy's top brass, Rodney's Dalrymple Hamilton was possibly anxious not to find himself in the same position as Calder, who was later court-martialed for his hesitant brush with the enemy. In 1941, of course, there was a steady stream of signals flying out from the Admiralty to British warships, but initiative was still a key quality. With more firepower in his single steel battleship than in an entire wooden wall battle fleet of the type commanded by Nelson, Dalrymple Hamilton's opportunity for action, or a missed chance to safeguard the nation, was just as great as Calder's. Fortunately, as she was a steam-driven battleship, Rodney was not at the mercy of the wind and could, at any time she chose, head in any direction in order to achieve an interception. Through the ability to send signals over hundreds of miles, rather than just line of vision using flags and rockets, Dalrymple Hamilton had been able to let the latter-day equivalent of Nelson, John Tovey, know approximately where he was, hopefully enabling a decisive concentration of firepower denied to the Royal Navy in the summer of 1805, and, due to the use of air power, something else unavailable to Nelson and Calder, the British at least stood a chance of sighting Bismarck beyond ship's visual range, and even halting her progress. Hundreds of miles away, in leafy Buckinghamshire, there was a post-dinner film show at Chequers, including the Prime Minister's favourite, an installment of Time Life's March of Time, a mix of stills, news footage, and reenactments depicting milestones of world events. As a man who had already made his mark on history, Churchill possibly revelled in seeing events he had helped to shape. His anxiety over the situation in the Atlantic might also have prompted him to worry about how future installments of March of Time might portray that weekend's events. As a welcome distraction from such thoughts, the Checkers film show also included a recently released cowboy movie, Western Union, starring Robert Young and Randolph Scott, directed by Fritz Lang, the German-Austrian director who had quit the Third Reich in the mid-1930s. The Prime Minister had woken up on May 25th, anticipating a battle between the home fleet and Bismarck that morning, allowing the stain of Hood's loss to be wiped away and giving him good news of some kind to announce to MPs. In the early hours of May 26, he concluded, "The day which had begun so full of promise ended in disappointment and frustration." Churchill finally went to bed at 2:15 a.m., making a parting comment to his guests about the weekend's place in history. "These 3 days have been the worst yet." However, he was taking to bed some glimmer of hope, for he had been briefed by the Admiralty that Ark Royal and Force H, together with Rodney, stood a good chance of catching Bismarck before she could reach the safety of a French port. That required the German battleship to be found again. Another long day of uncertainty lay ahead for Churchill and the Royal Navy.
He should have relieved me from my watch long ago. I'll wake him up when I feel tired. As I am about to cover the machine gun with a canvas because of the damp, I clearly hear squeaking noises and also voices in the fog. The Russians. I shudder. I hold my breath and listen. They are slowly approaching. The squeaking sounds like wheels turning on dry axles. I wake Willi Dorka carefully. He jumps up as usual and wants to say something. I just reach across to lay a hand over his mouth. Then we listen together. We assume that the Soviets have got their anti-tank guns or rocket launchers across the Vistula and are now moving them further forward. They are not being very quiet about it, and we reckon they have no idea that we're lying right here in front of them. If they get much closer, we might be able to surprise them by opening fire and perhaps chase them away from their guns. We did this successfully once in Romania with 2 ATGs. Dorka removes the canvas cover from the machine gun, and I get in position behind the weapon. We wait and stare into the fog, but it looks as if they're not coming any closer. Then suddenly we hear other noises. The Russians are hacking and shoveling in the ground. "Damn it! They are digging in their guns directly under our noses," says Dorka, annoyed. And then he adds, "What a mess! What should we do now?" "Nothing for the moment," I answer nervously. "The fog's too thick. We don't even know for sure exactly where they are, and we can't just fire into the fog at random. But they can locate us quickly and can easily finish us off." "Yeah, but we have to do something." Dorka is excited and steps from one foot to the other. "When they have dug themselves in, then God help us in the morning. At this range they're going to spot us straight away." "I know," I say, and feel how my thoughts about tomorrow morning drive my heart up into my throat. "It's obvious that we can't stay here," I say to Dorka. "The best thing would be for you to go back up to the young Oberleutnant and ask him where we should move to. Maybe he'll send down a strong force to surprise the Russians while they're digging." Dorka dashes out of the foxhole and runs up to the houses. Shortly afterwards he returns, and I can hear him cursing quietly. "What did he say?" I ask, expecting something bad. "The bastard said we've got to stay put," Dorka spits out angrily. "That can't be true. Did you tell him how close those guns are to us?" I ask incredulously. "Of course. He said he already knows that the Russians are digging in their guns in front of us. We're to stay here until the tanks come." "And exactly when are they supposed to be here?" "He didn't say. But the Unteroffizier to our right rear is hopping mad as well. He reckons that the silly arse knows full well that no tanks are expected. They were assigned to another sector yesterday." Well then, we might as well write our last will and testament. Just how can an officer be so irresponsible? As soon as the fog lifts, they will be able to reach us with their shelling. Judging from the noise they're kicking up, the Russians must be close enough to chuck stones in our hole. We won't stand a chance if we stay in it. It's a death warrant. That's the way I feel right now. Who could be so idiotic as to let someone come here and give a stupid order that will decide whether we live or die? If this officer, whom I don't even know, didn't make this decision out of incompetence, then clearly he has decided to sacrifice us in the interests of his own safety. I mumble this last sentence to myself, but Dorka hears it and says with a grimace, "I reckon that the idiot has his pants so full of crap that he thinks we can hold the Russians up long enough to allow him to escape. We should upset this bloke's plans and go back to our first position, up there at the top of the field." "Are you mad, Dorka?" I stop him in his tracks. "This miserable fellow would sure as hell have us in front of a court-martial in no time. We can't do anything else but wait this one out and trust to luck." I say this, although I know that our lives are now worth less than the straw we are standing on. I have been on the front long enough to be able to size up a situation correctly, and to know that belief in luck is a very weak subterfuge. Here only a prayer can help us, to ask God that he will be with us in this bitter hour of our wretched lives. Unlike me, Dorka is a Catholic. While I pray silently, he crosses himself and prays with trembling lips. He reminds me of Svina that time in Richov. Svina was very religious, but even so, God had not preserved him. The fog becomes even thicker towards the morning. We are straining our eyes to see through the milky soup, and listening anxiously to the Russian commands and muffled calls which reach our ears. We've had a brief respite, but other than praying, there is nothing we can do. All the experience amassed during the war is not worth a tinker's cuss when you sit in a rat trap like this, from which there is no escape. Slowly, over the next hour, the fog begins to lift. First, the houses behind us come into view, then the first rays of sunshine hit the stubble field. I look for the light machine gun position diagonally behind me, and recognize the sheaves of corn heaped around it. Somebody raises a hand and waves, and I wave back. I reckon the LMG will be brought in position first when it is needed. Until then, they can keep it hidden. Our HMG, on the other hand, must, because of its mounting, stand ready in position, all set to fire. We have lowered it and camouflaged it well with straw, but at this range and on this slope we can expect the enemy to see it immediately we open fire. And so it is. As the wind removes the last vestiges of fog in front of us, we are staring directly into the barrels of 4 guns. The range is about 100 metres. They must have discovered our positions, or else just fired first where the sheaves of corn are stacked up. As the muzzles flash, we feel the blast in our faces. That's how near they are. There is a sharp explosion, the sheaves are blown into the air, and our machine gun is now in the open. "Anti-tank guns!" yells Dorka, thunderstruck, and crosses himself. At the same moment, a second shell hits the mound and shatters the HMG to pieces. Dorka yells and clutches his throat. He looks dumbstruck at his bloody hand and presses it against his wound. Panic-stricken, he jumps out of the hole and runs up the field towards the village. Right behind him, another round explodes and rips off both his legs. His backside is thrown into the air and falls, covered in blood, onto the ground. Only seconds have passed, and as I again look towards the front, another flash comes from a gun barrel. The shell hits the mound in front of my position at full force and covers half my hole with dirt. I pull my legs out of the dirt and press myself tightly down onto it. Then the next round explodes immediately in front of me and sends a glowing splinter towards me. I feel a heavy impact on my upper right arm and some light splinters hitting my chest. Blood immediately starts running warm down my arm and dripping out of my sleeve. For a moment I am numb. Then I feel a burning sensation and pain. You will bleed to death here in this hole, I think, and then I am gripped with a terrible fear. Just get away from here. The fright drives me out of my hole. I press my left hand over my wound and dash away. Instinctively, I do not go the obvious way, up to the houses, but propelled by terror, I run to the right towards the copse. I know that the direct-fire gunners must first physically shift their aim in order to pick up a new one, in this case me. The shells start to land around me only after I have been running for a bit. They are firing at me as they would at a rabbit, so I behave like one, by constantly zigzagging. I carry on like this, to force the gunners to adjust their sights all the time. But I am running out of steam. My lungs are heaving like a pair of bellows, and I sense a light dizzy feeling. I can't stop the bleeding with my hand. The blood is running continuously out of my sleeve and is now soaking my trousers. Anti-tank shells are exploding to the right and to the left, the dirt showering me in the face. Wheezing, I keep on running in zigzag fashion, running for dear life, afraid of being blown to bits by the next shell. But the trees in the wood are coming closer all the time, and then there are only a couple of paces left. Finally, I can hide from the enemy gunners. Their shells are exploding like mad in the trees, causing trunks and branches to snap like matchsticks. Well out of breath, I run further into the woodland, then fall to the ground. I am safe, but I'm not yet saved. I stand up again, but my knees are weak. The blood I have lost has weakened my body, but I must carry on. With my last ounce of strength, I run further through the wood, and under cover of the hill, back into the village. There are only 200 meters left to the edge of the village. My knees shaking, I reach the first houses. There are several vehicles between the houses, and 2 officers are watching the sloping ground down to the Vistula. The enemy's ATGs are now firing into the village, but they are receiving considerable counterfire from our heavy mortars. When the 2 officers see me, they wonder why I am coming from that particular direction. I explain to them where I was wounded, and that Obergefreiter Dochka was killed. Neither the Major nor the Rittmeister knows there is a forward HMG position in the stubble field, thinking that the trenches at the edge of the village represent the most advanced line. They are surprised that I've managed to escape, bearing in mind my wounds, from the ATG fire. Then I collapse in a heap, and a driver just manages to catch me. The Major orders the driver of his VW Jeep to take me to the medics. Besides 2 medics, the Oberarzt of the battalion is there. He already knows me because he was the chap who sewed up my upper lip at the end of April. He greets me like an old pal and immediately cuts open my sleeve. "This time it got you pretty good," he says, as he lays open the large wound in my upper arm and sees the 2 smaller splinters in my chest. "The one in the arm seems to be a real big bastard, but as far as I can work out it didn't hurt the bone," he says. He attends to the wounds, and at the same time removes a small splinter from my chest which had embedded itself under the skin. Then he bandages my arm tightly to my body and says in a fatherly way, "Now, off you go to the main collection station. They will find you a support brace, and then you are off home." Jokingly he adds, "Including the scratches, this is your 6th wound, right? I'm sorry, but for your gold wound badge there are still no diamonds like there are with the Knight's Cross." It is a while before the medic leaves, because 2 more wounded come in. I use the time to ask the medic to write a few words to Fritz Hammann, who is lying with his LMG somewhere in front of the village and will miss me before long. Now, with me falling out, Fritz is the last member of our troop of October 1943. I never saw him again throughout the war. 8th of August. At the main collection point, as the Oberarzt said, they fit me with a so-called Stuckerverband, immobilizing my arm. The splinter has not been removed. It will be dealt with after it has been X-rayed at a military hospital back home, because it looks as if it has entered the bone. Only in the hospital train do I begin to realize that I've been lucky getting out of this mess. Though for how long? Anyway, I will first enjoy my stay in hospital. The wound does hurt, but what is that compared to the hell which lies behind me? The hospital train takes most of the wounded to Grottkau, a small village in Upper Silesia. There we are offloaded and taken to a spotlessly clean military hospital.
Chapter 15. Remorseless Determination. Edward Palmer, who served in Rodney as a junior rating during the late 1930s, but was now signals officer of HMS Deptford on convoy escort duty, saw the all-too-familiar silhouette of his old ship looming over the horizon. Having monitored signals traffic, Palmer was aware the Bismarck chase was well underway, and his ship, at 1,500 tons displacement, a midget compared to such a giant, had been exercising proper caution. Rodney was not exactly delighted to encounter the Devonport-built Grimsby-class sloop. We knew the Bismarck was somewhere not too far away, and she passed ahead of our convoy in the dark in the early hours of the morning, recalled Palmer. A few hours later I saw the Rodney pass ahead. She'd be about 3 miles ahead in the mist, and I did nothing about it. Rodney then discovered that there was a convoy close on their starboard side, and made me a furious signal demanding to know why I hadn't challenged. I said, "I think discretion is the better part of valor." My ship had 2 4.7-inch guns. Rodney had 9 16-inch guns and 12 6-inch guns. The Bismarck had 8 huge guns and even more 5.9-inch guns, so challenging them would have been suicidal. Hundreds of miles to the south of HMS Deptford, the cruiser Dorsetshire was filled with remorseless determination to get revenge for Hood. Bert Gollop, one of her junior ratings, described the feeling aboard. "We had just left Cape Town, and the ship was escorting a large convoy with the backup of an armed merchant ship. Soon after, we heard the news of HMS Hood, and we were all devastated, could not believe it." Signals were scrutinized intently as they flashed back and forth between the Admiralty and other vessels actively involved in the pursuit of Bismarck. Calculations were made, even though contact with the German battleship had been lost. The cruiser's command team pondered which direction Bismarck might be heading, possibly south towards Brest, and therefore within reach of Dorsetshire. Nobody was keener for the fight than the cruiser's commanding officer, Captain Benjamin Pincher Martin, who had risen from the lower deck, having joined the Royal Navy as a teenage boy seaman in 1907. In Nelson's time, lower-deckers were encouraged to become officers if they had the talent, but in the Victorian era, the Royal Navy became less meritocratic. However, from 1912, ordinary sailors were again able to gain commissions, Martin becoming only the second lower-decker to reach the rank of captain since then. On his way up the ladder, he had served as a warrant officer in the super-dreadnought Malaya at Jutland, receiving his commission in the immediate aftermath of the battle. Martin was regarded by sailors who served under him in Dorsetshire as this sod of a captain, but one whom they rated so highly. Tough taskmaster though he might be, Martin was a consummate seaman, a true fighting captain, always careful to do what was right by his ship's company, never risking their lives unnecessarily, and also what was best for the Navy and the nation. Martin approached each task ready for action, going at things with vigor, ready to hit the enemy hard. On May 6, Dorsetshire had rescued 35 survivors from a merchant ship named Oakdean, adrift aboard 2 lifeboats in the South Atlantic. The cruiser approached them at speed, her guns, torpedoes, and depth charges ready to fire, having spotted what she thought was a U-boat nearby. It did not come to a fight, however, as no enemy submarine was found. The Dorsetshire offloaded the Oakdean survivors at Freetown in Sierra Leone, before departing on May 11th as escort to UK-bound convoy SL-74, alongside the armed merchant cruiser Bulolo. Convoys sailed at the speed of the slowest ship, which in this case was around 7 knots, painfully turgid going for Dorsetshire. The current tasking was particularly aggravating, especially in light of the heavy traffic between the cruiser's wireless room, where general signals were intercepted, and the cipher office, where they were decoded. The ambitious Captain Martin devoured the transcripts, looking for his chance to get involved in finding and killing Bismarck. Meanwhile, Vian, another supremely aggressive captain, was instructed in the early hours of May 26 to leave his convoy and take his 4 destroyers, plus Pjorun, to join King George V as escort, for Tovey's own had withdrawn to refuel. Convoy WS-8B was left in the care of the cruisers Exeter and Cairo, supported by Canadian destroyers Restigouche and Ottawa. Unknown to Exeter, or anyone else at the time, shortly after Wien's ships departed, she cut across Bismarck's intended course, the German battleship being about 100 miles to the northwest at the time. William E. Johns, one of Exeter's senior ratings, later observed of this moment that it was no great distance at sea, adding, "Our convoy would have been in danger had the German warship altered course to starboard." At 10:35 a.m., a Catalina flying boat of the RAF signaled the position of a mystery battleship, 700 miles west-northwest of Brest and heading southeast. Rodney assessed it was Bismarck, some 110 miles to her southwest. Contact had been re-established after a gap of 31 hours, and King George V was 135 miles to the north of the German battleship. Exeter read the signals, her men gripped by a sense of growing anticipation, but due to her vital task of escorting WS-8B, she was not called into the fight. William E. Johns noted with a tinge of disappointment, "Now every ship within 1,000 miles seemed routed to the kill. Everyone, that is, except Exeter, who steamed along with her convoy of troops, ironically, as charts later showed, the nearest warship to Bismarck." And Cossack, also monitoring signals traffic, Wien noted Bismarck's speed, course, and position, and decided she was heading for a port in the Bay of Biscay. Rodney was already heading southeast towards Brest, so continued on the same course. Tovey was, meanwhile, concerned the Catalina had spotted Rodney rather than Bismarck, so signaled the Admiralty at 10:51 a.m., "Request a check that contact was not Rodney." Confirmation duly came, and so it seemed the chase was entering its final phase, the German ship appearing to be headed for Cape Finisterre, still well placed for both French and Spanish ports. Bismarck was now fixed firmly in the sights of converging British warships. At 11 a.m., Dorsetshire intercepted the sighting report, the cruiser and her convoy being around 600 miles to the west of Cape Finisterre. Bismarck was just 300 miles due north, Captain Martin calculating he had a good chance of finding her if she was headed for Brest. He judged the best thing he could do was follow Nelson's instruction to his sailors before the Battle of Trafalgar. In case signals can neither be seen or perfectly understood, no captain can do very wrong if he places his ship alongside that of an enemy. For the lower deck sailors of Dorsetshire, not privy to their captain's decision, the increase in speed suggested an urgent mission, but, bearing in mind their relaxed alert state, also that action was not imminent. Dorsetshire gratefully departed the slow work of convoy escort, leaving the merchant ships in the care of Bololo. Heavy weather was soon encountered. Giant waves rolled over the bows of the ship, driven on by a howling wind. The cruiser plunged 1 minute into a deep trough, and the next being swept up a sheer wall of water to reach the crest of yet another wave. Like a dog shaking off water, she rid herself of the glistening spray before plowing her way down and onwards. Ordinary life was made impossible by the ship's constant rolling and pitching. Some of the junior ratings grumbled that Martin's ambition for promotion was getting them involved in business far away that perhaps they were better staying out of. For the galley crew feeding the sailors and marines, preparing meals was a gymnastic effort, a battle against the violent movement of the ship they did not always win. Injury was a distinct possibility. Below decks it was like riding a roller coaster, but without the screams of delight. At mealtimes, the cooks of the mess had great difficulty getting from the galley to the mess deck. It was not easy to hold a hot tin dish with 2 hands and find another limb to grasp a fixture when the ship rolled. One sailor, sent from his mess to fetch an evening dinner tray, piled high with tripe and onions, came to grief after trying in vain to steady himself at the top of a steep-sloping ladder. Disaster struck. Putting his leg over the hatch combing, he waited for the opportune moment to start his descent. Suddenly the ship lurched, and contrary to the sailor's estimates, he slithered down the steel steps, upending the tray of white concoction over himself and the mess space. Sick bay was his final destination, with an injured back. Captain Martin came on the public address system and explained the reason for such haste, which was not much consolation for the injured man. No words of patriotic zeal could console him. Fighting the Bismarck did not feature on his list of priorities. He put the blame for his misfortune squarely on the shoulders of the captain for speeding in such foul weather. Many of the listening sailors may have been eager to avenge Hood, but they also feared the outcome of contest with Bismarck. They admired Captain Martin's aggression, but it was also their main cause of anxiety. They knew that if the occasion arose, Pincher Martin would point his ship at the enemy battleship and engage, no matter what the consequences might be. Vibrations underfoot became stronger. The whole ship. Chapter 16. Sorry for the Kipper. As soon as the Catalina sighting report came in, action stations were sounded off in the Force H ships, which altered course to intercept and shadow the enemy. Even prior to contact being renewed with Bismarck, preparations to fly Swordfish off on reconnaissance missions to find, fix, and hold the German ship's position had been initiated. The decision was made to hold back Vernon Graves, the senior observer of 818 Naval Air Squadron, so that, once Bismarck was located by the ARC's aircraft, his high level of skill with the radio could be brought into play. Graves would be in a follow-on Swordfish that was launched to take over the shadowing job. Graves' special assignment meant a vacancy in a Swordfish flown by the commanding officer of 818 Naval Air Squadron, Lieutenant Commander Tim Coode, who selected Lieutenant Edmund Splash Carver as his replacement observer. Carver's part in the drama was in many ways accidental. He was an old hand in Ark Royal, having been an aviator in her Sea Skewer fighter squadron until April 1941, when it was disbanded and replaced by Fulmers. Carver was sent back to Ark Royal to crew a Fulmer and lead flights of Hurricane fighters flown off for Malta. After that mission was interrupted and Force H sent to intercept Bismarck, Carver found he was a bit of a spare number. Of course, he felt perfectly at home, as he knew everybody in the Ark's wardroom, having served with them so recently. Carver was particularly friendly with Coode, frequently playing liar dice with him, and so it was the duo took a reconnaissance Swordfish aloft at 8:30 a.m. on May 26. The wind was blowing hard from the northwest, getting stronger, and, as Coode's aircraft approached the end of an outward sweep, its TAG heard a report by another Swordfish, which had sighted Bismarck. Coode turned his aircraft around and wound it up to top speed, in the words of Carver, hurrying back to arm with torpedoes. Meanwhile, aboard Ark Royal, an extra fuel tank was being fitted to another Swordfish in place of its TAG, giving the aircraft a flight endurance of 6 hours. Crewed by a pilot and Vernon Graves, it took off and headed into the murk to send back radio reports on a regular basis, fixing the Bismarck's position for the final showdown. Coode and Carver's Swordfish landed at around 1:15 noon. Once it had come to a halt and its engine was off, the aircraft's wings were immediately folded back and it was taken down on the lift to be refueled in the hangar. It would be held in reserve with other Swordfish while the first strike on Bismarck was launched. 15 Swordfish were arranged on the flight deck, 14 to be launched on the strike, and 1 in reserve. Ark Royal was forced to reduce speed to just 8 knots, but even then there was still 40 knots of wind, the ship rising and falling 55 feet on huge waves. 20 aircraft handlers were assigned to each Swordfish, their job being to push it into position and await takeoff, hanging on to ensure it did not slither into its neighbor. As they pushed a Swordfish towards the back of the flight deck, it might, literally, be an uphill task. But then, as the ship plunged down again, the aircraft would suddenly roll forward, forcing them to put their shoulders into restraining it. The handlers might also find themselves hanging on for grim death and breaking into a canter as the ship topped a swell and the aircraft rolled happily forward. Finally, the aircraft were ready and, as with the victorious strike group 2 days earlier, the attempt to halt Bismarck would be led by an aircraft equipped with ASV, in this case, a Swordfish in the leading subflight. The 810 Naval Air Squadron boss, Lieutenant Commander James Stuart Moore, a senior observer, would lead the attack, which would be split down into 6 subflights. There were only observers in each of the subflight leaders' aircraft, the other crews being reduced to a pilot and a TAG to save weight and therefore extend fuel range. The Swordfish equipped with ASV was the exception, as it carried a sub-lieutenant to operate the radar equipment. At 2 p.m. on May 26, Sheffield was ordered by Somerville to steam ahead at top speed to establish contact, one of the cruiser's sailors recording the excitement of the chase. "You can have no idea of the thrill we got as the ship forged ahead at full speed and left the squadron astern. What we had all been training for ever since we joined the Navy was at last about to be put to the test of action stations." A 2-pound reward was promised to be paid on the spot to whoever sighted the enemy ship first. The cruiser's speed soon topped 31 knots, despite heavy seas, the heat of Sheffield's funnels so intense their paint blistered. The cruiser's gun crews remained closed up, and with the Luftwaffe expected to appear in force to shepherd Bismarck to the safety of a French port, nobody kept a keener eye open for trouble than Midshipman J.D.L. Rippard, who was in a gunnery control position on the cruiser's upper deck, helping to coordinate air defense weapons. Through very large binoculars, mounted on a robust stand, his attention was drawn to the sight of Swordfish tumbling like falling leaves out of the low clouds. On red alert, Sheffield's air defenses were taut and ready, but Rippard advised them to check their fire, for these were obviously friendly aircraft. An hour after takeoff, Stuart Moore had glanced across from his aircraft to the Swordfish closest in the subflight, the one fitted with ASV, and saw Sub-Lieutenant Norman Manley Cooper, charged with operating the equipment, waving to attract his attention. The youngster used semaphore flags to indicate a radar contact around 20 miles to starboard, and so the attack group turned in that direction. Having been told during the pre-flight briefing there were no British ships in the attack sector, the aviators were confident they were about to assault the enemy. There was reason to believe the cruiser with Bismarck might still be lurking out there too. Whatever size gray ship appeared out of the murk was fair game, as they believed it had to be the enemy. Through gaps in the clouds, Stuart Moore gained glimpses of what was clearly a cruiser, and assumed it had to be the Hipper-class ship, most likely, as suspected, still keeping company with Bismarck. The Swordfish dropped out of the clouds, diving to sea level for their attack runs, but Stuart Moore's pilot, Lieutenant H. D.G. Hunter, yelled down the voice pipe, "It's the Sheffield!" Pulling out of the dive and turning away, Hunter waggled the wings of his Swordfish to indicate to the other pilots something was wrong. Only 2 got the idea and pulled away from the attack, the rest pressing on to drop their torpedoes. Aboard Sheffield, Midshipman Rippard was struck dumb with incredulity. Sailors down in Sheffield's RDF compartment heard somebody exclaim via a voice pipe, "My God, they're attacking us!" On the bridge, Captain Larkham shouted for "full speed ahead," and ordered that no guns should open fire on the errant aircraft, the cruiser pointing her bows straight at the 10 fish in the water. One was successfully evaded, but then 3 others were spotted splashing into the water on the starboard bow. A shout from an excited sub-lieutenant behind him on the bridge about this did not distract the grim-faced Larkham as he conned the ship to comb the torpedoes. A Swordfish had no sooner dropped a torpedo off the cruiser's starboard bow when, struggling slowly at bridge height across Sheffield's bows, it signaled by Aldous lamp, "Sorry for the kipper." This did not soothe Captain Larkham, who was purple with rage, his anger having been stoked by another Swordfish actually having the cheek to spray the cruiser with machine-gun fire as it flew past. Disparaging comments flew around Sheffield's anti-aircraft gun crews, touching on the theme of flyboys who wouldn't recognize their own mothers. Actually, fortune smiled on the British that day, thanks to faulty technology, for a new design of magnetic detonator was fitted to the warheads, which proved rather temperamental, with 6 out of the 11 torpedoes dropped, exploding on hitting the sea, Sheffield successfully combing all the others. The Swordfish formed up on Stuart Moore's aircraft for the flight back to Ark. His attention attracted once again to the aircraft with the ASV, in which Midshipman Manley Cooper was indicating with the semaphore flags that he had picked up another contact, around 10 miles away. 3 destroyers came into view below, which the aviators at first suspected might be German ships coming out to help escort Bismarck, but they flashed a British identification signal. It was Vian's 4th destroyer flotilla, battling rough weather and poor visibility as it struggled south. Junior rating Ken Robinson, a loader on Cossack's 2-pounder pom-pom anti-aircraft weapon, recalled of this encounter that one of the biplanes flew practically alongside us as the pilot waved to us before they flew away. Having checked the destroyers out, the Swordfish turned back towards Ark Royal. Stuart Moore was tapped on the shoulder by his TAG, Petty Officer R.H. McCall, who handed him a piece of paper, which was headed, "Most Immediate." The signal advised, "Look out for Sheffield, which is in your vicinity." This was bitterly ironic, and Stuart Moore contemplated sending a rude signal back, but dismissed the idea, having considered the following biblical fragment, "Behold, the half was not told me." As they approached Ark, the Swordfish were instructed to ditch any torpedoes they retained. This obviously applied only to the 3 aircraft that had not attacked Sheffield, so now they dropped their tin fish, ensuring they were well away from any British ships, the torpedoes running until they reached the end of their range and exploded. The young aviators returned to Ark Royal shamefaced, and there was what one of them described, with true British understatement, as an animated debrief. Resolutions were made about learning lessons from the first abortive attack. A spectator of the first attack, Alan Swanton, who had counted the Swordfish back from their ill-fated mission, observed, "They say that bad luck runs in 3. If Hood had been 1, losing Bismarck for a day had been 2, then this strike was definitely number 3. When he went below decks after landing, Stuart Moore was greeted with profuse apologies over the failure of the Admiral's staff in Renown to advise Ark Royal that Sheffield had been sent ahead into the danger zone. When he went into the debriefing room, nobody seemed interested in the tendency of torpedoes fitted with magnetic warheads to explode on hitting the sea. Every effort was being put into planning a follow-on strike that night. Stuart Moore persisted, and, finding the ship's torpedo officer, after a discussion they agreed the mechanism was faulty. Permission was sought to use contact warheads. The advantage in the ship's own magnetic field detonating torpedoes was that they could be set to run under a vessel, with the blast ripping a huge hole in the vulnerable underbelly. The explosive force of contact warheads was diminished as the charge was set off by the nose of the torpedo hitting the side of the ship, much of it being dissipated in the sea or the air. Stuart Moore and Ark's torpedo officer reckoned the torpedoes used in the Sheffield attack detonated because they had been trying to keep their depth in a very heavy swell. As Stuart Moore put it, each torpedo had found itself steering alternately upwards and downwards, changing its attitude to the Earth's magnetic field rapidly and suddenly, a process that fooled the weapon's galvanometer into detonating the warhead. Such sea conditions were not likely to change, so it was best to revert to contact warheads, in spite of their lesser effect. Stuart Moore's request was presented to Ark Royal's commanding officer, Captain Mond, who decided to contact Admiral Somerville in Renown. As a former torpedo specialist, Somerville instantly understood the predicament and gave his assent to using contact warheads. By 3:51 p.m., the main British hunting group was 500 miles to the west of Land's End, and another Condor was spotted and fired on by King George V's 5.25-inch guns, without result due to the extreme range. A single aerial intruder was not much for a battleship to worry about, but every mile they steamed towards the southeast brought King George V and Rodney closer to being within range of land-based enemy bomber squadrons, which were a different prospect altogether. However, it seemed the net was closing on Bismarck, and, with some luck, her destruction could be achieved before the Luftwaffe had a chance to intervene. All that was needed was for something to slow Bismarck up, or, the chance of bringing him to action would be small. King George V had been managing a constant 25 knots, but at 5:24 p.m. signaled Rodney she had slowed to 22 knots to economize. 11 minutes later, having considered her own situation, Rodney sent back, "Engine room conditions are quite severe, but I do not wish to slow, since you may go on and I get left behind." Somali, Mashona, and Tartar hung on too. There was still no sign of Vian's destroyers. Sheffield's officer of the watch, Sub-Lieutenant Paul McLaughlin, a Canadian, was scanning the horizon with his binoculars when, at 5:40 p.m., he detected something with a warlike silhouette on the horizon. McLaughlin declared, "I think I can see something on the port bow." And sure enough, there was a dim, gray shape indistinctly seen through the haze. Lookouts and officers covering that sector twiddled the knobs of their glasses, trying desperately to bring the shape into sharper relief. Could this really be the fabled Bismarck? The Sheffield was making quite a few knots, and, with the intervening distance disappearing rapidly, any doubts soon disappeared as the German battle wagon's distinctive shape loomed larger. Midshipman Rippard ran his glasses along Bismarck, which he saw was constantly doused in heavy spray, a mere 12 miles ahead. The captain ordered the wheel put hard over to starboard, Sheffield turning away to stay out of range of the enemy's guns, and began the process of edging around behind Bismarck. One of the cruiser's sailors gazed at the Nazi behemoth, expecting to see her guns blaze at any second. She seemed horribly close to us, and we all felt that she must have seen us, and any moment expected a salvo of 15-inch shells about our ears. However, all was well, and nothing happened as we made our way round the stern of her, keeping about 10 to 12 miles away. Like Suffolk and Norfolk before her, Sheffield began to send out a stream of regular reports on Bismarck to the rest of the fleet and the Admiralty. Like those other two cruisers, she had to maintain a fine balance between being close enough to maintain contact while not straying too near. Should Sheffield get too close, thought one of her sailors, we should undoubtedly lay ourselves open to being sunk or badly damaged. The nearest friendly ship that might be called on for support was more than 50 miles away, and so the cruiser's men found it tense work. Nobody dared to relax a moment. As the Admiralty broadcast that Sheffield was shadowing Bismarck, sending a surge of anticipation throughout ships scattered across the globe, in the cruiser's A turret, one of the gunners, Colin Ross, remarked, "Every ship in the Navy must be plotting us on their charts now. If we lose him, we'll never be able to lift our heads again." At 5:58 p.m., King George V sent another visual signal to Rodney. "Very probably we'll have to return for fuel at midnight. In case torpedo bombers get in another attack, it is most important you should be able to continue steaming at not less than 20 knots. King George V, having used up 68% of her fuel, Dalrymple Hamilton now informed Tovey that Rodney would have to depart the scene at 8 a.m. the following morning to ensure she could get home with enough reserve to take evasive action if attacked by German aircraft. Tovey decided that, should Bismarck not be caught by midnight, he would turn King George V around and head home, although he would still ask Rodney to stay a little longer in hope of a decisive engagement. In preparation for a wireless signal to Admiral Somerville, at 6:20 p.m., King George V asked Rodney for information on her best speed, the latter replying by visual signal 22 knots. Tovey subsequently warned Somerville that King George V would be forced to turn for home if the German ship was not slowed down by air attack in the next 6 hours. But, he added, Rodney will be able to continue chase, but without destroying. Chapter 17. Into the Jaws of Death. With the humiliation of their bungled attack a few hours earlier still stinging, every one of Ark Royal's aviators knew they could not leave the Fleet Air Arm to be remembered for letting Bismarck get away. The need for their second strike to succeed was unparalleled in naval warfare, and the young aviators knew it. They burned with determination not only to avenge Hood, but also to restore their reputation. It was fortunate they flew the Swordfish. probably the only aircraft that could have pulled itself into the air in such weather conditions. By the second attempt, 17 swordfish were arrayed on the Ark's flight deck, including 2 reserves, in case mechanical problems prevented any of the 15 actually selected for the attack from taking off. The strike aircraft were tightly packed in threes, arranged in herringbone pattern, with the foremost trio around 150 feet abaft the ship's island. Ark Royal was sailing downwind, away from Bismarck, in order to make life a little easier for the aircraft handlers to push the swordfish into place and attach torpedoes. Ark Royal then turned almost 180 degrees, heeling dramatically as she came beam onto the wind and run of sea, waves hammering her hull, spray leaping up. The ship reduced speed from 18 knots to 10, as the low takeoff speed of the swordfish, combined with the gale gusting across the flight deck, did not require harder steaming. She lifted up high and then pitched violently into troughs, bows buried under an angry sea. Sheets of spray swept across the flight deck as the aviators made their way to their aircraft, climbing into them at around 7 p.m. Engines started 5 minutes later, roaring and sputtering into life. The first aircraft to take off was Swordfish 5A at 10 minutes past 7. Swordfish sitting on the flight deck center line rolled straight ahead, while the 2 aircraft either side taxied forward with handlers on their wings turning them. Once on the center line, the pilots gave it maximum throttle, only releasing the brakes on signal from the flight deck officer, FDO, Commander Pat Stringer. Green flag held aloft, buffeted by the gale, and only saved from being blown overboard by rock-solid sea legs, he also wore a safety harness on a very long line just in case. The FDO studied the movement of the ship intently, calculating the optimum moment to unleash each swordfish, Commander Stringer's flag dropping when he judged the bows were digging into the sea. This ensured that by the time a swordfish arrived at the point of takeoff, the front of the ship would be rising again. Splash Carver, huddled against the weather in the observer's position behind Tim Coode, later explained the process. If arriving there in the bows down phase, one might be deluged by a sheet of spray at the moment critique, and also, of course, it is more satisfactory to appear to be rising into the sky than to be diving towards the ocean. The sailors on the flight deck handling the aircraft were by now accustomed, with typical British dogged determination, to the sheer awfulness of a stormy Atlantic. While a number had oilskins, some were protected against the elements merely by blue overalls, but with as many layers as possible underneath. Everybody was bareheaded, except for the FDO and the petty officers assisting him, who had caps clamped to their heads, with chin straps down to stop them being ripped away. Steaming boots provided some grip, but it was a tricky business standing upright. Should an aircraft handler be taken by a gust of wind, he might try to hang on to something, or failing that, pray he was tumbled into the walkway that ran around the edge of the flight deck, rather than be snatched overboard, never to be seen again. A terrible death. Warmed by their exertions pushing the swordfish into place, but still wringing wet, wiping water from their eyes and cheeks stinging from the freezing rain, somehow the handlers persevered. Once brought up, the swordfish were secured to the deck, then, after the engines sputtered into life, untied. However, the wheels were prevented from rolling until the right moment by chocks, 2 to each one. The chockmen had the unenviable task of lying on the flight deck, a tide of water washing over them, raw hands frozen. At a signal, they took away each forward chock, then, as the aircraft began rolling, tugged away the rear ones, running to the refuge of the flight deck waist, dragging the chocks behind them. Splash Carver thought the Ark's swordfish took off in conditions of sea and pitch which would only be acceptable in an operational emergency, which this certainly was. One of the aircraft never made it to launch, its bitterly disappointed young observer, Sub-Lieutenant Leonard Mann, of 820 Naval Air Squadron, lamenting it had suffered slight damage to its tail wheel. He noted disconsolately, "An aircraft carrying the enormous weight of a torpedo has to be in absolutely perfect condition." one of the 2 reserve swordfish was brought forward, restoring the strike force to 15. At least it was still light, but the cloud was down to less than 1,000 feet. This time, to ensure there were no attacks on British warships, the pre-mission briefing had made it clear Sheffield, some 26 miles closer to Bismarck's position than the Ark, should be found first and used as a waypoint to target. Keen not to repeat the debacle of the previous attack, the swordfish soon found themselves over Sheffield in a tight formation, with nobody lost, flying below the lowest layer of cloud. As observer of the lead aircraft, Carver had to translate Sheffield's directions to target, being told by light signal that Bismarck lay at 120 degrees, 12 miles away. Some of Sheffield's lookouts and anti-aircraft gun crews could not help but point the way to the German ship. Using powerful optics, the cruiser's midshipman Rippard could just make out swordfish on their attacking runs. They teetered heavily up into the scudding clouds. A few minutes later, vast flashes from Bismarck's guns silhouetted the swordfish and lit up the smoke and spray which dulled her outline. Climbing back into cover due to the very thick cloud over Bismarck, the attack group had split up into 5 subflights of 3 aircraft, for it was far safer to manage 3 aircraft in such poor conditions than keep 15 together in close proximity during the transit. It was always the intention that, once the target was reached, each subflight would use its initiative in disrupting the ability of Bismarck to concentrate her anti-aircraft fire. With subflights coming in from different directions, the German ship would inevitably end up exposing her most vulnerable zones to attack while trying to cover herself by turning towards incoming torpedoes. However, for this to work properly, the various subflights had to make their runs in quick succession to avoid giving Bismarck time to orient herself for the next attack. Cood's subflight was the first in, and so Carver found himself approaching on Bismarck's port beam, prepared for the worst. Radar-controlled anti-aircraft guns had already opened fire on the swordfish as they approached in cloud. Now the aircraft dropped out of the cloud base, which was at just 700 feet, some 2.5 miles from the target. Bismarck's close-range anti-aircraft weapons sparkling. Carver was both impressed and frightened by the sheer volume of glowing billiard balls flashing past. But Coode held steady and maintained his altitude, waiting until about 1,200 yards out before dropping his torpedo and turning away, skimming as low as possible, according to Carver, at 0 feet. As happened with the attack by swordfish from Victorious, the German gunners found it extremely difficult to hit the British aircraft, the bad weather also helping the aviators to escape destruction. Carver later explained, "As we had been attacking across a northwest gale of about 40 knots, our aircraft were going sideways at nearly half their forward speed, and this probably confused the German gunners." Unfortunately for the leading subflight, Bismarck was able to change course to port, and so combed the tracks of the first 3 torpedoes. The swordfish began to straggle by Sheffield, her lookouts spotting 1, then 2 emerging out of the gloom, flying by very slowly on the same level as the ship's bridge. Sailors on Sheffield's upper deck took their steel helmets off, waving them in the air and giving the passing aircraft a terrific cheer. Torpedoes were clearly gone, and, as the planes passed, air crews could be seen smiling. One aviator even gave a thumbs up. The sound and sight of the swordfish fading, attention switched back to Bismarck, a rain squall dissipating to reveal more swordfish going in. James Stuart Moore's subflight cleared the cloud, coming in at Bismarck from 10 miles off her port bow, joined by another swordfish as they turned in for the attack run, making 4 aircraft altogether. Stuart Moore was dismayed by the haphazard nature of the attack, feeling it was rather forlorn. Nagging him was the fact that success in torpedo attacks depended on the aircraft being able to put down enough torpedoes in a short interval to make it impossible for the ship to avoid them. He felt that with only 4 torpedoes coming in from his attack, Bismarck would be able to evade them quite easily. The 5-minute run, with apparently no other incoming swordfish to distract the battleship's anti-aircraft gunners, saw the sky filled with shell bursts, and all the hot shrapnel that entailed. Stuart Moore was reminded of the Light Brigade's charge into the Valley of Death, immortalized in Tennyson's famous poem about the notorious Crimean War incident. The slow speed of the Swordfish, pushing against the strong headwind, made it look like the British aircraft were hanging in the air. The insane bravery of it all was clear to both the aviators and the Germans trying to kill them. Surely Tennyson himself would have thought it apt to also write of the courageous Swordfish aviators. Stormed at with shot and shell, boldly they rode and well into the jaws of death, into the mouth of hell. Finally, the 4 Swordfish got close enough to drop their torpedoes, turning away on maximum throttle to get the hell out of it, dodging like snipe as they made their bid to escape Bismarck's flak barrage. Alan Swanton's Swordfish was part of Stuart Moore's formation. Descending to 100 feet above the waves as they made their run in on Bismarck, Swanton thought the enemy ship, by then not more than half a mile away, looked big and black and menacing, stabbing red flame in our direction. Swanton maintained a speed of 100 knots and aimed the nose of his aircraft for Bismarck amidships. His observer, Sub-Lieutenant Jerry Woods, was trying to give advice, yelling to be heard above the combined cacophony of the aircraft engine, rushing air, and bedlam of anti-aircraft fire. Swanton, regarding Woods' advice as the usual sort of observer rubbish, ignored him and concentrated on the target. I pushed the tit, the torpedo fell away, and the aircraft seemed to jump up into the air. Turning away, the enemy looked like they might get the measure of Swanton. There was a series of flashes, and flak ripped through the underside of the fuselage. However, the aircraft kept flying, and he put on more knots to get as far away as swiftly as possible. The 4 Swordfish were close together, and not more than 150 feet above the waves. Feeling they were now out of range of enemy aircraft fire, his pilot asked Stuart Moore if he could slow down. There was a terrific crash right below them, with 5 of Bismarck's 15-inch shells striking the water. Stuart Moore recalled of this terrifying moment. I did not have to tell the pilot to open up again, as we were already going like the proverbial bat. As the 15-inch shells plunged in, Alan Swanton yelled, Christ, just look at this lot! Bismarck's main armament was actually firing on a flat trajectory, the shells falling right in front of his aircraft, pushing up 100-foot mountains of water. Swanton pressed his flying column gently forward and took the aircraft out even lower and faster through the smoke and collapsing spray, hoping finally to get beyond the range of the German guns. Woods gave Swanton his course back to Ark Royal, remarking that their TAG, Flash Seeger, had been wounded, but it looked like it was not too serious. Woods noticed that his pilot had also been hit, the wound given away by a dark stain on one shoulder as blood seeped through Swanton's flying suit. Told that he had been wounded, Swanton chose not to admit he was enduring considerable discomfort, responding, No problem, I'm perfectly okay. However, he did shout back down the voice tube that it would be nice to get back to the ship. The first 3 Swordfish to attack, led by Lieutenant Commander Coode, flew south and loitered at a distance of between 3 and 4 miles to see how the rest fared. However, it was difficult to observe anything at all due to the low cloud, driving rain, and spume blown from wave-tops. From the observer's cockpit behind his pilot, Carver saw Bismarck trying desperately to avoid being hit by altering course drastically. The tracer fire was heavy, and gun flashes blossomed across the silhouette of the German battleship. They did not spot any torpedo impacts. Coode ordered his TAG to make a wireless report to Force H, saying that he believed no hits had been scored. The Swordfish made their way back one by one to the carrier. When Coode brought his aircraft in to land, at just after 11:30 p.m., twilight's last gleaming had not yet faded. Despite the wildly pitching deck, the highly experienced Coode was able to recover to the ship safely. However, 3 Swordfish were not so lucky, crashing on landing. Meanwhile, Jerry Woods advised Ark Royal by signal that his shrapnel-riddled aircraft and its wounded occupants, Swanton and Seeger, required an emergency landing. 20 minutes later, Swanton made what he described as a bit of a controlled crash, adding proudly, "But I was able to walk away from it." While he may have managed to bravely clamber out of his swordfish, Swanton was clearly in a bad way and was helped to the sick bay. Meanwhile, the air crews assembled in the operations room to process their experience in a debrief, Stuart Moore hearing a sorry tale of small, ineffectual attacks. There were claims from various pilots that they may have hit the Bismarck, but it seemed there was no evidence for any significant damage. Like the victorious aviators before them, it appeared they had tried and failed. In Rodney, Dalrymple Hamilton told his men via the public address system that Ark Royal's second attack had failed. His voice dissolving into silence, he was simply overcome with weary disappointment after the strain of the past few days. The battleship captain leaned against the magnetic compass stand on the bridge, trying repeatedly to light his pipe and failing, a telling sign reflecting the sheer frustration and nervous exhaustion of the moment. However, the situation soon changed dramatically. A new set of signal flags was hoisted on the nearby King George V. Eagerly scrutinized and joyously received, they instructed Rodney to alter course in order to intercept the enemy. Immediately, Captain Dalrymple Hamilton was suffused with new energy, and in his eyes, deep and sunk after the strain and disappointments of the last few days, there was an eager fire. It seemed Ark's aviators had achieved a miracle after all. The key moment had been witnessed from Sheffield, Midshipman Rippard wiping moisture from his binoculars as he watched the Swordfish going in, seeing that one aircraft was very low near her, Bismarck. There was a big column of water, briefly dull red at its base near her stern. Another sailor in Sheffield claimed to have seen a gigantic column of spray and a blue flame at Bismarck's stern. There were 3 hits on Bismarck, 2 forward of the aft turrets, but making no significant impact on the German battleship's protection, whereas the other wrecked her steering. Who actually inflicted the decisive hit was not clear. Behind the controls of a Swordfish in 818 Naval Air Squadron's first wave was Sub-Lieutenant John Jock Moffett, who, as he brought his aircraft closer and closer to the huge bulk of Bismarck, was awestruck and scared by the amount of flak thrown at his flimsy aircraft. If you're facing a ship that size, twice as big as your own ship, and they are firing everything they have at you, it is simply unbelievable. The stuff was coming in at such a rate, I don't mind admitting that I was petrified. It was coming so thick and fast that I was inclined to duck in my cockpit and, in fact, I think I did so. Moffat's observer, Sub-Lieutenant Dusty Miller, calmly talked him into a point where he could drop the torpedo with a fair chance of hitting Bismarck, studying the wave pattern so the torpedo could be dropped in a trough rather than a crest, and hopefully run deep. Behind me, the observer was leaning over the side of the aircraft and, bear in mind this took only seconds, said via the voice pipe that connected us, "Not yet." Then he says, "Let her go." So I dropped the torpedo. By this time we were about 1,500 yards from Bismarck, and I thought that the thing was so big we couldn't miss. Uppermost in Moffat's mind as he made his exit was the fact that banking and turning would require height, and that could spell disaster. I am at wave-top height, that is, with the wheels of the aircraft just above the waves. How am I going to get turned in that situation? If I am going to turn then, I will have to lift myself up, or a wingtip will hit the waves. And if I lift myself up and bank, the aircraft Bismarck's gunners get a bigger target. So I make a ski turn, sort of sliding around, giving it full whack, every bit of power and full rudder. And so I juddered around and got out of there. When I got the aircraft turned away, I looked back, and Bismarck had turned to starboard, and my torpedo had followed. Lieutenant Stanley Keene, who had joined Cood's subflight bringing his Swordfish in on the port side, also looked to be a strong candidate for the crucial hit, while 2 other pilots, Lieutenant D.F. Godfrey Fawcett and Sub-Lieutenant Ken Pattison, may also lay claim to having crippled Bismarck. As his subflight leader, Godfrey Fawcett led Pattison down from 9,000 feet on Bismarck's starboard side. With shrapnel beginning to shred his aircraft, Patterson leveled off at 90 feet above the waves, less than 1,000 yards out from Bismarck. Deciding the anti-aircraft barrage was a little too fierce to hold straight and true all the way in, Patterson threw his aircraft from side to side in an attempt to make it harder to hit. Torpedo away, Patterson did not see its impact, but others claimed to see an enormous fountain of water spring up at the battleship's stern. A modest man, Patterson would only ever admit it was highly probable that his torpedo did the fatal damage. The controversy over who actually delivered the blow continues to this day. Whatever happened in that half hour, from 9 p.m. to 9:30 p.m., Bismarck's bid to escape the revenge of the Royal Navy had failed. A wounded beast, Bismarck showed her fury by firing on Sheffield, the first 15-inch shells falling about 3 miles from the cruiser. Then Bismarck straddled the cruiser with 4 15-inch shells, 2 of them landing about 40 yards off her starboard beam, exploding on hitting the surface of the sea, indicating high explosive. The others were even closer, one of Sheffield's sailors noting they were about 15 yards off our port quarter. The air was filled with flying splinters and fragments of shell. The cruiser turned away violently, under full wheel at top speed, laying down a smoke screen to mask a retreat. There were casualties aft, particularly among her anti-aircraft gun crews. Sheffield's halyards were on fire, and a mast was cut by shell splinters, as well as sparks flying from severed electric cables writhing on the deck. A jagged chunk of shrapnel hit the stand supporting Midshipman Rippard's binoculars, the young officer staring in horrified fascination at the lump of hot metal hissing in a puddle of water at his feet. However, Bismarck had not turned voluntarily on Sheffield, for, with her rudder jammed by the torpedo hit, she had no choice. High above, this turn of events was noted by swordfish on shadowing duty. Their reports reached Ark Royal shortly after a signal from Sheffield, which was read over the voice pipe to the aviators in the operations room. They had been discussing the possibility of a night attack on Bismarck, or at least a dawn assault. Absorbing Sheffield's report, they now heard the German battleship was heading north at an estimated 6 knots. This could only mean Bismarck had suffered damage to her steering, for why else would she be steering towards the British battleships? Tovey instructed Rodney to reduce speed to 19 knots in order to save fuel for the battle ahead. Admiral Somerville suggested bringing Renown north to join the other 2 British capital ships, but Tovey declined. He was anxious not to expose the battlecruiser to the same danger as Hood. Tovey also did not want Renown to be mistaken for Bismarck approaching in the darkness. Rodney was disadvantaged in a gun battle in anything but clear weather, as she did not possess gunnery radar, whereas Bismarck did. Recognizing this handicap, Lieutenant Commander Crawford tried, in true British style, to cobble something together. We had air warning radar, one of the first 2 sets that were fitted in ships at all, but they were no good for ranging. So we were entirely dependent on our rangefinders. In fact, the night before the action, I spent time with our telegraphist, seeing if he could devise any method, he knew about wireless waves and this sort of thing, of putting out any form of jamming signal which might possibly jam the enemy's radar.